Chapter 251, 7th Grade Great Martial Master. Translator, 549,690,339. Lu Ming, don't worry, I'll do my best. I'll find your father's whereabouts soon, he said. Hua Zhengxing said with a serious face. Lu Ming, thanks your majesty in advance. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. This time he was sincere. Although he knew that the reason why Hua Zhengxing was helping him was because he saw his talent and wanted to rope him in, it did not matter. As long as it was beneficial to both sides, it was fine. Hua Zhengxing smiled, looking quite satisfied. He then took out a gold-stamped invitation and said, Lu Ming, it'll be my 60th birthday in 3 months. This is the invitation. You must attend it. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not reject the invitation. He took it and said, Don't worry, your majesty. Lu Ming will definitely be there. Haha, Lu Ming, there aren't many people who can make my father personally send out an invitation. Only the 5 great sects and the nobles and ministers of the imperial capital. Hua Kai said with a smile. Lu Ming, you should focus on your cultivation during this period of time. When the 5 major sects gather in the imperial city, the geniuses on the silver ranking and even the gold ranking disciples of each sect will come. I'm afraid that the silver ranking disciples of the omnidirectional sword school will cause you trouble. You have to be careful. Hua Zhengxing warned seriously. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude once again. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Ming and Hua Kai stood up and left. In the General Stars Hall, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on his bed. Father, how have you been all these years? Is it because of that bronze pendant that the 10 Direction Sword School imprisoned you? Father, I'm useless. I can't save you now. Lu Ming clasped his hands tightly together. Strength, he was still too weak. If he was really strong enough now, he could directly kill his way to the 10 Direction Sword School and force them to release him. But now, he was still far from that. He urgently needed to improve his strength. Martial Arts Grandmaster. I have to reach the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Only a Martial Arts Grandmaster can be considered a true expert in the Blazing Sun Empire. Only then can I have the right to speak. Furthermore, I can fly. It will be of great help to me when I do things. After the series of battles at the Emperor Heaven Battle Arena, I feel that my bottleneck has loosened. I'll go and buy another batch of demonic cores tomorrow to raise my cultivation level with all my might. Then, Lu Ming appeared on the 3rd platform of the Supreme Shrine. He placed the spiritual crystal in and began to fight with himself. The next day, Lu Ming went out early and headed to the market. It was still the treasure pavilion. Young master, you're here. Please come in. The eyes of the young lady who had received Lu Ming previously lit up the moment she saw him. She brought Lu Ming to a VIP room. Ha ha ha, young master, long time no see. Very quickly, the shopkeeper walked in. Young master, what do you need to buy this time? Shopkeeper, I'd like 100 Class 9, LV3 demonic cores. Lu Ming said. 100. The shopkeeper was shocked. Yes, is there a problem? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Could it be that the treasure pavilion didn't have that much stock? No, no problem. The shopkeeper quickly shook his head. He was just shocked earlier and did not understand why Lu Ming bought so many demonic cores. Also, 20 portions of blood essence of Class 9, LV3 demonic beasts. Lu Ming continued. All right, please wait a moment, young master, I'll be right there. The shopkeeper nodded his head repeatedly, his face full of smiles, and walked out. Soon, the shopkeeper brought over 100 demonic cores and 20 demonic beast blood essence. Young master, the original price of these blood essence and monster cores was 1 million spiritual crystals, but you have a VIP card with a 20% discount. The total price is 800,000 spiritual crystals. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. It was good to have a VIP card. He could save 200,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming paid the spirit crystals without hesitation and kept the blood essence and demonic core. He then left the treasure pavilion under the respectful gazes of the shopkeeper and the beautiful saleswomen. After returning to the General Stars Hall, Lu Ming walked straight to the Earth Ian Cave. The effect was the best when it was combined with the cultivation in the earth cave. On the 6th level of the earth cave, Lu Ming walked into a secret room and sat down cross-legged. With a flash of crimson light, the spirit-devouring bloodline emerged. The python, which was more than 10 meters long and had distinct scales, was suspended above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming took out a demonic pill. The giant python opened its mouth and sucked the demonic pill into its mouth. At the same time, it also sucked in a huge amount of fire element spiritual energy. Now that his spirit-devouring bloodline had reached the 7th level, it could devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a terrifying speed, even faster than a 9th level bloodline. The massive amount of fire-type spiritual energy and the energy from the demonic core were refined by his blood and surged into Lu Ming's body. The bottleneck at the peak of the 6th grade Great Master realm had finally loosened, and there were signs of a breakthrough. 2 more. With a move of his hand, he took out 2 more demon cores and let the giant python swallow them. Boom! Waves of energy continuously surged into Lu Ming's body and finally turned into a loud boom. He had broken through to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm. After breaking through to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm, Lu Ming's bloodline had become even more terrifying. It was constantly absorbing the spirit chi from the outside world. The spirit chi from the outside world formed a funnel that was constantly devoured by the spirit-devouring bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming took out another demonic core and continued to devour it. The essential chi in Lu Ming's body surged crazily. A few hours later, the strange phenomenon finally disappeared. A 7th grade Grandmaster's true chi is twice as dense as a 6th grade Grandmaster's, but it's still not enough. I need to continue breaking through. After that, Lu Ming continued to consume demonic cores and cultivate. Every day, he would spend half of his time cultivating the true war dragon technique, swallowing demonic cores to increase his cultivation, and the rest of his time comprehending the force of fire and comprehending martial arts techniques. Time flew by, and a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had devoured all 100 demonic cores, and his cultivation had risen to the peak 7th grade Grandmaster realm. That's right, 100 9th grade 3rd level demonic cores could only raise Lu Ming's cultivation to the peak of the 7th grade Great Master. At the 7th grade Great Master realm and 9th grade 3rd level demonic cores, the effects were much weaker. He had also consumed all 20 portions of Class 9 LV3 Demonic Beast Blood Essence to improve his bloodline level. However, his bloodline was still at level 7 and had not broken through. Lu Ming estimated that unless it was the blood essence of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, the level of the blood meridian would increase very slowly. The blood essence of a Wuzong. At the thought of this, Lu Ming could not help smiling bitterly. The blood essence of a martial arts Grandmaster was equivalent to the blood essence of a level 4 demonic beast. The thought of its price gave Lu Ming a headache. The 6th level of the earth cave. The fire property spiritual chi is still a little weak. Let's go to the 7th level. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. It was said that only martial Grandmasters could go to the 7th level of the earth cave. Because the fire property spiritual chi was too rich and violent, it was very dangerous for a martial Grandmaster to go down. However, Lu Ming had the spirit-devouring bloodline and was not afraid at all. He intended to make use of the rich and violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth to help him break through to the next realm and comprehend the force of fire at the same time. He felt that the force of fire was already very close to large success. He walked out of the secret room and headed to the 7th floor. As soon as he reached the 7th level, Lu Ming felt as if he had arrived at the mouth of a volcano. The terrifying and violent fire attribute spiritual chi continuously charged at Lu Ming. Good, this is the kind of environment I need. He opened a secret chamber and walked in. Then, he controlled his spirit-devouring bloodline. The violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously gathered toward Lu Ming. Chapter 252, The Emperor's Birthday. Translator, 549,690,339. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating and started to comprehend the force of fire. In the blink of an eye, another month and a half had passed. One day, the stone door of the secret chamber opened, and Lu Ming walked out. There was a smile on Lu Ming's face. Obviously, he had gained a lot during this period of time. The emperor's birthday was in half a month's time. Lu Ming planned to ask about his father's condition. He walked out of the general star hall and onto the street, heading toward the imperial palace. At this time, the people on the street suddenly looked up at the sky in unison and started discussing. Who is that person? You're actually so bold, daring to fly above the imperial capital so brazenly. Someone shouted. Ordinary martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were forbidden from flying in the sky above the imperial capital. Only overlord-level figures were not restricted by this restriction. Now, someone actually dared to do this. Lu Ming also looked up. In the sky, a young figure in his 20s, wearing a red robe, was walking in the air towards the depths of the imperial capital. It's Ling Yanchai, one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanchai. Someone exclaimed. What? It's actually Ling Yanchai. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was Ling Yanchai, the strongest of the younger generation in the Blazing Sun Empire's 5 major sects, the Crimson Cloud Valley. He was one of the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire. This was Lu Ming's first time meeting the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Brother Ling, wait a moment. At this moment, a soft shout came from behind. Then, a white-robed young man with a handsome face stepped through the air. It's Feng Wuji from the Mystical Sword Sect. Another one of the 6 heroes. Someone shouted. He is Feng Wuji. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming had heard of Feng Wuji's name countless times in the Mystical Sword Sect. Feng Wuji was the pride of the Mystical Sword Sect's younger generation. He was the strongest among his peers. Although Duanmu Lin was known as a peerless genius, he was still young and couldn't compete with Feng Wuji. Lu Ming had been in the Mystical Sword Sect for more than a year, and this was the first time he had seen her in person. Brother Feng, you've come so quickly, let's go together. Ling Yanchai smiled and waited for Feng Wuji to arrive. The 2 of them then disappeared into the sky. My God, 2 of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun are here today. This is rare. That's right, it's usually extremely difficult to even see one. Now, there are 2 of them. His Majesty the Emperor's 60th birthday is approaching. No matter what, the 5 great sects have to put on a show. They'll definitely gather in the imperial capital, and it's inevitable that the geniuses of the 5 great sects will gather. Will the 6 heroes gather and start a competition? I'm really looking forward to it. It's hard to say. Among the 6 heroes, Qiu Changkung is unrivaled, but the other 5 have never fought. I wonder who's stronger. It would be great if there was a peak confrontation this time. On the streets, countless people were discussing. As for not being able to fly in the imperial capital, that was directly ignored by them. If the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun couldn't fly in the imperial city, who else could? They were the future overlords of the Burning Sun Empire. In the future, the entire Burning Sun Empire would be theirs. Lu Ming did not say anything and continued on his way to the palace. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes. He would reach the height of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes sooner or later, and even surpass them. He successfully entered the imperial palace and saw Huakai. Unfortunately, even though the royal family had mobilized a large number of manpower, there was still no news of his father, Lu Yunshin. Lu Ming sighed and could only wait. After discussing the current situation with Huakai, Lu Ming left the palace. When he arrived at the gate of the General Star Hall, he discovered that a large number of students had gathered there and were currently dispersing. Tianyun, he's back. Damn it, why didn't he appear earlier? It's all his fault. Mumbling sounds came from the students all around. Of course, his voice was very soft as he was afraid that Lu Ming would hear him. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He was somewhat puzzled. Big brother Tianyun. At this moment, Ming Feng came over. Ming Feng, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. Big brother Tianyun, it's the Shifeng Sword School. Just now, a disciple of the Shifeng Sword School came and threatened to cripple you. However, you weren't here, so everyone said you were in seclusion. Those disciples of the Shifeng Sword School injured more than 10 students of the General Stars Hall. They were extremely arrogant. Ming Feng whispered. It's the 10 Directions Sword School again. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. Big brother Tianian, I think you'd better avoid them for now. I heard that there are geniuses on the silver list among the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. They're at the peak of the great martial master realm and are extremely powerful. Ming Feng said worriedly. If they come again, inform me. Lu Ming left a sentence in an extremely domineering manner and then headed back to the dormitory. In the days that followed, Lu Ming stayed in the dormitory and cultivated various martial arts techniques on the 3rd platform of the Supreme Shrine. Time flew by and half a month passed. In this half a month, a storm had gathered in the imperial capital, and the geniuses of the 5 great sects had all gathered. Not only were there Master Realm geniuses, but there were also Grandmaster Realm geniuses and even gold disciples from various sects. However, in this half a month, although all the sects had gathered, it had been very calm. Even the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect did not come looking for Lu Ming again. However, everyone felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. It was like the calm before the storm, and it was unusually depressing. Half a month later, the 60th birthday of the Emperor of the Burning Sun Empire, Hua Zhengxing, was just the beginning. Early in the morning, Hua Kai came to pick Lu Ming up in a beast carriage. Together with Hua Kai, they arrived at the Imperial Palace. The birthday banquet was held in the front yard of the Imperial Palace. It occupied a large area, but only a few dozen tables were placed. Because those who could come here were all of high status, there were not many people. Lu Ming followed Hua Kai and sat at a table on the right. As time passed, the number of people slowly increased. Hua Kai's siblings, concubines, nobles, and ministers all sat down. The Valley Master and the elders of the Scarlet Cloud Valley have arrived. A loud shout reverberated throughout the entire area. All the princes, princesses, concubines, and ministers changed their expressions and stood up. Lu Ming did not want to be too special and got up as well. At the main entrance, a group of 6 people walked in with majestic steps. The leader was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He was wearing a red robe and had a burly figure. His gaze swept across the crowd, and everyone felt as if a vast ocean was surging towards them. It was extremely terrifying. Behind him, there were 4 old men who were also wearing red robes, but their red robes were inlaid with gold. He was the golden-robed elder of the Crimson Cloud Valley. The last one was a young man. He was one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanchai. Greetings, Scarlet Cloud Valley Master. All of the concubines, princes, nobles, and ministers saluted the Valley Master. From this, it could be seen how much the imperial family had declined. They were still very respectful to the 5 great sects. Haha, no need to be so polite. Where's His Majesty? Has he not arrived yet? The Scarlet Heaven Valley Master laughed and sat down on a chair. Chapter 253, The 5 Sect Leaders. Translator, 549,690,339. Haha, Brother Ling, you've come so quickly. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Ha 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 ha, a burst of hearty laughter was heard. Hua Zhengxing strode over with a few guards. The other concubines, ministers, princes, and princesses all bowed to Hua Zhengxing. The Valley Master stood up and cupped his fists. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your 60th birthday. This is a small gift, please accept it. The Valley Master took out a jade box and handed it to Hua Zhengxing. Brother Ling is too polite. Hua Zhengxing laughed as he accepted the jade box and passed it to a guard. The sect leader and elders of the mystical sword sect have arrived. At this time, another shout was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. Lin Zuyi, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, walked in with a few golden-robed elders, and Feng Wuji was also at the side. Lin Zuyi greets Your Majesty. I wish Your Majesty a longevity as long as the Southern Mountain. This is a small gift, please accept it. Lin Zuyi walked over, took out a jade box, and handed it to Hua Zhengxing. It's my honor that Brother Lin is here. There's no need to be so polite. Please have a seat. Hua Zhangsing accepted the gift and said politely. At this time, another shout rang out. It was the sect master and elders of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, one of the 5 great sects who had arrived. Among them, one of the 6 heroes, the number 1 genius of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shangyuan Yan, had also arrived. 3 of the 5 great sects had arrived. In a short while, one of the 5 great sects, the Heaven Fiend sect, had also arrived. As everyone sat down, Hua Zhangsing and the 4 sect leaders chatted for a while. The sect leader and elders of the 10 Direction Sword sect have arrived. Heavenly King Zhen has arrived. A few shouts rang out. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming looked toward the main entrance. A group of people walked in. The person in the lead was dressed in fine clothes. His brows were like swords. Although he was middle-aged, he was extremely handsome. Just by looking at him closely, one could feel that this person had the aura to swallow mountains and rivers. Next to him was a burly man in his 50s. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was wearing a dragon robe, and as he looked around, a murderous aura could be faintly seen. He was like a general who had swept through the battlefield. The person in the lead is the head of the 10 Direction Sword School, Qiu Weiying. Beside him is the Heavenly Suppression King. Hua Kai whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming nodded. He looked at the burly man in the flood dragon robe and thought, so he is the Heavenly King of Suppression. Lu Ming still remembered that when he had just arrived at the imperial capital, he had taught the Heavenly King's son, Hua Jai, a harsh lesson. At the thought of Hua Jai, Lu Ming realized that there was a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent behind the Heavenly King. They were glaring at him fiercely. Who else could it be but Hua Jai? Lu Ming smiled at Hua Jai and pointed to his crotch. Hua Jai's face turned red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, Lu Ming was referring to the incident where he peed his pants. However, with so many important figures present, he didn't dare to flare up. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. Haha, Brother Qiu's presence is a great honor to me. Hua Zhangsing quickly stood up and cupped his fists at Qiu Weiying with a smile. The other imperial concubines, princes and princesses also stood up and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is too polite. I came in a hurry today and forgot to bring a gift. Please forgive me. Qiu Weiying nodded. There was no respect in his words. It could be said that he didn't care at all. To say the worst, he didn't put the emperor in his eyes at all. The other sect masters would still bow to him politely, but Qiu Weiying's attitude was cold. He even said that he didn't have time to forget about the birthday gift. What a childish reason. The other sect leaders' expressions were somewhat unsightly. Hua Zhangsing was even more stunned. He then forced a smile and said, "It's fine as long as Brother Qiu is here. There's no need for gifts, please take a seat." Second brother, I was with Sect Master Qiu, so I forgot. To bring a gift, please don't take offense, haha. Heavenly King Zhen laughed and sat down at the side. Detestable. Hua Kai's body trembled in anger, and he gritted his teeth. The attitudes of Qiu Weiying and Heavenly King Zhen were full of contempt. They even ignored the authority of the emperor and didn't take the Burning Sun Emperor seriously. A hint of anger flashed across Hua Zhangsing's eyes, but he concealed it very well. In the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on his face. He returned to his seat, raised his glass, and said, "It's my honor to have all of you here today. Come, let me toast to all of you." Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all. Haha, this is great. You are all the pillars of the Burning Sun Empire. Hua Zhangsing laughed as he spoke, but he was interrupted at this moment. All right, Your Majesty. We've drunk the wine and offered our congratulations. It's time to talk business. Qiu Weiying's indifferent voice made Hua Zhangsing stop in his tracks. Hua Zhangsing, as well as a few other nobles and ministers, all had ugly expressions. Interrupting someone's speech was an extremely rude thing to do, let alone the king of a country. Qiu Weiying had completely disregarded the royal family. Qiu Weiying, we're here today to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. That's the real business. Is there anything else? Lin Zui looked at Qiu Weiying and said coldly. Qiu Weiying's attitude was too much. Hua Zhangsing looked at Lin Zui gratefully. Of course there are other matters. Although the matter of His Majesty's birthday is big, it is much smaller when compared to this matter. Qiu Huaiying glanced at Lin Zui, and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, he looked around and said, "Everyone, what do you think of the current power of the Burning Sun Empire?" Everyone's eyes moved. They didn't understand why Qiu Huaiying would ask such a question. After a while, an old man cupped his fists and said, "With the help of His Majesty and the various sect leaders, the Blazing Sun Empire is becoming more and more powerful. It is only a matter of time before we surpass other countries." This old man was the Prime Minister of the Burning Sun Empire, and he was very loyal to the royal family. "Bullshit." Qiu Huaiying flicked his sleeve and scolded. The Prime Minister's face turned red. He was the Prime Minister, and yet he was being berated in public. Where was his face? However, in front of Qiu Huaiying, he did not dare to refute and could only suppress his anger. Hua Zhengxing's expression did not look good either. Scolding the Prime Minister was indirectly scolding him. Currently, the 36 countries of Emperor Yun are all working hard to rule, and their strength is constantly improving. The Burning Sun Empire is surrounded by strong enemies, and many countries are eyeing them covetously. Most of them are stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. I'm sure you all know about this. Out of the 36 empires in Emperor Yun, the Blazing Sun Empire is considered to be at the bottom. Qiu Huaiying looked around and said loudly. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Qiu Huaiying was right about this. Among the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun, the Blazing Sun Empire was indeed considered to be at the lower tier. The surrounding countries were also eyeing them covetously. The Blazing Sun Empire is full of geniuses and powerhouses. Do you know why we are getting weaker and weaker? Qiu Huaiying asked. The crowd frowned, not knowing what Qiu Huaiying was trying to do. Qiu Huaiying smiled and said, "That is, the forces of the Burning Sun Empire are too scattered. They are fighting on their own. It would be strange if they are not weak." "Oh, Qiu Huaiying, what should we do then?" Lin Zui frowned and asked. Chapter 254. Chapter 254, The Battle of the Overlords. Translator, 549,690,339. Of course, we have to combine our powers. I suggest that we establish a Burning Sun Alliance. All the sects and powers of the Burning Sun Empire must join this alliance. We will elect a leader and then swear to follow the leader's orders. Only in this way can the Burning Sun Empire grow stronger and stronger, resist the foreign enemies, and become stronger and stronger. Qiu Huaiying shouted. "Ha ha ha, Qiu Huaiying, you finally revealed your purpose. You want to be the leader of the alliance and rule the world, right?" Lin Zui laughed. "Lin Zui, what are you laughing at? I think that Sect Master Qiu's suggestion is very good. Besides, in the current Blazing Sun Empire, who else is qualified to take on the position of alliance leader other than Sect Master Qiu?" Heavenly King Zhen stood up and shouted. "Heavenly King Zhen, you are wrong. In the Blazing Sun Empire, the royal family is the legitimate family. Why go through so much trouble and create the Sun Alliance? We can just follow His Majesty's orders." The Valley Master retorted. "In the world of martial Dao, the strong are respected. Forgive me for being blunt, but Your Majesty, he doesn't have the right." Qiu Huaiying said coldly. "Giggle." Hua Zhengxing clenched his fists tightly. Insult, this was a blatant insult. This was equivalent to slapping the emperor's face in public. "Hateful, hateful." Hua Kai growled, his entire body trembling from the intense atmosphere. Bang! A white-haired old man slammed the table and stood up. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Qiu Huaiying. "Qiu Huaiying, you've disrespected your superiors and insulted His Majesty. You deserve to die. A crime that deserves 10,000 deaths. I think you're the one who's going to die." Qiu Huaiying's eyes glowed, and 2 rays of sword qi flashed out of his eyes. It was so fast that there was no warning. Pache! The elder had been pierced by the sword qi, and 2 holes appeared on his body. No blood flowed out, but he had no life left. "Teacher!" Hua Zhengxing roared. This old man was Hua Zhengxing's teacher, the teacher of the emperor. However, he was killed by Qiu Huaiying's gaze. Qu Yang, you've gone too far. Hua Zhengxing glared at Qu Yang in anger. However, Qu Yang only smiled as if he had just killed an ant. This old man is trying to ruin our plan. I suspect that he is a spy sent by another empire to destroy our empire. Such a person must be killed as soon as possible. In just a few words, he had turned the emperor's teacher into a spy. Hua Zhengxing, Hua Kai, and some of the other members of the imperial family were furious. They felt humiliated, but there was nothing they could do. The power of the 10-direction sword school was too strong. Hua Kai clenched his hands so tightly that his nails had dug into his flesh and blood was flowing out, but he did not feel anything. Lu Ming frowned and patted Hua Kai's back. A surge of essential qi flowed into Hua Kai's body. Only then did Hua Kai slowly calm down. Otherwise, he would have suffered internal injuries from being too excited. What do you all think of my suggestion just now? Qu Yang asked as he looked around. I agree with Sect Master Q's suggestion. The sect leader of Heavenly Fiend Sect smiled faintly. The other 3 sect masters' expressions changed at Tian Sha Sect Master's words. Why would Heaven Fiend Sect agree to this? Could it be that they had already formed an alliance with the 10-direction sword school? If that was the case, the situation would be serious. The omnipresent sword sect was already extremely powerful, and with the addition of the Heaven Fiend Sect, the balance of power in the Blazing Sun Empire would be broken. Haha, Brother Yue, you really do understand me. Qu Yang laughed and looked at the other sects. Qu Yang, stop dreaming. The mystical sword sect will never agree to this. Lin Zui sneered. My Crimson Cloud Valley will not accompany you either. My Ghost Moon Saber sect is also not interested. The sect masters of the Scarlet Cloud Valley and the Ghost Moon Saber sect also refused. Qu Yang's face darkened. Then he looked at Hua Zhengxing and said, Your Majesty, what about you? Me, the Blazing Sun Empire has been around for more than 2,000 years. How can it be ruined by me? Please forgive. Me, I can't agree to this. Hua Zhengxing said coldly. Hua Zhengxing, you have to think carefully. For the sake of your Hua family and the tens of thousands of lives, think carefully. Qu Yang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly. Qu Yang, what are you doing? To threaten His Majesty. Do you really think that the 10-direction sword school is invincible? Lin Zui was furious and shouted. I don't know if my 10-direction sword sect is invincible, but I can still destroy your mystical sword sect. Do you want to try? Qu Yang's tone was cold. Let's see how you're going to destroy the mystical sword sect. Lin Zui didn't back down. Her aura surged out and a terrifying sword chi shot up into the sky. There was a terrifying aura in the sword chi. Lin Zui, it's been decades since we last fought. I'd like to see how much you've improved. Boom! As soon as Qu Yang finished speaking, an extremely strong aura burst out from his body. At the same time, a beam of sword chi shot up into the sky. Boom! Lin Zui's and Qu Yang's sword chi met in the air and collided fiercely. An earth-shattering boom resounded, shaking the entire capital. The two sword chi formed a pillar of light at the point of collision, shooting straight into the sky and smashing the clouds into pieces. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital stared at the pillar of light in shock and horror. Even those who were further away from the imperial capital could see the pillar of light. Everyone was trying to guess what kind of existences were fighting. In the palace, Lu Ming looked on in shock. Was this the power of a sect master, the ruler of the Burning Sun Empire? It was indeed extremely terrifying, as deep as the ocean and unfathomable. They could kill ordinary martial arts grandmasters with a flick of their fingers. In that move just now, the two of them didn't really fight at all. It was just a clash of auras. If they really made a move, the imperial capital would be destroyed. Force, what a strong force. Both of their forces have definitely reached perfection. In fact, there's even a hint of intent in them. Lu Ming's mind was racing. After force reached perfection, one could use force as a foundation to comprehend intent. For example, fire intent, wind intent, and so on. Will was the true essence of heaven and earth, and it was incomparably powerful. Only by comprehending the intent could one step into the martial king realm. Lin Zui, then today I will kill you first. Qiu Huaying let out a long howl as his sword Qi soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Zui's long hair fluttered in the wind as she faced Qiu Huaying without backing down. Boom, boom. At this moment, two terrifying auras burst out one after another. They were not any weaker than Lin Zui and Qiu Huaying. It was the Scarlet Cloud Valley Master and the Sect Master of the Ghost Moon Saber Sect. Their auras combined with Lin Zui's and pressed down on Qiu Huaying. Qiu Huaying, do you really think that the Blazing Sun Empire belongs to your 10-direction sword sect? Don't go too far. The Valley Master said. The Crimson Cloud Valley and the Mystical Sword Sect had always been on good terms, so he was naturally on Lin Zui's side. The Sect Master of the Ghost Moon Saber Sect didn't say anything, but his attitude said it all. Chapter 255, The Battle of the Six Heroes. Translator, 549,690,339. Qiu Huaying's expression changed. The three Overlord-level characters working together made him feel extremely pressured. Lin Zui, what are you doing? Do you think the royal family will take you seriously if you attack Sect Master Qiu in the palace? Heaven Suppression King shouted. Many people looked down on him. Qiu Huaying was the one who didn't take the royal family seriously. He had humiliated the royal family like that, but the Heavenly Suppression King didn't say anything. But now he jumped out and used the name of the royal family to suppress Lin Zui and the others. How despicable and shameless. Good, very good. Lin Zui Ling Potion, let's wait and see. Qiu Huaying said good a few times. His eyes were extremely cold as he glanced at Lin Zui, the Valley Master, and the others. Finally, he looked at Hua Zhengxing and said, Hua Zhengxing, you take care. His voice was cold, and the threat was extremely obvious. With that, he waved his hand and stepped into the air, leaving first. The other people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect followed closely behind. Brother, you don't understand the bigger picture. The Hua family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. The Heavenly King glared at Hua Zhengxing in anger. General trend. The general trend is to make the entire Hua family submit to the Shifeng Sword School and become their slaves. Hua Zhengxing said as he looked at the Heavenly King mockingly. UFCK. The Heavenly King's expression turned ugly. He snorted heavily and left with Hua Jai and the others. However, before he left, the Heavenly King glanced at Lu Ming, making Lu Ming's hair stand on end. It was a blatant killing intent. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first. The Sect Master laughed and bade his farewells, leaving with the rest of the Heavenly Fiend Sect. Only 3 of the 5 great sects were left. The birthday banquet continued. However, regardless of whether it was Hua Zhengxing, Lin Zui, or the other 3 sect leaders, their faces were unusually serious. Today, Qiu Huaying had suddenly proposed to establish the Sun Alliance, and Heavenly Fiend Sect had even agreed to it. They guessed that the Heaven Fiend Sect had most likely joined forces with the 10 Direction Sword Sect. This was a major event, and the balance of power in the Burning Sun Empire was about to be broken. The Blazing Sun Empire was about to enter an eventful period. The atmosphere of the birthday banquet was very depressing. Not long after, the 3 major sects also took their leave. Not long after, Lu Ming also got up and left. Lu Ming, you've seen what happened today. The omnipresent sword sect is simply too ambitious and lawless. Hua Kai sent Lu Ming to the entrance of the palace and said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming patted Hua Kai's shoulder and returned to the General Star Hall without saying anything. After returning to the General Star's Hall, Lu Ming sat on his bed. His thoughts were in a mess and he could not calm down. Today's Emperor's birthday banquet allowed him to truly see the dark and turbulent situation in the Burning Sun Empire. He had a feeling that the Blazing Sun Empire was about to fall into chaos. In the near future, a terrifying storm would probably be brewing. He, on the other hand, was already deeply involved in the whirlpool because of his friends and family, and it was difficult for him to stay out of it. The only thing he could do now was to improve his strength as much as possible. Without strength, he would only be crushed into dust in this storm. He took a few deep breaths, adjusted his mood, and began to cultivate. Somewhere in the imperial capital, there was a group of extremely luxurious palaces, even more luxurious than the imperial palace. This was the residence of the 10-direction sword school in the imperial capital. In a large hall in the depths of the palace, Qiu Huayang sat at the head of the table. Below him were the golden-robed elders of the 10-direction sword sect. Bang! Qiu Huayang slammed the table and said with a gloomy face, "Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Ghost Moon Saber Sect. I knew that they wouldn't agree. A bunch of damn things. Sect leader, especially that Lin Zui, they have been targeting the sect leader at every turn. They even dared to fight with the sect. Leader, they are overestimating themselves." A golden-robed elder said. HMPH, Lin Zui, the mystical sword sect won't be arrogant for long. Qiu Huayang sneered. Qiu Huayang pondered for a moment and said, "It's time to let them know the strength of our 10-direction sword school. Pass down my order. Let the younger generation attack first. Let them know how weak their so-called geniuses are." Yes. The golden-robed elders acknowledged in unison. 3 days later, a piece of news swept through the entire imperial city like a storm. Guan Hong, one of the 6 heroes of the 10-direction sword sect, challenged Feng Wuji of the mystical sword sect and Ling Yanchai of the Crimson Cloud Valley. The location was at the highest peak of the imperial capital, the peak of Sunset Peak. Once the news spread, everyone went crazy. Other than the Shifeng Sword School, the other 4 major sects each had 1 member of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Only the 10-direction sword school had 2. One of them was Qiu Changkung, and the other was Guan Hong. Qiu Changkung, the leader of the 6 heroes, was incomparably powerful. There was no doubt that he was able to suppress the other 5. As for the other 5, they had never fought each other before, so no one knew who was stronger. Now was it finally time to fight. Countless people swarmed towards Setting Sun Peak, hoping to witness the battle between the 6 heroes. When Lu Ming ended his 3-day closed-door cultivation and walked out of his room, he saw Ming Feng rushing in. "Ming Feng, what's the rush?" Lu Ming asked. "Big brother Tianyun, let's go to Sunset Peak. The battle between the 6 heroes is about to begin. Guan Hong is challenging Feng Wuji and Ling Yanchai. My big brother and the others have already rushed over and told me to come and find you. If we don't go now, it will be too late." Ming Feng panted. A battle between the 6 heroes. Lu Ming was stunned, then his eyes lit up. He grabbed the bright peak and took a step forward. He was already 50 meters away, only one word was heard. "Let's go." Lu Ming grabbed Ming Feng and used the high flight step. He was as fast as the wind and rushed toward Setting Sun Peak. Sunset Peak was located in the western part of the imperial capital. When Lu Ming neared Sunset Peak, he saw a shocking scene. From all directions, countless silhouettes formed into long dragons that rushed towards Setting Sun Peak. There were so many people that it was impossible to distinguish them. Among them, there were even martial arts grandmaster powerhouses. Lu Ming followed the crowd and quickly approached Sunset Peak. Boom, boom. At this moment, a terrifying rumble was heard from the peak of Sunset Peak. The war has started. Guan Hong and Feng Wuji have started their war. Someone shouted, "Let's go and take a look." Buzz, buzz. One figure after another began to climb up Setting Sun Peak. Lu Ming held onto the bright peak as if it was weightless. He stepped on a piece of green grass and his figure shot forward for hundreds of meters, approaching the peak. Boom! On the mountaintop, the rumbling sounds continued. Lu Ming looked up and saw 2 figures charging at each other in the sky above the mountain. The sword chi was shocking, and the terrifying shock waves were surging outwards. A suffocating pressure filled the air. What powerful battle prowess! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With his eye of discernment, he could naturally tell that one of them was Feng Wuji of the mystical sword sect. The other man was tall and had a wild aura. The sword in his hand was an extremely wide giant sword. He must be Guan Hong. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he had reached the peak. At this moment, Guan Hong and Feng Wuji had already exchanged a few hundred moves. Feng Wuji, admit your defeat. Guan Hong let out a long cry and then slashed out a shocking sword light. Chapter 256, The Six Heroes Chain. Translator, 549,690,339. This sword seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Its power was so strong that it was shocking. Feng Wuji also let out a long howl and slashed out a shocking sword radiance. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves rumbled in the air. The space around them trembled violently under the sword chi. After that, Feng Wuji was forced back. His body trembled, and a trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Feng Wuji is injured. Feng Wuji has lost. And NBSP. Instantly, the area around Sunset Peak began to ring out with thunderous cries. Countless people were shouting in excitement. The other 5 of the Scorching Suns, 6 heroes, finally had a winner. Guan Hong defeated Feng Wuji. The Shifeng Sword School is too strong. Not only is Qiu Changkong suppressing everyone, even Guan Hong is so strong. The number 1 sect in the Burning Sun Empire is indeed worthy of its name. In the future, the 10 Direction Sword School will be even stronger. Many people sighed. Feng Wuji, you're only so-so. Guan Hong's figure was majestic as he stood in the air and said proudly. Feng Wuji's face turned dejected. He sighed and said, Guan Hong, I didn't expect your shi to be at the major accomplishment stage. My defeat is not an injustice. Feng Wuji, in my opinion, you are not qualified to be on the same level as me. The 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun shall be changed to 5 heroes from now on. Guan Hong smiled proudly. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed drastically, especially Feng Wuji's. Guan Hong's words were basically kicking Feng Wuji out of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun. If that was really the case, Feng Wuji wouldn't be the only one affected, but the entire mystical sword sect. The mystical sword sect's reputation would take a huge hit, and some geniuses might not even choose to join the mystical sword sect in the future. Guan Hong, you were just lucky to win against Brother Feng by 1 move. What are you so arrogant for? A loud roar came from the side. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and realized that there were a few people standing in the sky. Lu Ming was distracted by the battle between Feng Wuji and Guan Hong earlier and did not pay much attention to them. He only noticed them now. There were a total of 4 people. Lu Ming had seen 3 of them at the Emperor's birthday banquet. They were the other 3 of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Ling Yanchai of the Crimson Cloud Valley. He was the one who had spoken just now. There was also Shangyuan Yi of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and Zhuo Lion of the Heavenly Fiend sect. There was another person who was very young, only 23 or 24 years old. He was carrying a broad sword on his back and standing proudly. Guan Hong's eyes turned to Ling Yanchai. Guan Hong, this time you said you wanted to challenge me and Brother Feng. Now it's my turn. I won't take advantage of you. You can start meditating now. When you've recovered, we'll fight. Ling Yanchai continued. Ling Yanchai, who said I wanted to fight you. The one who is dealing with you is someone else. Guan Hong laughed coldly. Someone else? Ling Yanchai was stunned and could not help but look at Shangyuan Jai and Zhuo Lion. Ling Yanchai, you're looking at the wrong place. I'm the one fighting you. The young man with a sword on his back stepped forward and said arrogantly. You. Ling Yanchai was stunned. Everyone else in the audience was stunned. It was obvious that this young man was a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School, but almost no one knew him. The 10 Directions Sword sect actually wanted to let an unknown youth fight against Ling Yanchai. Was this arrogance or humiliation? Ha ha ha, Guan Hong, are you sure he has the right to fight me? Ling Yanchai's eyes were filled with anger. We'll know whether you're qualified or not after the battle. Guan Hong sneered. The 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun will be replaced from now on. The young man said arrogantly. Haha kid, you're very confident, aren't you? Ling Yanchai was so angry that he laughed. It's not confidence, it's strength. Remember, the one who defeated you is Qiu Changli. The young man let out a long cry and his aura burst out. The combat sword on his back automatically unsheathed, and he flew into the sky, slashing at Ling Yanchai. This sword caused the heavens and earth to shake. It was terrifying. In an instant, the expressions of most of the people present changed, and they were extremely shocked. This was because this sword was too powerful. In the sky, Ling Yanchai's expression became extremely serious. His body emitted heat waves. A battle spear appeared in his hand. With a wave of the spear, a giant flaming eagle formed and attacked Qiu Changli. Boom! With a loud boom, Ling Yanchai and Qiu Changli were forced back. Then, they roared in anger and started to fight again. He's too strong. Who exactly is this Qiu Changli? Before, he was unknown, but his battle strength was so strong that he could actually fight with Ling Yanchai. I'm afraid he's a genius, secretly trained by the 10 Direction Sword School. On Sunset Peak, countless people were watching the battle in the sky and discussing it. In the sky, Feng Wuji, Shang Yuanyi and the others also had a serious expression on their faces. On the other hand, Guan Hong's lips curled into a cold smile. Boom, boom. The explosions continued, and in the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Bang! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, a figure flew back. It was Ling Yanchai. The entire place fell silent. Could it be that Ling Yanchai had lost? Buzz! Ling Yan's red hind legs moved 1,000 meters before he stopped. He stood still in the void, unmoving. All of a sudden, Ling Yanchai's body trembled, and an arrow of blood shot out from his chest. At this moment, everyone saw that there was a long sword wound on Ling Yanchai's chest. He had lost. Ling Yanchai had lost. He had lost at the hands of an unknown youth from the 10 Direction Sword Sect. The setting sun peak was in an uproar. This news was like a whirlwind, spreading from the setting sun peak to the entire imperial city. The 10 Direction Sword Sect was too strong. First, it was Guan Hong who defeated Feng Wuji. Then, a young man emerged and defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanchai. It was too shocking. From now on, the structure of the younger generation of the Scorching Sun sect would undergo a substantial change. Were they excluding Feng Wuji and Ling Yanchai, or should he add another person? No matter what, the reputation of the 10 Direction Sword School would reach its peak. In the sky, Ling Yanchai's body trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. I told you to remember that the one who defeated you was Qiu Changli. Qiu Changli laughed arrogantly. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of disdain. Brother Ling, are you all right? Feng Wuji appeared beside Ling Yan's naked body and injected a stream of true qi into him. I'm fine. Ling Yanchai smiled sadly. Feng Wuji sighed. Today, he and Ling Yanchai were completely defeated. It was conceivable that in the future, the reputation of the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley would fall while the 10 Directions sword sect would rise even more. Wonderful, wonderful. The heroes of the 10 Directions sword school are really admirable. Zhuo Lion from Heavenly Fiend sect clapped his hands and walked out. He then looked at Shang Yuan and said, Brother Shang Yuan, since you're here today, why don't we have a fight? Let's fight. Shang Yuan was very direct as he stared at Zhuo Lion. The crowd was extremely excited. Another 2 of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun were about to battle. Boom! Without any warning, Shang Yuan and Zhuo Lion started fighting. The 2 of them were engaged in an intense battle. Ming Feng, you stay here. I'll be leaving first. Lu Ming said to Ming Feng. Ah, big brother Tianyun, the battle isn't over yet. Ming Feng was extremely surprised. Chapter 257, The Challenge from the 10 Direction Sword School. Translator, 549,690,339. You can continue reading. Lu Ming smiled. He then moved and headed down Setting Sun Peak. He had not come to see the outcome of the battle between the 6 heroes, but to see their strength. Now, he had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, so there was no need to continue watching. He didn't care who won or lost among the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Lu Ming moved like a gust of wind and returned to the dormitory very quickly. He sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. The scene of the battle between the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun appeared in his mind. He already had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 heroes. Feng Wuji, Ling Yanchai, Guan Hong, Qiu Changli, and the others were all at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. However, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. They were at least at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. One had to know that he was a martial arts grandmaster. The higher one's martial arts realm was, the harder it was to fight across realms. In the martial arts grandmaster realm, to be able to fight across one level was already considered a peerless genius, let alone 2 levels. As for Guan Hong and Qiu Changli, the only reason they were able to win was because they were stronger in both momentum and martial arts. The Scorching Sun's 6 heroes indeed live up to their names. They're only in their 20s, but many grandmasters of the older generation are no match for them. Lu Ming secretly thought. However, Lu Ming was not dejected. Instead, there was a burning flame in his eyes. Although the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun were strong, he was confident that he would catch up to them and even surpass them in no time. After some thought, Lu Ming left the General Star Hall and went to the Treasure Pavilion again. He spent the last 400,000 spiritual crystals on 100 Class 9 LV3 demonic cores. After buying the demonic pill, Lu Ming headed straight into the Divine Wind Valley. The tough training continued. Every day, Lu Ming had gained something. Be it his cultivation, martial arts techniques, or controlling force, he had improved. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming had refined all 100 demonic cores. He finally walked out of the Holy Wind Valley. He returned to the dormitory, but did not walk in. Instead, he walked towards Ming Feng's dormitory. He wanted to find Ming Feng to inquire about the situation in the imperial capital in the past month. He had a premonition that the imperial capital would not be peaceful this month. There would definitely be many things happening. When he arrived at Ming Feng's dormitory, he realized that Ming Feng was not there. Could it be at Ming City? Lu Ming had an idea. He walked toward Ming City's dormitory. Now, Ming City had long replaced the position of the top 10 masters of the Beichai Outer Hall. They lived in a courtyard. When he arrived at Ming Cheng's dormitory, he found Ming Feng and Ming Zhu there. They were sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard and chatting. "Big brother Tianian, you've come out of your seclusion," Ming Feng said with a smile when he saw Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, others say that I'm a martial arts fanatic, but I think that you're the real one. How can you still cultivate in seclusion at this time?" Ming Cheng laughed. "Oh, why can't I go into seclusion in peace? Has something major happened in the imperial capital during this period of time?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. "Of course. During this period of time, the imperial city has been in a state of turmoil." Ming Cheng said, "A month ago, the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes fought. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanchai were defeated, while Shang Yuanyi and Zhu Lion fought for 1,000 moves, but neither of them won. However, this matter did not stop there. A few days later, the gold-rank disciples of the various sects fought again. It was extremely intense, but the 10-direction sword school was extremely powerful. In the battle between the gold-rank disciples, the 10-direction sword school had the upper hand. About 10 days ago, the omnipresent sword school sent a 9th-grade great martial master to challenge the mystical sword school, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and the General Star Hall. The General Star Hall was the first to suffer a crushing defeat. The strongest group of people in the inner hall were defeated by a disciple of the omnipresent sword school. After that, the Crimson Cloud Valley and the mystical sword sect also suffered a crushing defeat. The disciples sent by the omnipresent sword sect were too strong. They were invincible in the realm of the great martial master. The disciples on the silver ranking of the mystical sword sect were almost completely defeated. Ming Cheng roughly explained the matter. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Many things had happened in the imperial capital in the past month. In the past month, the 10-direction sword sect's reputation has been at its peak, while the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley's reputation has declined sharply. The royal family has been suppressed even more. It is said that the mystical sword sect has already mobilized the geniuses with special bloodlines from the Killing Yard to compete with the geniuses from the 10-direction sword sect. Ming Cheng said, Big Brother, one of the 9th grade Grandmaster realm geniuses from the Omnidirectional Sword School, has a special bloodline. If the Mystical Sword School or the Crimson Cloud Valley's geniuses with special bloodlines arrive, we might be able to fight them. Mingju's eyes sparkled as she spoke. It's hard to say. I heard that some of the strongest great martial masters in the 10 Direction Sword School haven't even made a move yet. Ming Cheng said. It can't be. Ming Cheng and Ming Feng were tongue-tied. Ming Cheng, brother Ming Cheng, something big has happened. Suddenly, a young man rushed in. Qi Yuan, what happened? Ming Cheng asked the young man. I heard that the geniuses with special bloodlines from the mystical sword sect have arrived, and the disciples from the 10 Directions sword sect have already come to challenge them. The young man said. What, that's fast, let's go and take a look. Ming Cheng called out. He then looked at Lu Ming. Brother Tianian, do you want to come along? Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he nodded. Together with Ming Cheng and the rest, they rushed towards the mystical sword sect's residence in the Imperial City. When they arrived, they noticed that the entrance of the mystical sword sect's mansion was already surrounded by people. At the very front, there were more than 10 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. A disciple from the 10 Directions sword sect stood at the entrance of the mystical sword sect's residence and shouted arrogantly, Mystical sword sect trash, get the hell out here. What special bloodline genius? I'm guessing they're just a bunch of trash. Ha ha ha. The other disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect laughed out loud. They were filled with contempt. The few men guarding the gate of the mystical sword sect were ashen-faced. Trash from the mystical sword sect, get out here. Are you trying to be a coward? The young man at the front continued to call out. Tianian, this young man's name is Wu Kui. He's extremely powerful, and he's been able to defeat almost all the Grandmaster martial artists of the mystical sword sect by himself. Ming Cheng whispered to Lu Ming. Squeak. At this moment, the gate of the mystical sword sect's residence opened, and a few young men and women walked out. There were a total of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. All of them had threatening auras, and one could tell at a glance that they were dragons among men. HMPH, Wu Kui, don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated the trash from the 4 great halls. It's your biggest mistake to compare us with them. A young man carrying a battle axe walked out and said in a cold and arrogant manner. Lu Ming could not help but purse his lips. The people of Qilin Hall were all the same. No matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, they all had a high and mighty appearance. Of course, QUA was an exception, Lu Ming added in his heart. There are different levels of special bloodlines. Some special bloodlines are trash. In my opinion, you guys are no different from those trash. Wu Kui laughed in disdain. You're looking for deaths. The young man from the mystical sword sect, who was carrying a battle axe on his back, roared in anger. Genuine qi gushed out, and the battle axe on his back flew out automatically into the young man's hand. Chapter 258, his head was crushed flat. Translator, 549,690,339. The young man from the mystical sword sect shouted as he swung his battle axe down. The battle axe carried a terrifying aura. Obviously, these geniuses standing at the peak of the great martial master realm had all comprehended force, and their mastery wasn't weak. Small tricks. Wu Kui sneered and threw a punch. A terrifying fist force hit the battle axe. Thump! With a loud bang, the young man with the battle axe retreated slightly. Damn it, explode! The battle axe young man roared as an ancient battle axe floated above his head. On the battle axe, there were 6 blood-red chakras. This was his special bloodline. The battle axe shook and merged with the young man, causing his aura to soar. Sky-splitting slash. The young man let out a long howl and struck out with his axe. This axe could split mountains and split the sky. It was twice as powerful as the previous one. Buzz! At that moment, Wu Kui's body flashed with a blood-red light. Then, a vast mountain appeared above his head. The mountain was ancient, like the ancient and wild Devil Mountain. Wu Kui's bloodline was like a mountain. Without a doubt, it was a special bloodline. It's amazing. Wu Qiui's bloodline is like a mountain. I've never seen him use it before. Someone shouted. Prison-suppressing devil mountain. Die, Wu Qiui roared and punched out. The terrifying fist force turned into a vast demonic mountain and pressed down on the battle-axe young man. Split it open. The young man with the battle-axe shouted as his battle-axe chopped down on the mountain. Boom! With a violent tremor, the mountain was not split open. Instead, the young man with the battle-axe trembled violently. His body was pressed down by the heavy mountain and smashed onto the ground. With a blood-curdling screech, the young man with the battle-axe was crushed into a meat paste by the mountain. A genius with a special bloodline was killed just like that. HMPH, a special bloodline contains ancient secrets. Only by comprehending mysterious secret skills and divine abilities from it can the power of the special bloodline be fully exerted. What's the use of a trash who can only use his unique bloodline to comprehend force and cultivate martial techniques in this world? Wu Qiui's mocking voice was heard. The remaining young men from the mystical sword sect had extremely unsightly expressions. Now, who's going to go up? Wu Qiui looked at the remaining people. At the martial grandmaster realm, the duration of the bloodline explosion had been increased to an astonishing 10 minutes, and he could already last for a long time in battle. The remaining people from the mystical sword sect looked at each other with grave expressions. For a moment, no one appeared. What's wrong? You don't dare to fight? You're a bunch of trash. Is this the strength of the mystical sword sect? What a disappointment. Let me tell you, there are 5 people stronger than me in the 10-direction sword school. Wu Qiui sneered. What? There were 5 more. It's impossible. Someone shouted. Wu Qiui's words shocked everyone. Initially, everyone thought that with Wu Qiui's strength, he would definitely be one of the top few in the 10-direction sword sect. He might even be the strongest person in the 10-direction sword sect at the great martial master realm. However, Wu Qiui actually said that there were 5 people from the 10-direction sword school who were stronger than him. How was this possible? If it was true, it was too terrifying, right? Your mystical sword sect can't even defeat me, the 6th-rank sect. In my opinion, you should just withdraw from the 5 major sects. Wu Qiui continued to mock. Damn it, I'll fight you. A young man with a sword on his back walked out of the 3 remaining people from the mystical sword sect. There was nothing much to say. A huge battle immediately broke out. Unfortunately, Wu Qiui was too powerful. The bloodline of the young man carrying a combat sword was an ancient combat sword. He was even stronger than the young man with the battle-axe, but he was still no match for Wu Qiui. After more than 30 moves, the young man with a sword on his back was forced to cough up blood by Wu Qiui's mountain. If he was not strong enough, he would have been crushed into a pulp. The mystical sword sect had lost another person. Ha, who else is there? Hurry up and come up for a fight. Wu Qiui laughed arrogantly. The remaining 2 people from the mystical sword sect had extremely unsightly expressions. They were not as powerful as the young man with the sword. If they went up, they would only be humiliating themselves and might even lose their lives. However, they were already the strongest among the great martial masters in the mystical sword sect. Who else is coming up? Don't they even dare to fight? What a bunch of trash. Wu Qiui laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming looked on coldly. He had no intention of making a move. What did the loss of the mystical sword sect have to do with him? He had no interest in making a move. In the sky, Lin Zui and a few golden-robed elders stood among the clouds. They looked down with gloomy faces. I didn't expect the 10-direction sword school to secretly cultivate so many peerless geniuses over the years. Wu Qiui has already comprehended some secret skills from his bloodline. Ordinary special bloodlines are no match for him at all. A gold-robed elder sighed. It's a pity that Duanmu Lin has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. If he was still in the martial grandmaster realm, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Another golden-robed elder said. After that, they all fell silent. Now that their defeat was set in stone, what they had to think about was how to reduce the impact as much as possible. Junior brother Wu Qiui, it seems like they don't have the guts to fight anymore. Sigh, how disappointing. I thought I'd have a decent opponent today. Another disciple, from the 10 Directions Sword School sighed. The mystical sword sect better withdraw from the ranks of the 5 great sects as soon as possible, so as not to embarrass yourself. Ha ha. Wu Kui laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming smiled and shook his head. He was about to walk out. Tianyun, is that you? Stop right there. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Lu Ming was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. A disciple from the omnipresent sword sect glared at Lu Ming with a sinister expression, gritting his teeth. It was obvious that this disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School had seen him before and recognized him. Beside Lu Ming, the others were shocked and could not help but step back. Only the 3 Ming siblings were left around Lu Ming. He's Tianyun. Wu Kui's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. Yes, this person is Tianyun. He has repeatedly opposed our 10 Directions sword sect. He deserves to die 10,000 times. The young man who had recognized Lu Ming said with a murderous intent. During this period of time, other senior brothers went to look for him, but he was like a turtle hiding in its shell. Today, I finally saw him. The young man added. Hide. Lu Ming was speechless. He was only cultivating in seclusion. When did he hide? That's good, then I'll settle it conveniently. Wu Kui smiled coldly and walked toward Lu Ming. He glared at Lu Ming and said, You're Tianyun. You should know that the crime you've committed is unforgivable. How about this? I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. This way, I can make the decision and leave your corpse intact. Wu Kui put his hands behind his back and put on an arrogant expression. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This brother felt too good about himself. He wanted him to commit suicide. Is your brain broken, or did your mother's father accidentally flatten your head? Lu Ming stared at Wu Kui and said word by word. Pacha. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 259, Let's Attack Together. Translator, 549,690,339. Actually, they did not want to laugh. However, Lu Ming's words really made them unable to hold back. Especially Ming Feng, he laughed until tears flowed out. Even the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School couldn't help but laugh. Wu Kui's face turned the color of a pig's liver and his eyes turned red. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Bastard, die. Boom! Wu Kui threw a punch at Lu Ming. The force of his fist condensed into a mountain, and it was extremely powerful. Lu Ming sneered. He did not back down and threw a punch as well. Bang! Lu Ming's fist smashed into the mountain that Wu Kui had sent out. A shocking scene unfolded. The mountain rumbled and exploded under Lu Ming's fist. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Kui retreated 7 to 8 steps, and his fist was trembling nonstop. The people around them gasped. How was it possible that Lu Ming had managed to force Wu Kui back with one punch? The strength that Wu Kui had just displayed was shocking. He suppressed many of the mystical sword sex experts and was practically an invincible existence in the martial grandmaster realm. Yet, he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's punch. A few months ago, Lu Ming had displayed extremely powerful combat abilities at the Di Tian battle arena. He had been able to cross 2 levels and obtain 10 consecutive victories, which was extremely terrifying. However, he was only a 6th grade Great Martial Master. As for Wu Kui, he was a peak 9th grade Great Martial Master and a peerless genius. Before this punch, no one had thought that Lu Ming could fight Wu Kui. However, the truth was beyond their expectations. Damn it! You're courting death, Wu Kui roared. His aura became even more terrifying, like an enraged lion. What are you shouting for? You're too weak. Don't there still have a few people stronger than you in the 10 Directions Sword School? I don't have that much time to play with you. If you want to attack, then hurry up and attack together. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other disciples of the omnidirectional sword school as he spoke indifferently. What? The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect were stunned. The surrounding audience was also stunned. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the experts of the omnidirectional sword school. Was he crazy? In the sky, Lin Zui's eyes glowed as she stared at Lu Ming. This young man is quite strong, but he's underestimating the geniuses of the 10 Direction Sword School. A gold-robed elder shook his head and said, I'm not looking down on the geniuses of the 10 Direction Sword School. It's just that this young man is confident. Lin Zui said, You have the confidence. Did the sect leader mean that this little guy could challenge all the experts of the 10 Direction Sword School and win? How was this possible? Even Qiu Changkong wasn't this strong when he was a martial grandmaster. The golden-robed elder said, We haven't fought yet, who knows? Lin Zui revealed a faint smile. The other gold-robed elders were bewildered. Arrogant, too arrogant. He's looking for death. Kill him. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School roared. Tianyun, since you're so confident, don't blame us for winning with numbers. Let's attack together. A heroic-looking young man said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared beside Lu Ming, forming a triangle with Wu Qi. Boom! Then a shocking aura burst out from the young man's body. Then, a bloodline in the shape of a saber appeared. Without a doubt, it was also a special bloodline. As soon as the bloodline was released, a shocking saber radiance shot into the sky. Its aura was even more terrifying than Wu Qi's. Buzz, buzz. Then, with a flash, 4 more figures appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding him. The 4 of them all had bloodlines floating above their heads. 2 of them had special bloodlines, while the other 2 didn't have special bloodlines, but they were still extremely powerful. Every single one of them had a terrifyingly powerful aura. Each one of them was stronger than Wu Qi. The faces of the mystical sword sect geniuses with special bloodlines were pale, and their eyes were filled with dejection. The surrounding onlookers also widened their eyes in shock. When Wu Qi said that there were 5 people in the 10 Direction Sword sect who were stronger than him, many people did not believe him and thought that he was trying to elevate the 10 Direction Sword sect. However, they now knew that Wu Qi was telling the truth. The 10 Direction Sword sect really had 5 geniuses who were stronger than Wu Qi. This was too shocking. Countless people were shocked by the power of the 10 Direction Sword School. One of such geniuses is enough to sweep away geniuses of the same level, let alone 6. Tianyun is finished. He will definitely die here today. What a pity for a genius. Given time, he will definitely not be any weaker than the 6 heroes. Everyone sighed. Do it. At this moment, the 6 peerless geniuses attacked together. Boom, boom. 6 different attacks were launched at Lu Ming from different directions. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Every single one of them had the power of a one-stage martial ancestor realm. The Martial Grandmaster and the Martial Grandmaster were 2 completely different realms. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Very few people in the Great Martial Master realm had the combat power to fight against a one-dan martial ancestor realm. Right now, the 6 people from the 10 Direction Sword School were almost at the one-stage martial arts Grandmaster realm. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Wind fire. Lu Ming said softly. He clenched his right hand in the air and a long spear was formed. Wind and fire were integrated into the long spear. Boom! Following that, Lu Ming bent his legs slightly and exerted all his strength. The ground under his feet exploded and a huge hole appeared. The floor cracked like a spider web. Lu Ming's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. He thrust the long spear upwards, making a terrifying whistling sound. Boom! Lu Ming's spear created a huge hole in the joint attack of the 6 of them. Lu Ming soared straight up into the sky. Charge and surround him. A genius from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. Then, 6 figures shot up from the ground and flew hundreds of meters into the air. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming muttered and struck his palm down. Who? The spirit chi between heaven and earth surged wildly and gathered towards Lu Ming. A huge palm print appeared in the air. The lines on the palm were clear as if it was real. The huge palm print slammed down. The air exploded wherever the palm print passed. It was extremely terrifying. Not good, let's join forces to resist. The expressions of the 6 people from the 10 Directions Sword School changed drastically, and they let out a horrified roar. The 6 of them used all their strength, and suddenly, 6 terrifying attacks gathered together and blasted toward the huge palm print. Suppress! Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he shouted. Boom! The palm print collided with the attacks of the 6 people, and the force swept out, forming a terrible shock wave that rushed in all directions. Not good. Below, the crowd's expressions changed drastically, and they scattered in all directions. Bang, bang. The ground was swept up by the force, and huge pits were blasted out. Bang! Then, with a deafening sound, the combined attack of the 6 people from the 10 Directions sword school was shattered by the palm print. The palm print didn't stop and continued to press down. How did this happen? Wu Qi roared. The 6 geniuses from the 10 Directions sword school wanted to escape, but they were already enveloped by the human Dao palm, so it was difficult for them to escape. Chapter 260. Chapter 260, Killing at the Door. Translator. 549,690,339. Boom! With a deafening boom, the 6 geniuses of the 10 Directions sword school were directly smashed to the ground by the huge palm print. They heavily hit the ground, creating 6 large pits and sending smoke and dust into the air. In the distance, countless people watched this scene in a daze. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. They even forgot to breathe. They could only stare with wide eyes as if they wanted to engrave this scene in their hearts forever. It was simply too shocking. Any one of the 6 peerless geniuses of the 10 Directions sword school could defeat almost all the great martial masters in the Burning Sun Empire. However, the 6 of them had joined forces, but were defeated by Lu Ming with 1 palm. Even a fool could see the difference. The remaining 3 mystical sword sect geniuses with special bloodlines stared at Lu Ming in disbelief, as if they could not believe that such a genius existed in the world. Then, the dejection in their eyes deepened. Before they came to the imperial city, they were proud and arrogant, high and mighty. They thought that they had special bloodlines, that they were the darlings of heaven and earth, and looked down on martial artists with ordinary bloodlines. They believed that there was no one stronger than them in a battle of the same level. However, not long after he arrived at the imperial capital, he received a fatal blow. They were no match for Wu Qi, who had defeated them all. However, such an opponent whom they looked up to, and 5 geniuses, who were more powerful than Wu Qi, had been defeated by Lu Ming in 1 move. This simply subverted their understanding of the world. The blow to them was too great. In the past, we dominated the mystical sword sect and thought that we were invincible. It turns out that we've been sitting on the fence all this time. The only woman among the 3 sighed softly. The other 2's eyes flickered, and then they sighed. There would always be someone better, and there would always be someone better. They only truly understood this truth today. In the sky, Lin Zui and the few gold-robed elders were also dumbfounded. Amazing, truly amazing. The General Stars Hall actually has such a genius. Looking at his age, he should be in his 20s, right? A gold-robed elder sighed with envy. In fact, Lu Ming's actual age was not even 18 years old. He only looked like he was in his 20s because he was wearing a disguise or mask. The second level of the earth-level palm technique, the force of fire is at the advanced level, the force of wind is at the initial level, and his Zhen Qi is extremely strong. Genius, a real genius. Lin Zui's eyes sparkled. Even though he had thought highly of Lu Ming, he was still sighing. Big Brother Tianyun is mighty. Big Brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Feng reacted and shouted in excitement. When the dust settled, everyone saw 6 big pits on the ground. The 6 geniuses from the 10 Directions sword school were lying in the pits, motionless and covered in blood. Although he was still breathing and not dead, many of his bones had been broken. Without a month or 2 of recuperation, he would not be able to recover. What genius, you're nothing more than this. Lu Ming glanced at Wu Qi and the rest indifferently. Wu Qi and the others were so angry that they almost spat out another mouthful of blood. If they weren't so badly injured, they would have shouted out loud. He was angry and regretful. During this period of time, they had swept across the mystical sword sect, boosted the morale of many geniuses from the Star Temple and the Crimson Cloud Valley, and pushed the reputation of the 10-Direction sword sect to the peak. But now, the 6 of them were defeated by Lu Ming with one palm. It would be a joke if this news spread. It would definitely be a huge blow to the reputation of the omnidirectional sword school. All their hard work during this period of time had been reduced to nothing by Lu Ming's palm. Haha, good. In the sky, a golden-robed elder laughed. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Wu Qi and the rest. He did not attack again and turned to leave in big strides. Ming Cheng and the others quickly followed. Countless gazes followed Lu Ming's movements, watching his back as he left. It was a proud, determined, and unyielding back. In the sky, Lin Zui looked at Lu Ming's back and was shocked. In his eyes, the back of Tianyuan and the back of another young man were extremely similar. Lu Ming. Lin Zui muttered, her eyes shining. After a long time, she sighed. This long sigh contained a trace of regret. Perhaps I made the wrong choice, Lin Zui sighed in her heart. General Star's Hall, Lu Ming's room. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed. I'm very close to the 9th grade Grandmaster realm now. I need to break through as soon as possible so that I can refine the blood refinement pill and improve the foundation of my second bloodline. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Before the Emperor's birthday, Lu Ming would be in seclusion in the Earth Cave for 3 months. A month ago, he had refined 100 demonic cores, and his cultivation had reached the peak 7th grade Great Master realm. In the next 2 months, he successfully broke through and reached the 8th grade Great Martial Master realm. In the past month, he had refined another 109th grade 3rd level demonic cores, and his cultivation had successfully entered the peak of 8th grade Great Martial Master. With his current cultivation base, the 3-path palm that had already reached the 2nd level, and the force of fire that had broken through to the phenomenal success stage, it was normal for him to defeat Wu Qi and the others with one palm. He did not care about defeating Wu Qi and the others at all. In his opinion, it was an insignificant matter. His current goal was to break through to the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm as soon as possible, and then attempt to break through to the Martial Ancestor realm. Lu Ming immediately began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. That was because he felt a terrifying killing intent engulfing him. At the same time, he felt a sense of extreme danger, causing his heart to tremble and his hair to stand on end. Not good. There was no time to think. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared into the sky and rushed to the ceiling. Buzz! At this moment, a terrifying air-piercing sound was heard. 100-meter-long, extremely bright sword light slashed toward Lu Ming's dormitory. Boom! Lu Ming's dormitory, as well as the other rooms in front, back, up, down, and above, suddenly exploded. Broken stones and wood shavings flew in all directions. The entire building was split in half. Buzz! Lu Ming soared into the sky from the broken pieces of wood. Tianyuan die. Die, Lu Ming saw 2 young men in the sky. Buzz! One of the yellow-robed young men swung his sword, and another terrifying sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably fast, and it arrived in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Ancient shield. Lu Ming growled. In front of him, 4 ancient shields were formed. The 4 shields were stacked in front of Lu Ming. Boom! The sword light struck the shield, causing it to shake violently. Then, the first shield exploded, followed by the second, the third. In just a breath's time, the 4 shields were all shattered. However, within a breath's time, Lu Ming's blood meridian erupted and a powerful devouring force spread throughout his body. At the same time, he retreated frantically and took out the demon-subduing spear to block in front of him. Clang! The sword gleam slashed at the demon-subduing spear. Lu Ming's entire body trembled as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body was like a cannonball as he crashed to the ground. Chapter 262, Father's Whereabouts. Translator, 549,690,339. Looking at the sky, Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Martial Arts Grandmaster, Martial Arts Grandmaster. I have to break through to the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Right now, I seem to be invincible among the great martial masters, but it's still not enough when I encounter a strong martial arts grandmaster. The day I break through to Wuzong will be the day you die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Hurry up and rescue the injured and clean up the dormitory. The elder of the General Star Hall instructed his men. On the side, Hua Kai's eyes were filled with intense killing intent and unwillingness. He had been attacked in public, destroyed a few buildings, killed more than a dozen students, and injured many more. As for the people he had brought, they clearly had the ability to make the other party stay, but they could only watch helplessly as the murderer left. This humiliation made Hua Kai's entire body tremble. After a long while, Hua Kai took a deep breath and walked to Lu Ming's side. Tianian, are your injuries all right? I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Although his injuries were not light, they did not hurt his core. It would not take long for him to recover. I really didn't expect that the 10 Direction Sword School would dare to kill people in the General Stars Hall so openly. They're getting more and more lawless. In the past, they would have some scruples. Hua Kai said, "This time, I have to thank you." Lu Ming said, "Why are you thanking me? Lu Ming, I have something to discuss with you today. I didn't expect to encounter what happened just now." "Oh, what's the matter?" Lu Ming asked. "It's about your father," Hua Kai said softly. "My father." Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes shone with hope and he said in a trembling voice, "Don't tell me you're afraid." Hua Kai nodded and said, "Let's talk on the side." And NBSP. The two of them walked to a place where no one was. "Lu Ming, I've found out about your father." Hua Kai said, "Where is my father? Is he in the imperial capital?" Lu Ming asked in a trembling voice. Hua Kai shook his head. He was originally in the imperial capital. He was imprisoned by the people of the 10 Directions Sword Sect in an extremely secretive place in the northern part of the imperial capital. However, 7 days ago, a group of unknown people suddenly attacked that secret place. Your father has already been kidnapped by that group of people. What? They were taken away by a group of unknown people. Do you know why that group of people kidnapped my father? Lu Ming was shocked. Hua Kai Yao shook her head. I don't know about this. However, we've already found out that those people are rushing to the Forsaken Desolation, and the people from the omnipresent sword sect are pursuing them with all their might. Lonely Wasteland, I'm going to save my father immediately. Lu Ming revealed an anxious look. Wait a minute, Lu Ming, don't be anxious. Don't forget that the disciples of the omnipresent sword school are still waiting for you outside. Hua Kai called out. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. Yes, he had to deal with the 2 disciples of the omnipresent sword school first before he could go to the Forsaken Land. Lu Ming, I'll find a way to lure the 2 disciples of the omnipresent sword school away. Also, my father has already sent 4 experts to the Forsaken Land in secret. At this point, a sword-shaped jade tablet appeared in Hua Kai's hand. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, "This is a 10,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman. The 4 experts sent by my father also have one. You can use it to send a message to them when you reach the desolate wilderness. You will be able to receive the other party's information within 10,000 miles. Hua Kai, many thanks. Lu Ming took it and thanked him sincerely. Hua Kai had really helped him a lot. I've already said that you don't need to thank me. Be careful on your way. Hua Kai said. Lu Ming nodded and smiled. Let's have a drink and chat when I'm back. All right, I'll go and draw away the 2 from the 10 Direction Sword School. Hua Kai nodded and left the General Star Hall with the 2 elders. About half an hour later, Hua Kai's figure appeared. He said, Lu Ming, you can leave now. Lu Ming nodded. He took out a black robe and put on a bamboo hat. He moved and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming left the General Star Hall and headed north along some side streets. After passing through 7 or 8 streets, he did not find any disciples from the 10 Directions Sword Sect. Stop! Just as Lu Ming let his guard down, a delicate voice was heard. Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A beautiful figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Thank you, Zai Nianking. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He looked at the person in front of him, dumbfounded. The young girl in front of him was extremely pretty. She was wearing a short skirt, revealing a pair of slender, fair, and tender legs. She was staring at Lu Ming with her big eyes. Who else could it be but Zai Nianking? He had never expected to meet Zai Nianking here. Why did Zai Nianking stop him? He had changed his appearance and was wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat, so Zai Nianking would not be able to recognize him. Cough, cough, young lady, may I know why you are blocking my way? Lu Ming coughed a few times and lowered his voice. He sounded like a burly man in his 30s. Lu Ming, why are you pretending? I've finally found you. Come, let's have a big fight. The corners of Zai Nianking's mouth lifted slightly as he said in disdain. Lu Ming was stunned. Zai Nianking really recognized him. How was that possible? Could he have revealed something? But he looked around and didn't reveal anything. However, why did Zai Nianking insist that he was Lu Ming? Lu Ming took off his bamboo hat and revealed his disguised face. Young lady, look, you've really got the wrong person. HMPH. Zai Nianking's lips curled up slightly and his disdain grew. Lu Ming, stop pretending. No matter how you disguise yourself, I can still recognize you. No matter how you disguise yourself, your smell will never change. It just so happens that my nose is special. As long as I've smelled someone's smell, I can recognize them even if they turn into ashes. This works too. Lu Ming was speechless. He had never thought of this. Ha ha ha, Miss Zai, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you for a long time and I miss you. Unfortunately, I have something urgent to attend to now. Please make way for me and we can talk another day. Lu Ming laughed and revealed his original voice. HMPH, Lu Ming, it's not easy to meet you. Don't even think about leaving. I've said it the last time that I'll trample you ruthlessly under my feet the next time I see you. Come on, fight me. Zai Nianking looked at Lu Ming unkindly. I said I'm not free right now. If I want to play, I'll play with you in the future. Lu Ming's voice sank. He was in a hurry to go to the Forsaken Land and had no time to fight with Zai Nianking. I don't care, don't even think about leaving today. Zai Nianking blocked Lu Ming's path arrogantly. Move, he shouted. Lu Ming shouted coldly and pushed his palm forward. A powerful true qi gushed out, trying to push Zai Nianking away. However, Zai Nianking's body moved slightly, and a powerful true qi surged out, canceling out Lu Ming's true qi. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He was a little surprised. After not seeing him for a while, Zai Nianking's cultivation had also reached an astonishing level. Chapter 263. The Great Battle in the Desolate Wasteland. Translator. 549,690,339. Zai Nianking was also a little surprised. Clearly, Lu Ming's ability was beyond her expectations. Good, you're quite strong. You'll be able to fight me. Zai Nianking's eyes lit up. You're crazy. I don't have time to accompany you. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He then soared into the sky and dashed into the distance at top speed. Don't even think about leaving. Zai Nianking shouted and kicked off with his legs. His body seemed to be weightless as he chased after Lu Ming at an incredible speed. He was not slower than Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming was shocked. He activated his mid-air steps to the maximum and walked in the air. In an instant, he was hundreds of meters away. Not long after, he left the imperial capital and headed northwest. Behind him, Zai Nianking followed closely. He could also walk in the air for a short time. This beach is really sick. Forget it, if you want to follow, then follow. Lu Ming was speechless. He let her follow him while he used his body movement technique and moved forward at top speed. The lonely wasteland was located at the northwest border of the Burning Sun Empire. It was a vast, dead wasteland that spanned 3 empires. It was the border of 3 empires. To the north was the Dark Moon Empire. To the northwest was the Blood Zhao Empire, a mid-tier empire. Empires were divided into low-tier empires, middle-tier empires, high-tier empires, and supreme-tier empires according to their strength. The Blazing Sun Empire and the Dark Moon Empire were both low-tier empires. Emperor Yun's 36 empires included 8 middle-tier empires, while the rest were all low-tier empires. A middle-tier empire was at least 10 times stronger than a low-tier empire. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him 4 to 5 days to reach the forsaken desolation land. After a day and a night, Lu Ming's essential qi was insufficient. He stopped to meditate to recover. Not far behind them, Zai Nianqing was also panting heavily. He stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. He's really persistent. Lu Ming was rather speechless. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's essential qi had fully recovered. He saw Zai Nianqing standing up. How about this? I really have something urgent to attend to. After I'm done with this, I'll have a fight with you. Lu Ming said. HMPH, who knows where you'll run off to when the time comes? You treated me like that in the past, and I said that I'll definitely trample you under my feet. I said that, and I'll definitely do it. Don't even think about running away, I'll follow you. When you're done with your business, I'll teach you a good lesson. Zai Nianqing said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming was speechless. This lady's temper was too strange, right? Forget it. If you want to follow, then follow. Lu Ming was speechless. Following that, Lu Ming continued on his way. Zai Nianqing followed him from the side. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and the desolate wilderness was already in sight. He stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. The desolate wasteland was extremely vast, like a giant beast lying in front. The two of them took a step forward and headed towards the desolate wilderness. Only after entering the forsaken land did he realize that it wasn't completely dead. He could see patches of trees and weeds. However, these trees and weeds didn't have leaves and looked lifeless. The surroundings were completely silent. Not even the chirping of insects or the chirping of birds could be heard. However, Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing did not dare to be careless. This was because the forsaken desolation was a well-known danger zone that contained great danger. Roar! At this moment, the two of them saw a huge black tiger running through the wild forest. The tiger's aura was powerful. It was a Class 2 LV3 demonic beast. And NBSB, hoo-hoo. At this moment, a black mist suddenly flew down from a leafless tree in front of the tiger. The black mist rolled towards the tiger and then flew away, disappearing into the tree. A tiger-shaped skeleton was left behind. Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing's scalps turned numb. They had seen clearly that the black mist that had flown out of the tree was a kind of tiny ants. However, there were too many of them, and they were terrifyingly powerful. The giant tiger, a Class 2 LV3 demonic beast, had turned into a skeleton before it could even scream. The desolate wilderness was indeed strange, so he had to be extra careful. The two of them continued to move forward, and there were no mishaps along the way. Soon, they were more than 300 miles deep. Buzz and NBSB, whoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In a flash, 8 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and the other man. The two of them froze and stopped. The 10 Direction Sword Sect is here on business. We're temporarily commandeering this area. Please go back. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, said. His tone was overbearing. Since when did the forsaken desolation land belong to the 10 Direction Sword School? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lu Ming sneered. If I say it's ours, then it's ours. Kid, don't be unreasonable. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold, and his body emitted a faint killing intent. Lu Ming was not wearing his bamboo hat at the moment. It was obvious that the people from the omnipresent sword sect had not seen Lu Ming before and did not recognize him. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the people from the omnipresent sword sect. The burly man in the lead had an extremely thick aura and was at the 1 Dan martial arts grandmaster realm. The other 7 were all 9th grade great martial masters. It was obvious that the 10 Direction sword sect had mobilized a large force to capture Lu Yunshin. All right, let's go. Suddenly, Lu Ming said and turned to leave. Zai Nianqing's eyes flickered. Without saying anything, he turned and left with Lu Ming. Behind him, the middle-aged man from the 10 Direction sword sect had a strong killing intent in his eyes. These two people are suspicious. I'd rather kill them wrongly than let them go. Kill them. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Kill. Immediately, the two ninth-grade Grandmaster Realm experts unsheathed their swords and charged at Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing. He was extremely fast and instantly appeared behind the two of them. The broad combat sword slashed down at their heads. However, Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing suddenly turned around. Lu Ming waved his hand and a long spear appeared. It pierced through the ninth-grade Grandmaster who was charging at him. With a snap of Zai Nianqing's fingers, the man's head flew high into the air and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He could tell that Zai Nianqing's cultivation had already reached ninth-grade Grandmaster Realm. It seemed that Zai Nianqing had some kind of fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have improved so quickly. It was because of his spirit-devouring bloodline that his cultivation base had skyrocketed. However, Zai Nianqing didn't have the spirit-devouring bloodline, yet his cultivation breakthrough was no slower than his. It was truly shocking. I knew you would do this. Lu Ming looked coldly at the remaining people from the omnipresent sword sect. In an instant, the two experts were killed, causing the middle-aged man and the others to be stunned. Then, they roared in anger, "You dare to kill the disciples of my 10-direction sword school? You're looking for death. Kill them." The middle-aged man exuded a terrifying aura as he pounced toward Lu Ming. The remaining 5 ninth-grade Grandmaster Realm martial artists charged at Zai Nianqing. First level of the martial ancestor realm, it's a good time to test my strength. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He shook his long spear and charged at his opponent. During this period of closed-door cultivation, he had gained a lot. His combat strength had increased rapidly, and he did not know what level he had reached. He had fought 2 times previously. The first time was against a peak 9th-grade Great Martial Master, and the second time was against 2 geniuses at the peak 2nd-grade Martial Grandmaster. The first time was too weak, and the second time was too strong. It was not a good test of Lu Ming's combat strength. This one-stage martial ancestor realm was just right. Chapter 264, Killing a First-Level Martial Ancestor Realm. Translator, 549,690,339. A mere great martial master dares to fight me. Die. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster sneered. In his opinion, Lu Ming was overestimating himself and was courting death. Buzz! The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster's combat sword was aimed at Lu Ming's head. He wanted to cut off Lu Ming's head with one strike. Buzz, whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and stabbed again. A bright spear gleam pierced forward. The spear radiance and the middle-aged martial arts grandmaster's sword clashed. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster's expression changed drastically in an instant. Boom! A wave of extremely sharp and powerful force blasted towards the middle-aged martial arts grandmaster. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. He slid back for dozens of meters in the forest, leaving a deep gully on the ground. How can a great martial master have such powerful strength? The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster roared in his heart. So this is your strength, it's not that great kill. Lu Ming lifted his gun and charged at the other party. The long spear thrust out, and beams of dazzling spear radiance burst out. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster tried his best, but he was still no match. After 6 moves, he was hit by Lu Ming's spear and flew out with a scream. Buzz! Lu Ming chased after him and smashed his long spear down from above. Bang! The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster screamed again. His body was smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. He lay in the pit and kept spitting out blood. He could not move. In a flash, Zai Nianqing appeared beside him. It was clear that she had already taken care of the 5 9th-grade Great Martial Master Realm warriors. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster lay in the crater and looked at the 2 young people with shock in his eyes. Where did this young man pop out from? He was too terrifying, and his combat strength was simply shocking. Could he be a genius from the Blood Zhao Empire? The middle-aged Wuzong thought. He had never heard of such a powerful great martial master in the Blazing Sun Empire. Unless it was a mid-tier empire like the Blood Zhao Empire, it would be normal to have such a genius. Tell me, what's the current situation of the person you're chasing? Where are they? Lu Ming stared at the middle-aged martial arts grandmaster coldly and asked. Could it be that you are also after the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? I'm telling you, Qiu Changkong of the 10 Direction Sword Sect is right in front of us. You're just a mere great martial master, and you want to interfere? You're really looking for death. The middle-aged Wuzong shouted angrily. The secret key to the martial emperor's treasure, Qiu Changkong is also in front. Lu Ming's expression changed. He looked a little solemn and doubtful. The leader of the 6 heroes, Qiu Changkong, was actually hunting down his father. And the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure, is it related to a martial emperor? At the thought of this, Lu Ming was shocked. Above the martial ancestor realm was the martial king realm. They were known as kings and were extremely powerful. It was still a question whether or not there was a martial king in the vast Blazing Sun Empire. Even the overlords like Lin Zui had not reached the martial king realm. However, there was a huge difference between a martial king and a martial emperor. No, there was an even greater difference. There was no way to compare. After the martial king realm, there were still 3 major realms of the spiritual god realm. Above the 3 spiritual god realms was the martial emperor realm. A martial emperor could shatter the heavens and earth with a snap of their fingers, causing the sun and moon to lose their light. They were the strongest experts in the divine wilderness continent, unrivaled at the peak. As for whether there was a higher realm after the martial emperor realm, there were legends, but they were just legends. Could the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure be related to the martial emperor? Lu Ming could not help but be shocked. Lu Ming did not notice that Zai Nianking's eyes glowed with surprise when he heard the key to the martial emperor's treasure. So I advise you to let me go quickly. I can hide what happened today. Otherwise, you will all end up in a miserable state. The middle-aged Wuzong threatened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he let out a shrill scream because Lu Ming had pierced his thigh with a spear. You talk too much nonsense. Tell me, where did you chase them to? Did you find the person you're chasing? Lu Ming asked coldly. The middle-aged Wuzong broke out in cold sweat and screamed, I'll tell you, please don't kill me. He knew that he had met a ruthless person today, so he could only admit defeat and beg for mercy. Speak, Lu Ming shouted coldly. If we keep going forward from here, it's the experts of the Dark Moon Empire who have kidnapped the people we're pursuing. Our people are about to catch up with them. The middle-aged Wuzong shouted. The Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming frowned, feeling that the situation was getting more and more complicated. He continued to ask, how many experts did you bring this time? Other than Qiu Changkong, there are a total of 7 people in the martial ancestor realm. Now, other than me, there are 6 more people and more than 100 martial artists in the martial grandmaster realm. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster answered honestly. I've said everything I need to say. I beg you to let me go. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. The middle-aged Wuzong begged. However, there was a flash of ferocity in the depths of his eyes. He secretly planned that as long as Lu Ming let him go, he would inform Qiu Changkong and let them die without a burial. Let you go. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With a flash of killing intent, he thrust his spear forward. Don't be scared. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster screamed. However, the next moment, his scream came to an abrupt end because his heart had been pierced and crushed by Lu Ming. I won't leave behind any hidden dangers. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, your combat strength is not bad. I'm looking forward to stepping on you even more. Zai Nianking sized Lu Ming up carefully, his eyes glowing with passion. Lu Ming shivered and quickly changed the topic. You don't want the spoils of war, but I want them. With that, Lu Ming fumbled around the bodies of the people from the omnidirectional sword sect. At the same time, he controlled his spirit-devouring bloodline and secretly devoured their blood essence. There was the blood essence of a first-level martial arts grandmaster here. Lu Ming did not want to miss it. After the battle just now, Lu Ming had a better understanding of his combat strength. It was equivalent to the peak of the first level of the martial ancestor realm. The middle-aged man was only in the early stage of the first level. Therefore, he was defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves due to his carelessness. However, such combat power was far from enough. Qiu Changkong was the leader of the 6 heroes. His combat strength was definitely terrifying, not to mention that there were other martial grandmasters present. It would be very difficult to save his father. He had to constantly improve his strength. Very quickly, Lu Ming had devoured all the blood essences of the 8 disciples of the omnidirectional sword school. 8 more storage rings appeared in his hands. Hey, you can't keep the storage ring for yourself. I want the storage ring of that martial arts grandmaster. Zai Nianqing shouted. On what basis? Lu Ming did not give it to her. No, I'm definitely taking it. Zai Nianqing gritted his teeth. All right, but I'm going to cultivate for a while. Help me guard. Lu Ming said. You can F***ck me. Zai Nianqing gritted his teeth and finally agreed. The two of them left the place and stopped in a valley more than 50 miles away. Lu Ming wanted to refine his blood essence and break through to the 9th grade Grandmaster realm. Zai Nianqing snorted coldly and stood guard at the entrance of the valley unwillingly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the True War Dragon technique. Booms, booms, boom. The blood essence of a first-level martial arts grandmaster was too rich. It was constantly being converted into thick energy. Lu Ming refined it and converted it into essential qi. Lu Ming began to break through to the next realm. Chapter 265. Chapter 265 2 Sides Fighting. Translator 549,690,339. About 2 hours later, a loud boom was heard from Lu Ming's body. A powerful aura burst out but was quickly retracted. 9th grade Great Master Realm Breakthrough. Not far away, Zai Nianqing's eyes widened in shock. He actually broke through just like that. To be honest, when she first saw Lu Ming, she was extremely shocked because Lu Ming's cultivation speed was too fast. Back in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral secret land, Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 grade lower than hers. He was only a 2nd grade grandmaster. It had only been half a year or so, and Lu Ming's cultivation had increased to a terrifying level. If not for her fortuitous encounter, she would have been overtaken by Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming had a breakthrough again. She did not know how amazing Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline was, and was naturally shocked. All right, let's go. Lu Ming smiled, got up and walked forward. Zai Nianqing's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, as if he wanted to see through him. The two of them headed towards the depths of the desolate wilderness. During this period, Lu Ming used the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman to send a voice transmission to the experts of the royal family. He received a response very quickly. However, Lu Ming did not meet up with the imperial family's experts. Instead, they split up. They were too big of a target when they gathered together. At this moment, in the depths of the desolate wilderness, in a certain wild forest, the light moved and a dozen figures in black robes appeared. There were a few old men and a few middle-aged men. Among them, there was only a young man in his 20s. However, the young man seemed to be the leader of the group. Damn it, the people from the 10 Directions sword sect are really persistent. They're like a dog that won't let go. A middle-aged man said unhappily. HMPH, if we didn't have this cripple with us, how could the 10 Direction sword school catch up to us? The other man with a scar on his face said coldly as he looked at the other man. This person had a head of messy hair that reached his waist. His face was covered with a beard that drooped to his chest. His hair and beard were like a bird's nest, and he had not washed them for a long time. He was casually wearing a worn-out shirt that was covered in blood. His eyes were empty, staring at the sky in a daze, and he didn't pay any attention to the man with the knife scar. Seeing this, the knife-scarred man's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he shouted in a low voice, Lu Yunxin, don't play the fool in front of us. Hand over the Martial Emperor's secret key and tell us the whereabouts of the Martial Emperor's treasure. Otherwise, I'll kill you with a single slash. This dirty and messy man was actually Lu Yunshin, Lu Ming's father, who had disappeared for more than 8 years. At this moment, Lu Yunshin's eyes flickered as if he had come back to his senses. He looked at the knife-scarred man with a disdainful expression and said, "All right, then quickly kill me." "You think I don't dare to? Damn it, when we return to the Yin Yue Empire, I'll make you suffer. Let's see if you'll say it or not." The knife-scarred man roared. "I've been in the 10 Direction sword school for more than 8 years. What kind of tricks have I not experienced? I didn't even say anything. Do you think you can do it?" Lu Yunshin's disdain grew. "Damn you, referee." The scar-faced man was so angry that his facial muscles trembled, causing the scar on his face to tremble. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yunshin. However, Lu Yunshin had too many secrets in his heart that they had to know. They had taken the risk to kidnap Lu Yunshin for those secrets. "All right, we'll investigate it when we get back. The most important thing now is how to get rid of the 10 Direction sword sect and Qiu Changkong's pursuit." A white-haired old man waved his hand and said. The scar-faced man smiled at Lu Yunshin sinisterly and did not say anything else. "So what if we catch up? I'd like to have a battle with Qiu Changkong. I'd like to see how Qiu Changkong is qualified to be on the Cloud Emperor board." The only young man sneered. "Third Prince, don't be careless. The Yun Emperor list is the list of the strongest among the younger generation in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. There are only 36 people on it. Qiu Changkong is ranked 36th, which means his strength is absolutely terrifying. We can't underestimate him," the white-haired old man warned. However, the young man just smiled, apparently not too concerned. "Let's hurry and leave this place," the white-haired old man said. "Leave? Can you get a divorce now?" Suddenly, a cold shout came from the sky. A beam of rainbow light took the lead and rushed over, followed by 6 other beams of rainbow light. The white-haired old man's expression changed and he shouted in horror, "Qiu Changkong, this is bad. Let's go." "No one can leave." A cold voice came from the rainbow light in front of him. Whoosh! An incomparably bright sword light flew out, slashing towards the people of the Dark Moon Empire. "Qiu Changkong, I'll fight you." The third prince of the Dark Moon Empire let out a long roar. With a wave of his hand, a round-shaped weapon, which looked like a bright moon, appeared. The wheel turned and slashed out a terrifying sharp light toward the sword chi. Boom! With a deafening boom, a 100-meter-long ditch appeared on the ground as the two men's attacks swept across. Buzz! The space moved, and a tall and slender figure appeared in the air. He was about 25 or 26 years old, with a cold and handsome face like a sharp sword. His long swordsman robe fluttered in the wind. This was Qiu Changkong, the leader of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. He was a famous genius in the entire Cloud King mountain range and was ranked on the Cloud King list. "Yin Jihu, so it's you guys," Qiu Changkong said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. "Haha, Qiu Changkong, you're trying to take all the good fortune for yourself. I, Yin Jihu, will not allow that." The third prince of the Yin Yue Empire, Yin Jihu, laughed. "Anyone who dares to touch my things can only die." As soon as the word die was uttered, Qiu Changkong made his move. A beam of crystal-clear sword chi soared into the sky. His entire body merged with the sword chi as he charged toward Yin Jiu. "Qiu Changkong, I'd like to see how you managed to get into the Cloud Emperor board today." Yin Jiu let out a long howl as he engaged Qiu Changkong in battle. The two of them were much stronger than Feng Wuji and the others, and their battle shook the heavens and earth. Boom, boom. The two of them fought in the sky, like two streams of light constantly exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, their battle had reached the depths of the desolate wilderness, and they disappeared. Kill! At this moment, the martial grandmasters of the 10 Direction Sword School had also arrived, and were charging towards the people of the Dark Moon Empire. The scene was in a chaotic battle. Soon, the great martial master of the 10 Direction Sword Sect arrived, making the scene even more chaotic. "Be careful, don't kill Lu Yunshin," an elder of the 10 Direction Sword Sect shouted. The purpose of the great battle between the two parties was to fight for Lu Yunshin. Therefore, they avoided Lu Yunshin during the battle, afraid that they would kill him by mistake and all their efforts would be in vain. The battle between the two parties was extremely intense, but Lu Yunshin was left to the side. Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing were traveling at full speed. Suddenly, the two of them heard a violent explosion in front of them. There's a huge battle. Could it be that the people from the 10 Directions Sword School have already caught up to my father? Let's go. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and he ran towards the battlefield at top speed. Chapter 266, Father and Son Finally Meet Again. Translator, 549,690,339. Zai Nianqing followed closely behind. For the two of them, a few miles of distance was covered in the blink of an eye. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, the two of them hid in a pile of rocks and watched from afar. Lu Ming saw the figure with messy hair at one glance. Father! Lu Ming's heart trembled. Although they had not seen each other for more than 8 years, although Lu Yunshin's hair and beard were in a mess and he was dressed in rags, Lu Ming could still recognize him with a single glance. This person was his father, Lu Yunshin. Damn the 10 Directions Sword School. They actually tortured my father like this. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. How can I save my father? After that, Lu Ming started to think. The omnidirectional sword sect and the Dark Moon Empire had more than 10 martial ancestor realm experts in total. There were even 2 4th-level martial ancestor realm experts who were engaged in an intense battle. It was simply impossible to save Lu Yunshin from so many powerhouses. It was impossible to get close. Once he got close, he would be discovered. Moreover, even if they could get close, so what? There was no way they could take Lu Yunshin away without making a sound. Once they were discovered, they would have to face the pursuit of 2 parties. In the face of such a powerful force, only death would be the only outcome. What do we do? Lu Ming was thinking anxiously. After more than 8 years, he had finally found his father. He was not far away now, but he could not save him. At this moment, Lu Ming hated himself very much. He hated himself for being too weak. I can save your father. Suddenly, Zai Nianqing whispered. What, you can save my father, really? Lu Ming was shocked and asked. Of course it's true. It's up to you to believe it or not. Zai Nianqing rolled his eyes at him. No, I believe you. I believe you. If you can really save my father, I'll do anything you want. Lu Ming said sincerely. HMPH, don't think too much. I saved your father to prevent you from being impulsive and rushing out. If you die here, how can I fulfill my promise and step on you? Zai Nianqing snorted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. How do you want to save my father? As you can see, once they find out that my father has been rescued, they will definitely stop fighting and go all out to hunt us down. I know a secret technique called the Heavenly Demonic Phantom Technique. It can create an illusion that is exactly the same as your father's. If you leave it there, I can steal Liang Huanju and save your father. Zai Nianqing explained. There's such a profound secret technique. Lu Ming was shocked. It's just a small trick. You're the one who's ignorant. Zai Nianqing looked at Lu Ming with disdain. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug look. Wait for me here. Before Lu Ming could react, Zai Nianqing's figure was like a ghost, floating forward. A layer of black mist emanated from her body, and it was impossible to tell in the night. Very quickly, Zai Nianqing was approaching Lu Yunshin. At that moment, Lu Ming's heart was beating so fast that it was almost in his throat. In the end, Zai Nianqing silently appeared behind Lu Yunshin. A layer of black mist began to spread towards Lu Yunshin. The black mist moved, and Lu Yunshin's figure disappeared without a trace. However, in the next moment, Lu Yunshin reappeared at the same spot. However, no one noticed that Lu Yunshin, who had appeared later, had a dazed look in his eyes. Shrouded in black mist, Zai Nianqing floated toward Lu Ming at top speed. In 7 to 8 breaths, he was beside Lu Ming. Let's go. My demonic apparition can only last for a moment. After that, it will disappear and the enemy will notice. Zai Nianqing's voice sounded. The black mist dissipated, revealing Zai Nianqing's figure. There was another figure. Who else could it be but Lu Yunshin? Let's go. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Ming pulled Lu Yunxin and used the soaring steps to rush out of the wild forest with Zai Nianqing. Now was not the time to reminisce. They had to leave this place first. At the same time, Lu Ming sent a message to the experts of the royal family through the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. The two of Chapter 267. Chapter 267, The Golden Cicada Leaves Its Shell. Translator, 549,690,339. Lu Yunxin wanted to just let it go, but he could not. No matter who it was, he would take revenge 10 times, no, 100 times more. Would he still be considered a man if he didn't take revenge? The people he wanted to harm would end up 10 times, no, 100 times more miserable than Lu Yunxin. Lu Yunxin muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Ming-er, I can tell you, but you must not be rash. This person is not someone you can defeat. Promise me and I'll tell you. Father, I promise you that I won't die before I'm strong enough. Lu Ming said. All right, then I'll tell you. This person is Yi. At this moment, buzz, buzz. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 4 figures rushed in from the mountain stream. These 4 were all white-haired old men, and the aura on their bodies was extremely strong. They were all experts above the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in his hand. A short, chubby old man in gray linen, clothes smiled as a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Young Master Tianyun, I've heard so much about you. I didn't think that you would be able to save your father from Qiu Changkong's eyes. You're truly admirable. The short and fat old man cupped his fists. Senior is too polite. I was just lucky. This time, I'll have to trouble Senior to send us back to the imperial capital. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Let's not waste any time. Let's move as soon as possible. If the people from the 10 Directions Sword School find us here, we'll be in trouble. The short, stubby elder said. Lu Ming nodded. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something flying through the air could be heard in the distant sky. A few figures streaked across the sky and instantly disappeared into the distance. Lu Ming could clearly see that those figures were the martial grandmasters from the omnidirectional sword sect. The 10 Direction sword sect is so fast. The stumpy old man's expression changed greatly. Lu Ming's face darkened. This mountain stream was very well hidden, and it was surrounded by bushes and weeds, so the people from the 10 Directions sword sect did not notice it just now. However, as time passed, they would definitely notice it. What do we do? If we go out like this, we'll definitely be discovered. If Qiu Changkong arrives, we won't be his match even if we join forces. The other old man said with a serious expression. Seniors, I'll have to trouble you to take Ming-er and the others away. I'm the one Qiu Changkong and the others want. I'll go and draw them away. Lu Yunxin said. No, father. It wasn't easy to save you. How can I let you fall into the hands of Qiu Changkong and the others? Lu Ming said firmly. Even if he had to die, he would not let Lu Yunxin fall into the hands of the 10 Directions sword sect and suffer. With a wave of his hand, essential qi surged, and Lu Yunxin's tattered clothes landed in Lu Ming's hands. Ming-er, you can't. Lu Yunxin's expression changed. The other people's expressions also changed. Seniors, I'll go out and draw them away. You guys take my father back to the imperial capital and hand him over to His Highness, the 8th Prince. Lu Ming said to the few elders. Ming-er, you can't do this. I don't agree. Lu Yunxin let out a deep roar. Lu Ming smiled. Father, don't worry. Ming-er will be fine. We'll meet again in the imperial capital. Wait, I'll go with you. Zai Nianqing suddenly said. You're coming. Lu Ming looked at Zai Nianqing. HMPH, don't think too much. I'm just afraid that if you die, I won't be able to keep my promise. Also, how are you going to lure the people from the 10 Directions Sword School away by yourself? Don't forget that your father's cultivation has been crippled. If you run too fast, you won't be exposed immediately. I'll take you away. Zai Nianqing pouted. All right, let's do that. I owe you a favor. Lu Ming said. Tusk, who wants your favor? Zai Nianking pouted in disdain. Father, take care. Having said that, Lu Ming was about to rush out. Ming, or you can't come back. Lu Yunshin growled. However, he had lost his cultivation and could not catch up with Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Zai Nianking were out of the mountain stream. After leaving the mountain stream, Lu Ming put on Lu Yunshin's clothes. I'll take you away. Zai Nianking pulled Lu Ming and ran towards the depths of the desolate wilderness. If he wanted to lure the people from the 10 Direction Sword School away, he would naturally have to do so in the depths of the desolate wilderness, so that Lu Yunshin and the others could escape successfully. After a few miles, over here I see them. A loud roar rang out in the desolate wilderness. Buzz, buzz. A few figures were chasing after Lu Ming, and the rest at high speed. They were a few 9th grade Great Martial Masters. Let's run together. Lu Ming pretended to be pulled by Zai Nianking. In fact, he had used his movement technique. The two of them were like a gust of wind heading towards the depths of the forsaken desolation. The 9th grade Great Martial Master realm martial artists behind him couldn't catch up at all. The difference was too great. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles had passed. Who dares to rob the people of my 10 Direction Sword School? You're courting death. At this moment, the sky exploded and the sound of the air being torn could be heard. A martial arts grandmaster was flying in the air and chasing after them. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking ignored him and ran away with gritted teeth. Just like that, he ran for a few hundred miles. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, there were 6 figures in the sky. They were the 6 martial arts grandmasters of the 10 Direction Sword School. At that moment, they were getting closer and closer to Lu Ming and the rest. No matter how fast they were still slower than flying in the air. They were slowly being caught up. Whoosh, zio zio. Beams of sword chi slashed at Lu Ming and his partner. The two of them flashed and dodged them. A moment later, another 100 miles had passed in a flash. Die. At this moment, an elder was already approaching Lu Ming and Su Lingyu. This elder's aura was extremely thick. He was the 4th level martial ancestor realm expert from the 10 Direction Sword School. With a cold expression, he waved his sword, and dozens of bright sword chi shot out. It completely enveloped the two of them. Not good, block it. Lu Ming growled, and 4 ancient shields appeared behind him. Zai Nianking also shouted and waved his palm. Black lotus flowers appeared behind him. Bangs, bang. The ancient shield and the black lotus exploded one after another, and a strong force shot out in all directions. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking made use of this force to charge forward for thousands of meters. You're not Lu Yunshin, we've been tricked. The old man let out an earth-shaking roar. Haha, it's too late to realize it now. My men have already brought Lu Yunshin out of the forsaken desolation land, you bunch of idiots. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Damn it, Lu Yunshin ran away, so I'll kill you all. The old man roared angrily and continued to chase after Lu Ming and the rest. After chasing for a while, he slashed again. However, Lu Ming and Zai Nianking used the same trick again. They blocked with their shields and black lotus flowers and used the momentum to charge forward. The old man in the sky was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he was shocked. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking were only 9th grade Grandmaster cultivators. Not only were they unbelievably fast, but their defensive abilities were also frighteningly high. Although there was a distance between them, it was already terrifying enough to block his sword chi. The 4th level of Wu Zhang is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. Chapter 268, Blood Realm and Devil's Den. Translator, 549,690,339. In fact, both he and Zai Nianking were not feeling well. They were both injured, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The two of them gritted their teeth and ran forward. Not long after, they ran another few hundred miles. Not good, it's the Blood Realm and the Devil's Den ahead. The elder from the 10 Direction Sword Sect shouted. Stop, you'll all die if you enter the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. Quickly stop them and ask for Lu Yunshin's whereabouts. the other members of the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. Not far ahead, a thick fog covered the area and the blood mist rose. It was boundless. One look and one could tell that it was a place of great danger. Blood territory and Devil's Den. Lu Ming frowned. He had not heard of it. Looking at Zai Nianking, she was also confused. I don't care anymore. It looks like the people from the 10 Direction Sword School are very afraid. The more dangerous a place is, the easier it is to escape. Lu Ming decided to rush in. It didn't stop at all and rushed towards the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. Damn it, stop them. The elder from the omnipresent sword sect bellowed repeatedly and slashed out sword chi with all his might. However, it accelerated the speed of Lu Ming and his companion. Stay. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the sky, and a glass-like sword light slashed from the distance. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Changkong. The people from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted excitedly. Not good. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking's expressions changed drastically. Although the sword chi was still very far away, its power surpassed that of the 4th martial ancestor realm elder. Without hesitation, Lu Ming activated his blood meridian and condensed 4 ancient shields at the same time. Then, he struck out with his palm. Human Dao Palm. And NBSB, a massive palm print fused with wind and fire energy shot forward. Zai Nianking, on the other hand, was covered in black lotus flowers in front of him. At the same time, he sent out 3 black palm prints. Demonic Palm. Whoosh! The sword radiance arrived in an instant, and was the first to collide with the human path palm print and the heavenly demonic palm print. Instant sword. Qiu Changkong's sword chi glowed even more brightly, illuminating the entire sky. The light passed through Lu Ming and Zai Nianking's palm prints and continued to hit their defensive martial arts. Bangs, bang. With 2 loud bangs, Lu Ming and Zai Nianking's bodies trembled. They groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies were thrown back and they crossed 1,000 meters in an instant. Enter the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. Lu Ming growled. He and Zai Nianking struck forward with their palms again. The powerful force pushed them back. The next moment, they disappeared into the mist of the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. Buzz, buzz. 6 figures appeared and stopped outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. Then a sword light flashed, and Qiu Changkong appeared. However, his face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave in front of him. Young Master Changkong, don't be rash. An old man shouted. He was afraid that Qiu Changkong would rush in on a whim. The Blood Realm and Devil's Cave was a legendary forbidden land. Unless one was a martial king, they would only die if they rushed in. No one under the rank of martial king had ever come out alive. Qiu Changkong fell silent for a moment, but he still didn't rush in. Leave a few people here to guard this place. If those 2 really come out, kill them without mercy. Qiu Changkong instructed. Yes. The others bowed and acknowledged. HMPH, Lu Yunshin, no matter who saved you, no matter where you're hiding, I'm going to find you. Qiu Changkong's voice was as cold as the tip of a sword. After that, Qiu Changkong stepped out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 of them left with Qiu Changkong, leaving 4 behind to guard the place. The moment Lu Ming and Zai Nianking rushed into the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave, they felt the world spinning. When they calmed down, they found themselves in a desolate land. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, and a blood-colored mist floated in the air. He looked around, but found that he couldn't find the direction at all, and he didn't know where he had come from. I've implicated you this time. Lu Ming looked at Zai Nianking and sighed. Don't think too much. My goal is to step on you. Zai Nianking said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could not figure out Zai Nianking's temper at all. However, no matter what, it was all thanks to Zai Nianking. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to save Lu Yunshin. Let's find a place to recuperate. Lu Ming said. After blocking the attacks of the 4th-tier martial Grandmaster Realm and Qiu Changkong's sword, both of them had suffered serious injuries. HMPH. Zai Nianking snorted, picked a random direction and walked forward. Lu Ming followed. Even though the forsaken land was desolate, there were still living beings that appeared. However, this place was absolutely dead silent. The earth was reddish-brown, and there was not even a single blade of grass. It was completely bare. The two of them walked for dozens of miles, and everything around them was the same. There was no direction, no life, and no way out. "Let's recuperate first," Lu Ming said. This time, Zai Nianqing didn't refute. The two of them sat down and began to heal. However, the next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. This was because he felt that there was no spiritual qi in the world, only a brutal and wild aura. Zai Nianqing was also a little shocked. Then, they took out spiritual crystals and started to absorb the spiritual qi in them to heal. After half a day, the two's injuries were much better, and they continued to move forward. And NBSP. At this moment, the two of them discovered that the blood-colored mist around them was much thicker than before, greatly reducing their visibility. Even with their cultivation, they could only see a few hundred meters away. Any further and it would be a blur. The two of them raised their vigilance and continued forward. As time passed, the blood-colored mist became thicker and thicker. Their visibility dropped from hundreds of meters to 100 meters, then 80 meters, 60 meters, and 50 meters. Roar! At this time, a roar came from the distance. The two of them looked serious. There were living beings in the fog. They hadn't encountered one in such a long time, but now it had suddenly appeared, full of strangeness. The two of them were highly focused and did not continue forward. They stopped and looked around. The mist was getting thicker and thicker. The blood-colored mist was almost solid, like dark red blood. Roar, roar. In the surroundings, more and more howls could be heard, and they became more and more concentrated. It was unknown how many there were. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from beside the two of them. A murderous aura filled the air, and a bloody mist billowed. A pale white claw grabbed at Zai Nianqing. This claw was like a human palm, but its nails were long and as sharp as blades. Its arm was covered in green hair. Zai Nianqing's expression changed. He waved his hand and a black lotus appeared. The petals flew out and attacked the pale claw. Buzz, buzz. The black lotus petals struck the pale claw, producing a metallic sound and sparks. It was actually not cut in half. However, this attack also caused the pale white claw to withdraw. The fog churned, and the two seemed to see a tall figure that instantly disappeared into the distance. Chapter 269. Chapter 269, Blood Corpse and Blood Demon. Translator, 549,690,339. The two of them looked even more serious. This blood realm and devil's den was too strange. The two of them focused their attention on their surroundings. Roar! Behind him, another pale arm covered in green hair reached out to grab Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming swung his long spear and it hit the claw. With a bang, Lu Ming saw a figure being sent flying. All around, the roars continued. Some were filled with fierceness, while some were like screams of pain. Who? The blood mist churned and a tall figure pounced toward Lu Ming. Before it even reached him, the stench of blood filled the air. This is... Lu Ming could finally see the monster clearly. It was in the form of a human and was unusually tall. It was 2 heads taller than Lu Ming and had long green fur all over its body. Its eyes were blood red and it had sharp teeth. Could this be a blood corpse? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was somewhat shocked. The so-called blood corpse was a transformation of a martial artist after they died in battle. It was a type of zombie, but its body was impervious to swords and spears and was extremely strong. Without much time to think, the long spear pierced forward like a rainbow. The long spear pierced through the blood corpse's body, but Lu Ming did not look happy. This was because he felt that the blood corpse's body was like an Iron Man. Although he had pierced through the blood corpse's body, it had taken him a lot of effort. Buzz! The long spear shook, and the blood corpse was sent flying. However, the roars continued, and blood zombies continued to charge at the two. Some of the blood zombies actually started killing each other. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted. The two of them rushed to the back, but the situation was still the same. There were blood zombies constantly rushing over, fearlessly roaring and full of killing intent, constantly pouncing at the two of them. These blood zombies were very strong. The weakest of them was at the 7th or 8th grade of the Great Martial Master Realm, while the stronger ones were at the peak of the 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm. They were even close to the battle power of a Martial Ancestor Realm. The key was that there were too many of them, and they were very difficult to kill. The two of them immediately fell into a passive position. Great Demonic Palm. Zai Nianking's body was filled with black true qi. Black lotus flowers danced around him. He waved his palms and black palm prints flew out, knocking away the blood zombies one after another. Lu Ming's long spear danced like a fire dragon and swept out, sending 5 to 6 blood zombies flying. However, more blood zombies pounced over. The two of them fought as they charged. However, the blood zombies seemed to be endless, as they swarmed in from all directions. The battle continued like this, and in the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. The two of them had lost a lot of true qi, and they were already drenched in sweat. This can't go on, I'll definitely die from exhaustion. Lu Ming's mind was racing. The fog has thinned. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found that the blood-colored mist around him had become lighter, and his visibility was slowly increasing. He could vaguely see that there were blood zombies all around him. Most of the blood zombies were actually killing each other and biting each other. If the mist becomes lighter, perhaps the blood zombies will retreat. Lu Ming made a guess. This was because when they first entered, the blood mist wasn't thick, and there were no blood zombies. Only when the blood mist became thicker did the blood zombies appear. Lu Ming guessed that the appearance of the blood corpse was related to the blood mist. As time passed, the fog slowly faded. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking seemed to see hope. But in the next moment, roar! An earth-shaking roar was heard, shaking the earth and the sky. In the distance, an unimaginably dense blood qi permeated the air. Lu Ming took a closer look, and his heart started to beat rapidly. That was not blood qi, it was clearly a huge monster. The huge creature was at least 100 meters tall. It was like a mountain as it ran wildly on the ground. It looked like a giant male lion, but the difference was that its body seemed to be made of blood. And it emitted a strong bloody smell. It opened its mouth and howled, its voice shaking the heavens. An aura as deep as the ocean spread out. Then it opened its mouth and sucked in the blood zombies one by one, disappearing. Blood demon, could this be the legendary blood demon? Zai Nianking's voice trembled. It was not only her voice. Lu Ming could feel that even her body was trembling. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Zai Nianking's hand and ran back in big steps. This blood demon was too powerful. Its aura was as deep as the ocean, and it was unfathomable. It was impossible for them to fight him. The two of them ran wildly. The blood zombies at the side seemed to be extremely shocked. They gave up on attacking Lu Ming and Zai Nianking and ran for their lives. Roar! Heaven and earth shook as the blood demon's huge body rushed toward Lu Ming and Lin Fan. It can't be. Lu Ming felt bitter in his heart. He used all his strength to run, but his speed was still much slower than the blood demon. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon approached the two of them, its blood-red eyes staring at them. Are we going to die here today? Lu Ming could not help but think. No, I can't die. I just saved my father and haven't avenged him yet. I can't die. Lu Ming roared loudly. His eyes were filled with determination, and he was highly focused. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm. This palm made Lu Ming's state reach its peak. Boom! A huge palm print was formed. It was almost solid, and it was twice as big as the previous ones. At the moment of life and death, Lu Ming's human pass palm had a breakthrough and reached the 3rd level. Previously, Lu Ming had cultivated for a few months in the Earth Cave and the Divine Wind Valley before he broke through to the 2nd level. Now that he was on the verge of death, he actually broke through again. The 3rd level of the human path palm was unprecedentedly powerful. It struck the blood demon with an earth-shattering force. Roar! The blood demon roared with disdain in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloodlight, striking the human Dao palm. Like a popped bubble, the third level of the human path palm was destroyed. The difference in strength was too great. It was not something that a single martial technique could make up for. Roar! The blood demon roared and pounced on the two of them. It opened its mouth wide, and a terrifying suction force was produced. Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing were sucked into the blood demon's mouth without any resistance and disappeared. Roar! The blood devil let out a satisfied roar and continued to attack the blood zombies. Grab it! As soon as they entered the blood demon's mouth, Lu Ming grabbed Zai Nianqing's little hand. The two of them followed the strong suction force and fell down. Don't let me go. At that moment, Zai Nianqing's face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear as he grabbed Lu Ming's hands tightly. At this moment, she was just like an ordinary little girl, so fragile that she needed to be protected. Hold on, don't give up until the last moment. Lu Ming shouted. Essential qi gushed out as he tried to escape from the gravitational force. However, it was useless. The gravitational force was too strong. And NBSB. After a few breaths, the two of them landed on a soft area, surrounded by a thick blood-colored mist. This blood-colored mist had a terrifying corrosive power. As soon as the two of them landed, they felt a burning pain on their skin. The two of them immediately circulated their true qi to protect their bodies, but it was of little use. Their true qi was being consumed rapidly. The two of them did not have much genuine qi left after the battle. It did not take long for them to use up all their genuine qi. The blood-red martial mist began to corrode their bodies. Chapter 270. Chapter 279, Sons Supreme. Translator. 549,690,339. Zai Nianqing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and his face turned pale. Hold on. Lu Ming roared. But Zai Nianqing's body was shaking, his eyes were unfocused, and he shouted, Lu Ming, I'm going to stomp on you. After saying that, his body went soft and he actually fell down directly, falling into a coma. Lu Ming was so angry that he wanted to laugh. This woman was still thinking about this at this time. Whoosh! The corrosive mist in the surroundings caused his skin to burn and sting. Furthermore, this mist would seep into one's skin, causing one to fall into a state of drowsiness. Could it be that I'm really going to die here this time? Lu Ming thought to himself, but he felt extremely indignant in his heart. However, his body was indeed getting weaker and weaker, and his spirit was also getting more and more deficient. Arg, I want to hold on, I want to get out of here alive, I want to step onto the peak of martial arts. Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to resist. Giving in was not in his character. However, this mist was too strange and too powerful. It was not something that could be done by not submitting to it. Just as Lu Ming was about to fall unconscious, the world suddenly turned upside down. Lu Ming found himself in another place. Supreme Shrine, this is the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming was a little surprised and puzzled. Wasn't the Supreme Shrine a place that he couldn't enter when he was in danger? He had tried many times in the past, but it was useless. He didn't expect it to come in automatically. However, Lu Ming looked up and was a little surprised. He realized that he was not on the first 3 platforms, but on the platform at the highest point. Below him was a long flight of stairs that led to the bottom. On the other side was a palace, which was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the first 3 platforms. Zai Nianqing was lying next to him, still unconscious. How did I appear at the highest point? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He looked into the palace. The palace's door was open, and it was dark inside. A figure could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside. Suddenly, the figure moved. He actually stood up and walked out. Ta-ta-ta. With the sound of footsteps, Lu Ming's heart started to beat rapidly. It had been more than 2 years since he had obtained the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming was extremely curious about the palace and the people inside. He had always wanted to see what it was, but he couldn't get there, so he had to give up. Now, could he finally get his wish? Ta! Light footsteps could be heard, and a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a red battle robe with a sun embroidered on it. He was tall and muscular, with a tough and stocky build. When he opened his eyes, it was as if two suns were emerging. The aura he gave off was as deep as the vast universe. Just by standing there, he seemed to be able to swallow the world and look down on everything. Facing him, Lu Ming seemed to be facing the entire world. However, in the next moment, the middle-aged man's aura disappeared. He looked like a mortal. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. Junior Lu Ming pays his respects to Senior. You don't need to introduce me. I've been following you for years. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with dominance. As expected. Senior, thank you for saving me this time, Lu Ming said. Don't be happy. I didn't want to save you at first. I just didn't want to waste a drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence. The middle-aged man said with a casual smile. Then he sized Lu Ming up carefully and said, Are you very curious about who I am? What is this place? That's right, please tell me, Senior. Lu Ming said. He was indeed extremely curious. The main reason he had his current achievements was because of the Supreme Shrine. All right, I can tell you. The middle-aged man said. Then, he placed his hands behind his back and walked back and forth a few steps, as if he was in deep thought. I am the 9 Suns Paragon, the middle-aged man said after a long while. What? Lu Ming's body and mind trembled. His pupils widened and he had an incredulous look on his face. You're the Supreme 9, Yang of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming asked. Is there a second Supreme Master of the 9 Suns in the world? The middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming gasped in shock. There was no other reason. The 9 Suns' cosmos supremacy's background was simply too great. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as world-famous. Lu Ming had long heard of the reputation of the 9 Suns' cosmos supremacy. However, to him, the 9 Suns' supremacy was just a legendary figure. The 9 Suns Supreme was from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He was the first disciple of Martial Emperor Dai Yi of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. His cultivation base was earth-shattering and unparalleled. He was known as the 9 Suns Supreme, and his cultivation was infinitely close to the martial royal realm. He was the invincible god of war of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Such a person could annihilate the 36 empires of Emperor Yun with a snap of his fingers. How could he be here, hiding in such a palace? As if sensing Lu Ming's doubts, 9 Suns Supreme sighed and said, What you're seeing now is not my true body. I'm actually already dead. This is just a wisp of my soul. What? You're already dead? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. With the cultivation and combat strength of the 9 Suns Supreme, who could kill him? Even a martial emperor might not be able to kill him. That's right, I'm dead. The one who killed me was my master, the ruler of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor Dai Yi. The Supreme Master of the 9 Suns said coldly. Lu Ming was shocked and somewhat dumbfounded. 9 Suns Supreme had been killed by his master, Martial Emperor Dai Yi. How could this be possible? You must be very surprised, right? Supreme Master Jiang sneered. That's right, it's quite unexpected. Lu Ming did not hide anything. Ha ha ha, what's there to be surprised about? Dai Yi, that old man, is just a treacherous villain. He can do anything. The 9 Suns Supreme Master laughed in anger. His voice was filled with hatred and killing intent. Boy, do you want to know why Dai Yi, that old man, would kill me, and why you awakened the bloodline of 9 dragons? Supreme 9 Suns said. The bloodline of the 9 dragons? Could it be that my bloodline is called the bloodline of the 9 dragons? But what are the 9 dragons? Lu Ming was full of doubts. Of course, he nodded repeatedly. All right, then I'll tell you the whole story. Supreme 9 Suns said. Then, he began to explain the entire story in detail. The 9 dragons were extremely ancient and powerful beings in the world. Legend had it that they were one of the true dragons, but they were different from the true dragons as they were a variation of the true dragons. True dragons had 5 claws and were called 5-clawed true dragons. The 9 dragons, on the other hand, had 9 claws. They were extremely terrifying and invincible. Ordinary true dragons were far inferior to them. It was said that since ancient times, there had only been one dragon in the world. And the divine wilderness continent had an immemorial barren land. It was said to be the ruins of the 9 dragons, and it was extremely dangerous. With his powerful strength and terrifying bloodline, the supreme master of 9 suns had broken through the 9 dragon ruins once and obtained some things. Among them were 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence. Chapter 271. Chapter 271, Hidden Story. Translator, 549,690,339. Although the Supreme Master of the 9 Suns had successfully come out of the 9 dragon ruins and brought back 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence, he had also been injured. However, he had never expected that his master, Martial Emperor Dai Yi, would suddenly attack him and seriously injure him. He had also taken away his 9 Yang bloodline. Martial Emperor Dai Yi had also taken one of the 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence. However, Martial Emperor Dai Yi had underestimated 9 Suns Supreme. 9 Suns Supreme's 9 Suns bloodline was a divine bloodline, which was extremely mysterious. At the critical moment, 9 Suns Supreme self-destructed his body and bloodline and escaped with the Supreme Shrine as a wisp of his remaining soul. At the same time, it also brought out a drop of 9 dragon blood essence. Later, his supreme divine hall turned into a bronze pendant to avoid the pursuit of Dai Yi and Martial Emperor. After decades, it finally fell into the hands of Lu Yunxin. Ha, I finally understand now. Dai Yi, that hypocrite, accepted me as a disciple and taught me martial arts. It was a conspiracy from the beginning. From the beginning, he planned to deprive me of my 9 Yang bloodline. He wanted to use my 9 Yang bloodline to break through to the supreme realm. Despicable, sinister. The most sinister person in the world is that old man, Dai Yi. Supreme Being of the 9 Suns roared hysterically, his eyes filled with a bone-chilling killing intent. His bloodline was stripped. Lu Ming muttered as he looked at 9 Suns Supreme with sympathy. The Supreme Being of the 9 Suns, how similar was his experience? The difference was that the 9 Suns Supreme had his bloodline taken away by the person he respected, while his bloodline had been taken away by the person he loved. Kid, you should know by now that the reason you were able to awaken your bloodline again after it was stolen was because I fused that drop of 9 dragon blood essence into your body. The reason why I did that was because your experiences were similar to mine. It touched me. I wanted to nurture you into a peerless genius, to become a peerless expert. That was why I set up layers of stairs in the Supreme Shrine, allowing you to grow step by step. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me too much. Your talent is not bad, but you are reckless. Do you know that you almost died just now? The 9 Suns Supreme roared, answering Lu Ming's question. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization, but he could not help but smile bitterly. The reason why he was in such a desperate situation was because he wanted to save his father. If he could do it all over again, he would do the same. Brat, this is the only time you can seek refuge in the Supreme Shrine. There won't be a next time. The Supreme Shrine isn't a place for you to seek refuge. The Supreme Shrine's inscription formation won't disappear, so you won't be able to enter in a life and death situation. The 9 Suns Supreme Martial Artist said with bright eyes. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. It turned out that he could not enter the Supreme Shrine during every great battle because the 9 Suns Supreme did not allow him to enter. Lu Ming nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Every unparalleled expert had been tempered through constant life and death situations. Boy, now that you've merged with the blood essence of 9 dragons and awakened the bloodline of 9 dragons, it's extremely magical and can continue to evolve. I don't know how far you can go, but your future is limitless. Supreme 9 Suns said. This is all thanks to Senior's help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He could not help but look happy. The 9 dragons were terrifying existences that were more powerful than the true dragon. Now that Lu Ming knew about it, he was naturally happy. Nine Suns Paragon glanced at Lu Ming and sneered, "Brat, don't be happy too early. It won't be long before you'll be in deep trouble." "Senior, what do you mean?" Lu Ming was stunned. "I got 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence. One of them fell into Dai's hands. With Dai's cultivation, he must have refined the 9 dragon blood essence. The blood essence of the 9 dragons can sense each other. Your cultivation is still weak, so Dai can't sense you yet. According to my estimation, as soon as you break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm, Dai will be able to sense you in an instant. At that time, you will inevitably be deprived of your bloodline again," Supreme Nine Suns said. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. There was such a thing? What kind of person was Martial Emperor Dai? He was a top expert in the divine wilderness continent and an overlord. If he really wanted to kill him, he could kill him tens of thousands of times with just a breath. If Martial Emperor Dai discovered the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body, he would definitely die. No one could save him. Did he have to stay in the great martial master realm for the rest of his life, and not break through to the martial ancestor realm? No, this was impossible. As a martial artist, the goal of cultivation was to keep breaking through and become stronger. Not allowing him to break through was worse than killing him. What do we do? Is there no other way? Lu Ming's mind was racing. Suddenly, he saw a faint smile on the face of the Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy. "Senior, do you have any ideas?" he asked with cupped fists. "I do have a way, but why should I help you?" the supreme martial artist of the Nine Suns said with a smile. Lu Ming was stunned. It was true. Why would the Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy help him? "Actually, I can help you if you agree to one condition," the Nine Suns Supreme Master suddenly said. "It's all thanks to you that Lu Ming is able to achieve what he has today. Please state your conditions. As long as it's within Lu Ming's means, I won't refuse." Lu Ming said, "Okay, my condition is that you must agree to kill Dai and avenge me." The Nine Suns Supreme Master said word by word, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He killed Martial Emperor Dai. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, are you kidding me? With my cultivation, even if Martial Emperor Dai stood there for me to kill, I wouldn't be able to." It was not that Lu Ming was not confident, but the gap was too big, so big that it was beyond his imagination. "I'm not asking you to kill Dai now. I want you to promise me that you will kill Dai in the future after you have improved your cultivation," Supreme Nine Suns said. "The future," Lu Ming muttered. "What's wrong? You don't have the confidence. But let me tell you, there will be a battle between you and Dai. It is inevitable. It has been inevitable since you integrated with the 9 dragon blood essence. Even if you don't go to him, he will come to you. It is only a matter of time." Supreme Master Jiang sneered. "Senior, I promise you that I will kill Dai one day." Lu Ming suddenly spoke. His voice was firm and unusually determined. The eyes of the Nine Suns Supreme Master lit up, and then he laughed out loud. Okay, I believe you. And let me tell you, if you can kill Dai and take his other drop of 9 dragon blood essence, you will gain endless benefits. You can even break through the martial royal realm and enter a supreme realm." Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Nine Suns Supreme was extremely excited. Over the past few years, he had set up those stairs in order to nurture Lu Ming, hoping that he would avenge him in the future. "Well, Senior Huang, you know that Dai is a martial emperor. It is too difficult to reach that realm. Do you have any benefits for me? For example, divine-level martial skills, divine-level elixirs, divine weapons, and so on. Just give me a dozen of them." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy. Chapter 272, 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. Translator, 549,690,339. The Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy was a figure who was infinitely close to a martial emperor. His combat strength was even more terrifying. To put it bluntly, a single hair from such a figure could benefit him greatly. It was not in Lu Ming's character to not take advantage of him. The eyelids of the Nine Suns Supreme Martial Artist kept twitching, and the corners of his mouth were trembling. A god-level martial technique, Divine-level medicinal pill, dozens of them. What did Lu Ming think a god level was? Cabbages. Senior, what's wrong? Was he not feeling well? Why is the corner of your mouth trembling? Lu Ming asked in surprise. No, nothing. Supreme Master Jihang took a deep breath to calm himself down and continued. You may be disappointed about this. I escaped as a wisp of my remnant soul. After I came out, I only brought this supreme shrine and a drop of 9 dragons' blood essence. As for the things I placed on the first few platforms, they were all obtained by accident after I escaped. Also, there's actually nothing on the platforms at the back. I deliberately placed a box on each platform to motivate you to work hard in cultivation. Supreme Master Jihang said with slight embarrassment. Ah, the platforms behind are empty. Lu Ming was dumbfounded and speechless. After a while, he asked tentatively, even if I don't have any treasures, I'm sure you do have some martial skills. As the 9 Sons Supreme, Senior should know a lot of cultivation methods and martial skills. Just pass me a few of them. Cough, cough. 9 Sons Supreme coughed a few times and said, I'm afraid I can't do that. Dai knows all the martial techniques I have practiced. Once you practice the martial techniques I have practiced, Dai will probably sense it. A martial royal realm expert is too powerful. This. Lu Ming was completely speechless. It turned out that there was no benefit at all for him to agree to avenge him and kill Martial Emperor Dai. But don't be disappointed. I can't give you what I've cultivated, but I can still teach you what I haven't. When I came to the 9 dragon ruins, I didn't only bring 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence, but also a cultivation technique and a martial technique. That cultivation technique is the true war dragon technique that you're cultivating. It's a god-tier cultivation technique. There's also a martial technique that goes with the true war dragon technique. It's called the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. It's also a god-tier martial technique. 9 Sons Supreme Martial Artist also felt a little embarrassed and quickly said, What? Is there really a god-level martial technique? Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes emitted a bright glow, like 2 bright suns. When he mentioned the god-level martial techniques and god-level elixirs, he was simply asking for too much. He never thought that the 9 Sons Supreme would really have god-level martial techniques. It was a divine martial technique, and its name seemed to be related to the 9 dragons. 9 Sons Supreme Master waved his hand, and a secret manual flew out of the main hall. The secret manual was neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This is the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. According to my speculation, it should be a martial technique created by the 9 dragons. Its power is terrifying and boundless. Even I have never cultivated it before. You're really lucky. 9 Sons Supreme handed the manual to Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly took it and opened it to read in joy. As soon as he flipped it open, it was as if he saw a real dragon with 9 claws walking in the sky. A terrifying aura acted on Lu Ming's body, and he felt excruciating pain all over his body as if he was about to be torn apart. At this time, the 9 Sons Supreme Master waved his hand and closed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Only then did the terrifying aura disappear. Brat, don't open it unless you're strong enough. Otherwise, you won't even know how you're going to die. The Supreme Master of the 9 Sons shouted coldly. Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. This was only a secret manual. It was too terrifying, right? Kid, this manual contains a trace of the 9 dragons' chi. Ordinary people can't withstand it. Also, with your current cultivation and physical strength, you can't practice the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps at all. You can only start practicing it when you break through the first realm of martial ancestor realm and your physical strength reaches the 4th grade. The Supreme Martial Artist of the 9 Sons warned. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming carefully put away the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, but he sighed in his heart. The requirements were too high. It was still all right to break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. Lu Ming believed that he would be able to break through soon. However, it would not be so easy to reach the 4th grade physical body. Although Lu Ming's physical body had reached the 3rd grade, it was very difficult for him to break through to the 4th grade. First of all, he had to have a technique that could allow him to cultivate his body to the 4th stage. At the same time, he also needed an opportunity. Otherwise, he might not be able to break through in several years. I must meet these conditions as soon as possible. Holding a god-level martial skill, but not being able to cultivate, it was not a good feeling. All right, next, I'll help you conceal the aura of the 9 dragon blood essence. Sit tight, relax your mind, and control the bloodline to appear. The supreme martial artist of the 9 suns instructed. Lu Ming nodded and sat down cross-legged. His body glowed as his spirit-devouring bloodline, no, it should be called the 9 dragons bloodline, emerged and floated quietly above Lu Ming's head. Let's go, the 9 suns supreme master shouted. His body emitted endless light and a sun appeared above his head. After a few breaths, another sun appeared. In the next minute, a total of 9 suns appeared around the 9 suns supreme. The 9 suns hovered around the 9 suns supreme, like the gods of the sun. Suppress seal. 9 dragons bloodline, 9 suns supreme master shouted. The 9 suns emitted endless light, which then rushed toward the 9 dragon bloodlines and covered them, forming a seal that sealed the aura of the 9 dragon bloodlines. Half an hour later, the 9 suns around 9 suns supreme master suddenly disappeared. 9 suns supreme master's body trembled and almost fell to the ground. Senior, are you all right? Lu Ming quickly stood up and supported 9 suns cosmos. The 9 suns supreme master's face was pale, and his body had become much fainter, as if he would dissipate at any time. Sealing the bloodline of the 9 dragons requires a huge amount of energy. After I help you seal it, you will fall into a deep sleep not long after. Once you fall into a deep sleep, I don't know when you will wake up again. The supreme master of the 9 suns heaved a long sigh. Senior, Lu Ming is unable to repay Senior's kindness. Lu Ming bowed to the 9 suns supreme with sincerity. You just need to avenge me. Also, I have to tell you something seriously. I can help you seal the aura of the 9 dragon bloodline, but only for 10 years. After 10 years, my sealing power will dissipate. At that time, Dai Yi and Martial Emperor will sense you. So you only have 10 years. In these 10 years, you must keep breaking through and growing. At least, you must have the ability to escape from Dai Yi's pursuit. Otherwise, everything will be over. The 9 suns, supreme martial artist said solemnly. 10 years, only 10 years. Lu Ming's heart stirred. What's wrong, don't you have the confidence? Supreme 9 suns said. Of course, 10 years, that's enough time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of fighting spirit. Good, now I'll subdue that blood demon while I'm at it. After all, you're still inside its body. The martial emperor of 9 suns muttered. A wave of fluctuation was emitted from his body, and he disappeared. Then, a blood-colored token appeared in his hand. He passed the blood-red token to Lu Ming and said, "This is the demon-suppressing token. You can use it to control the blood devils. All right, I've said all that I need to say. From now on, you'll have to depend on yourself." After saying that, 9 suns supreme master staggered toward the main hall. Senior, if Lu Ming's cultivation is successful in the future, I'll definitely think of a way to save you. Lu Ming shouted. Save me? Even a martial emperor can't do it. Supreme Master of the 9 Suns sighed, then walked into the hall and disappeared. Chapter 273, 10 Years, Martial Emperor. Translator, 549,690,339. Lu Ming sighed as he looked at the 9 Suns Supreme's lonely back. He was a supreme expert who had dominated the world, but he had ended up like this. It was a pity. 10 years, 10 years. Lu Ming muttered. It was almost impossible to grow to the point where he could compete with Martial Emperor Dai Yi in 10 years. The difference was too great. His cultivation was only at the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm. Above the Martial Grandmaster realm were the Martial Ancestor realm, the Martial King realm, and the Spiritual God realm. Above the 3 Spiritual God realms was the Martial Emperor realm. There was a difference of 6 major realms. The difference was too great. No matter how difficult it is, I have to try my best. If I don't try, how do I know it won't work? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Then he looked at Zai Nianking, who was still unconscious. We can't let anyone else know about the 9 Sons Supreme. Who knows if Martial Emperor Daiyu will notice? Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then he walked over and pulled Zai Nianking along. With a thought, they disappeared from the Supreme Shrine. Roar! The blood demon's roar shook the heavens and earth. As soon as they left the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming realized that they were not in the blood demon's stomach, but on its back. The blood demon felt that there were 2 more people on his back. He immediately flew into a rage and roared repeatedly. The blood chi surged and swept towards Lu Ming and Zai Nianking. Demon-suppressing token. Lu Ming waved his hand and the demon-suppressing token appeared. It floated in the air automatically. An invisible wave was emitted and surged toward the blood demon. Roar! The blood demon roared, as if it was extremely frightened. It let out a low wail and finally knelt down. Submissive. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was amazed by the 9 Sons Cosmos methods. The 9 Sons Supreme was just a wisp of soul. He was already at the end of his life when he helped him seal the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Under such circumstances, he could make the blood demon submit to him by simply condensing a demon-suppressing token. The power of his means was already incredible. Let us continue forward. Lu Ming patted the blood demon. Roar! The blood demon growled, got up, and continued to run forward. The blood demon was obviously the overlord of this area. With him leading the way, this area was unimpeded. Aya, am I dead? Suddenly, Zai Nianking shouted and jumped up from the blood demon's back. His big black eyes looked around. The next moment, he saw Lu Ming and could not help but call out, Lu Ming, you're dead too? We're in the netherworld. It's all your fault, but I still have an unfulfilled wish. Zai Nianking closed his eyes and sighed. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while before he said, Who said I'm dead? I'm still alive and well. You didn't die, then why are you with me? I know, did you capture my soul? What do you want to do? You won't even let go of my soul, you despicable, shameless, perverted pervert. As soon as Zai Nianking heard that Lu Ming was not dead, he began to curse and his body kept shrinking back. This. Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Zai Nianking in a daze. Zai Nianking's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Ming warily. After a while, he realized that something was wrong. He looked around and shouted, So, I'm not dead either. Not good. How are we going to get on the blood devil's back? Let's think of a way to get out of this place. Escape, if you want to run. Lu Ming sat there calmly, looking calm and relaxed. You're not running. Zai Nianking's eyes turned, and he felt that something was wrong. Of course not. With this blood devil leading the way, what's the point of running? Lu Ming said indifferently. Blood devil leading the way? Wait, what's going on? Why isn't the blood devil attacking us? Zai Nianking noticed that the blood demon had been moving obediently, unlike the previous time when it would pounce on them. Don't worry, I've already subdued it. Lu Ming said indifferently. Subdued by you? How is that possible? You think you can subdue this blood devil? Zai Nianking asked a series of questions. She would never believe him. This blood demon was extremely ferocious and powerful. She estimated that even if it had not reached the level of a martial king, it was not far from it. Could Lu Ming subdue it? How was that possible? But the next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Lu Ming said lightly, Little blood, stop. Then, the blood demon stopped and growled in a low voice, seemingly trying to please Lu Ming. Little blood, get down. With another light sentence, Blood Devil obediently lay down. Zai Nianking's eyes were about to pop out, and his mouth was so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. The blood demon had actually been subdued by Lu Ming. Moreover, it was the kind that was obedient. Most importantly, what did Lu Ming call the blood demon? Little blood. Zai Nianking felt like he was in a mess. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Don't you admire me? Do you have the urge to repay me with your body? Seeing Zai Nianking's expression, Lu Ming felt extremely pleased. He laughed heartily with a smug expression on his face. His smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. Promise your head? Humph, who knows what kind of despicable method you used to subdue this blood devil? Humph, you are a despicable bastard. One day I will step on you. Zai Nianking snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming a few times. Then, he turned around and did not look at Lu Ming. However, she was still shocked and curious about Lu Ming. She did not know what method Lu Ming had used to subdue the blood demon. Lu Ming smiled. He knew Zai Nianking's temper and could not be bothered to argue with her. Then, the blood demon continued on its way. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking sat cross-legged on the blood demon's back, channeling and healing their injuries. About half a day later, the scenery in front of them changed. In front of them, a huge, semicircular light screen enveloped them. Lu Ming and the rest were inside this semicircular light screen. It was a huge inscription formation. It was only then that Lu Ming found out that the Blood Realm and Devil's Den was in a huge inscription array. No wonder he couldn't tell the direction the moment he entered the formation. The only difference was that there was a stone door here. The stone door was huge and was tightly shut, embedded in the light screen. This stone door might be the exit. Lu Ming made a guess. He ordered Blood Demon to charge forward. Roar, roar. Suddenly, two earth-shaking roars came from the huge stone door. The stone door glowed, and two huge strange beasts appeared in front of the stone door. These two strange beasts were incomparably huge, and their entire bodies emitted a blood-red radiance. The moment it appeared, it glared at Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Little blood, destroy them." Roar! The blood demon let out a furious roar and rushed toward the two strange beasts. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking jumped down from the blood demon. Immediately, the three humongous creatures began to fight each other. The blood chi was boiling, and the battle was extremely intense. The two strange beasts were also extremely powerful, but unfortunately, they were still inferior to the blood demon. Soon, the two beasts were torn apart by the blood demon and swallowed in a few bites. Chapter 274, The Ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. Translator, 549,690,339. After the two strange beasts were killed, the stone door no longer moved. Little blood, break the stone door. Lu Ming shouted. The blood demon roared and ran toward the stone gate. Boom! It slammed heavily against the stone door, causing it to shake violently. The entire world seemed to be shaking. However, the stone door did not open. Continue. Lu Ming shouted. The blood demon continued to attack, and the stone door kept shaking. Finally, it slowly opened a gap. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to hear a deafening roar from outside the stone door. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. But he didn't have time to think too much. He strode forward and shouted, "Let's go out." Zai Nianking followed closely behind. Roar! At this moment, the blood demon roared loudly and stopped in its tracks. A thought was transmitted into Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming roughly understood what the blood demon meant. It grew up here and could not get out at all. Once it got out, it would be turned into ashes. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. If such a powerful blood demon were to follow them out, he would be able to sweep through the blazing sun empire. He might even be able to attack the omnidirectional sword sect. What a pity, Lu Ming roared in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only abandon the blood demon and rush towards the stone door with Zai Nianking. The stone door was too big. Although it was only opened a crack, it was enough for two people to pass through. Buzz, buzz. The two of them moved like the wind. As soon as they passed through the stone door, they felt the world spin. The next moment, they found themselves standing on a hill. Behind him, a blood-colored mist filled the air. It was clearly the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. In front of him were green mountains and clear waters, full of life. However, at this moment, the mountain peak in front of them trembled. A blood-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It could be seen from 100 miles away. Boom, boom, boom. On the side, another mountain peak trembled. Immediately after, another blood-colored light pillar shot out, stirring up the wind and clouds. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking were both dumbfounded. Where was this place? Why did he look so unfamiliar? And this blood-red light pillar, could it be caused by them opening the huge stone door? Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, and a few figures appeared in the sky. They were a few middle-aged men. The aura on their bodies was as thick as a mountain. They were obviously strong practitioners of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. There's a change outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. Is there a rare treasure coming into being? Hurry up and inform the sect. The few burly men muttered to themselves. Then, they stepped on the air and disappeared. However, not long after, more people came. Some of them came by stepping on the air. They were all martial arts grandmasters, and there were also some martial artists in the Grandmaster realm. Through the conversation of these people, Lu Ming learned a fact that made him dumbfounded. This place was actually not within the Blazing Sun Empire's territory, but on the other side of the desolate wilderness, the border between the Blood Zhao Empire and the Yin Moon Empire. Lu Ming and the rest had actually run in the wrong direction. Lu Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. He and Zai Nianqing stared at each other. Booms, booms, boom. The shaking became more and more intense. In the end, a total of 9 blood-red light pillars appeared and shot into the sky. At this moment, there were already no less than 100 people gathered. This place is most likely the ruins of the ancient sect, the Cloud Emperor Palace. In the sky, a white-haired old man speculated. What? It's the ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace. Some people were shocked and expressed their doubts. That's a senior from the Great Sun House. His guess shouldn't be wrong. That's right. The Great Sun House is the #1 sect in the Blood Zhao. It has existed for a long time and is extremely knowledgeable. We can't compare to it. Haha, what a great opportunity. Some people were discussing excitedly. The ancient sect Cloud Emperor Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was called the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range because of the Cloud Emperor Palace, which showed how powerful the Cloud Emperor Palace was. This place was actually the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. Lu Ming definitely had to explore and did not want to miss it. Everyone waited in silence. Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing sat cross-legged at the side, healing their injuries while waiting. As time passed, more and more people arrived. It was obvious that the news had already spread. 7 days later, there was already a sea of people in all directions. Even the sky was filled with people. Some were from the Blood Zhao Empire, and some were from the Yin Yue Empire. Of course, most of them were from the Blood Zhao Empire. Lu Ming sighed to himself. The Blood Zhao Empire was indeed powerful. Those standing in the air were all Grandmaster-level experts. There were no less than 1,000 of them. The Blood Zhao Empire was indeed a mid-tier empire. It was extremely terrifying. The Great Sun Mansion has sent hundreds of experts and core elders. It seems that we won't get a share in the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace. That's right, many experts from the other sects of Blood Zhao have also come. Even the royal family of the Dark Moon Empire has come. There are also many young experts, such as the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire and the experts of the 9 heroes of the Dark Moon Empire. Nearby, the sounds of discussion could be heard from time to time. Gah! At this moment, a sharp cry resounded through the sky. It was extremely ear-piercing. Then, a huge crow appeared in the sky. This crow was extremely huge, with a wingspan of 30 meters. Its body was covered in blazing flames, and the demonic chi on its body was soaring. It was a terrifying level 4 demonic beast. A level 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. On the back of the crow stood a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a fiery red robe with a big sun embroidered on it. His hands were placed behind his back as he looked at the blood-colored light pillars. He had an aura of disdain. Yang Liuji, this person is Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji, who is ranked 33rd on the Cloud Emperor board. Who else could it be besides him? Even the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor ranking are here. There was a commotion in the crowd. Clearly, the name of the 6 extremes of Yang had shaken the hearts of the people. Number 33 on the Cloud Emperor board. Is this man stronger than Qiu Changkong? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The 36 geniuses on Emperor Yun's list could be said to be the strongest 36 people of this generation in the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming and Zai Nianking's injuries had already healed. Boom! Suddenly, the 9 blood-red light pillars let out a violent roar. The light grew brighter and then actually gathered together. A moment later, the blood light disappeared, and a huge black vortex appeared in the sky. This is the spatial teleportation path. It leads to the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. Charge! Immediately, dozens of people rushed into the vortex. In the next moment, a blood-curdling screech was heard. More than half of the dozens of people suddenly exploded, and their blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. However, the other half of the people rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. What's going on? How did this happen? Why is it that when someone died, someone else charged in? What are the restrictions? Everyone else on the scene stopped, not daring to rush into the vortex. An old man with a head full of white hair appeared in front of the vortex and carefully observed it. And NBSB, everyone recognized that he was a core elder of the Great Sun Mansion. The white-haired old man carefully observed it. After a while, he said, "If I'm not wrong, this place should be covered with inscriptions of time." Chapter 275, Hell of Slaughter. Translator, 549,690,339. What time type inscription? Everyone was shocked. The inscription of time was a supreme inscription, and it was extremely difficult to master. According to this old man's guess, this place has an age limit. If you exceed a certain age, you will be killed by the inscription formation in the vortex. The white-haired old man said, "Then how many years can it take to enter, and how many years can it not?" Someone asked. The world is divided by the age of 30. Those under 30 are the younger generation, which is the golden age for cultivation. Therefore, I speculate that those under 30 can enter this place, and those above 30 can't. The white-haired old man said, 30 years old, I've already surpassed it. I'm just 31 years old, how unlucky. Many of those who were over 30 years old had a dejected look on their faces and cried out their bad luck. As for those who were below 30 years old, they revealed a look of joy. The stronger their cultivation base, the happier they were. Since the older generation could not enter, those with higher cultivation would naturally have the advantage. How could they not be happy? Charge! Immediately, some young men under the age of 30 rushed forward. As expected, they were fine and disappeared into the vortex one by one. Ha ha ha, ants like you also want to compete with me. Yang Liuji laughed arrogantly. He was the only genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking list who came here, who could compete with him. He stepped into the vortex and disappeared. The other young men also rushed in like bees. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least thousands of people. During this period, there were also those over 30 who didn't believe in luck and wanted to take a risk, but they were all killed by the inscription formation. After that, no one else above the age of 30 dared to try again. Let's go in as well, Lu Ming said to Zai Nianking. Zai Nianking nodded and charged into the vortex with Lu Ming. As he rushed into the vortex, he felt his head spin. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. In front of him was a vast mountain. Zai Nianking was right beside him. Not only that, but everyone seemed to have gathered at the foot of the mountain. At a glance, it was full of people. Boom! Suddenly, not far from Lu Ming, a great battle broke out. The people who had entered this place came from various forces. Some people already had enmity with each other, so it was very normal for a battle to break out when they met. A moment later, a young man was killed with a scream. However, at this moment, a change occurred. Inscriptions suddenly appeared in the sky and wrapped around the young man who had been killed. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The blood and essence of the young man's body were all extracted. Under the effect of the inscriptions, it turned into a blood-red crystal and fell to the ground. This are these blood-refining crystals. It's blood-refining crystals. It's true, I have them on me. What? It's unbelievable that a dead person would be refined into a blood-refining crystal. The entire place burst into an earth-shattering uproar. Lu Ming was also shocked. The blood-refining crystal and the blood-refining pill had similar effects. They were both used by warriors to awaken their second bloodline. The effect of a blood refinement crystal was similar to a blood refinement pill. We'll know once we try. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. A sun appeared in the crowd and exploded. Miserable screams rang out continuously as more than a dozen people were killed. The next moment, a large number of runes appeared in the sky and wrapped around the corpses. Then, the blood of the corpses was extracted and refined into blood-refining crystals. It really was so. Many people gasped, and many people had bloodthirsty looks in their eyes. Kill! Kill! Immediately, someone roared and charged at the people around him. Not good, let's go. There were also people who shouted as they madly rushed towards the vast mountains. The scene was in chaos, and the smell of blood filled the air. Dense runes appeared in the sky, and the blood of those who were killed all turned into blood-refining crystals. Kill! There were also people who charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept out his long spear and clashed. With the other party was forced back. Zai Nianqing, let's go, we'll rush into those mountains. Lu Ming shouted. There were too many geniuses who had entered this time. Most of them were young experts from the Blood Zhao Empire. There were many young experts in the martial ancestor realm. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could only be ranked in the middle and had to retreat for the time being. The two of them rushed towards the vast mountain with all their might. Not long after, they rushed into the mountain and continued to run towards the depths of the mountain. Behind them, there were people continuously rushing into the mountain. Thousands of people were scattered in the vast mountains. Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing ran for more than 200 miles before they stopped. For the next period of time, this place will become a hell of slaughter. Lu Ming said softly. One could imagine how crazy it was to turn someone's life into blood-refining crystals. The youths who entered would definitely hunt each other down. Although the young martial ancestor realm experts did not have any use for blood-refining crystals, they could still sell them for a shocking price. Lu Ming, we have to break through to the martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll be in a very passive position. Zai Nianqing said. In this unfamiliar environment, they were facing strong enemies everywhere. The relationship between the two of them had unknowingly become closer. That's right, but it's not easy to make a breakthrough. Let's look around and see if there are any treasures. Lu Ming said. The two of them randomly chose a direction and ran forward. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a sharp air-piercing sound was heard, and several sword chi flew toward the two of them. There was a sneak attack. Their expressions changed, and they dodged the attack. Then, with a flash, 8 figures appeared and surrounded the two. You two are unlucky. Now, turn into our blood-refining crystals. The leader of the 8 people, a young man, coldly said. This person was the strongest among the 8. The aura on his body was extremely thick, and he was an expert in the first realm of the martial ancestor realm. The other 7 were all 9th grade great martial masters. 6th senior brother, this woman is extremely beautiful. It's such a pity to kill her just like this. Why don't you let me play with her first before killing her? One of them was a short and chubby young man. He looked at Zai Nianqing with a perverted look in his eyes. His crotch was bulging. Fatso Liu, put away your perverted thoughts. What kind of place is this? Let's end this quickly, or else we won't even know how we died. The 6th brother scolded. The chunky young man laughed a few times, but when he looked at Zai Nianqing, the fire in his eyes grew stronger. He didn't notice the killing intent in Zai Nianqing's eyes. This fellow is really pitiful. Lu Ming shook his head. In his heart, he was already mourning for this fatty. He even dared to molest the little devil, Zai Nianqing. He was really looking for death. You're dead. As expected, Zai Nianqing's voice was cold. What? I'm dead? You want to kill me? Haha, what a joke. Didn't you see that my 6th senior brother is a martial grandmaster powerhouse? You are just a great martial master. You want to kill me in front of a martial grandmaster? What What a joke. Ah, my precious. The chunky young man started to be arrogant, but before he could finish his words, he let out a shrill scream. Chapter 276. Chapter 276 Tower. Translator. 549,690,339. The chunky young man screamed at the top of his lungs. He was screaming in a terrible way, and the fat on his body was shaking. There was a pool of blood at his crotch, and his thing was gone. Lu Ming's pants tightened involuntarily. He had seen it clearly just now. With a snap of Zai Nianking's fingers, a black lotus petal flew out and cut off the chunky young man's thing. When the other young men saw this, they also felt a chill down their spines. Ah, sixth senior brother, avenge me. The chunky young man continued to scream. Beat, you're looking for death. Attack and kill them. The sixth senior brother roared and charged at Lu Ming. He wanted to get rid of Lu Ming first, then torture Zai Nianking. Human Daopalm. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He immediately used his strongest move. A huge palm print suddenly formed above the sixth brother's head and slammed down. The power was so strong that it was shocking. The sixth senior brother was shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming's attack to be so terrifying. He immediately burst out with all his strength to resist this move. Bang! With a loud bang, sixth brother was directly blown into the soil, and a big pit was blown out on the ground. When the smoke and dust disappeared, sixth brother was lying in the pit like a pool of mud, dying. The other 6 young men were stunned. Then, they trembled and broke out in cold sweat. One move to deal with the 6th senior brother, who was a martial grandmaster. Was this still a martial artist in the grandmaster realm? The chunky youth even forgot to scream as he widened his eyes in fear. Run! One of the young men shouted, and the other 6 turned around and ran. Wait for me. The short and fat youth screamed, but his crotch was in so much pain that he couldn't run fast. He was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. You want to run? Do you think you can run? Zai Nianking's voice was as cold as the winter snow. She waved her hands, and black lotus petals flew out. The short and fat young man was the first to be killed. He didn't even have the chance to scream. Whoosh, zio zio. The petals tore through the air, sharper than the sharpest blade. Screams were heard again and again. In a few breaths, all 6 young men were killed. At this time, the 6th brother was no longer breathing. Inscriptions appeared in the sky and extracted the blood from the corpses, forming blood-refining crystals. However, not everyone could condense a blood-refining crystal. Lu Ming realized that only martial artists with 5th-level blood vessels could condense a blood-refining crystal. Those with blood vessels below level 5 would have their blood qi dispersed before they could even form a blood-refining crystal. One of the young men had a 6th-level blood meridian and had actually condensed 2 blood-refining crystals. As for the 6th senior brother, he was a martial arts grandmaster and had awakened his 2nd bloodline. His 2nd bloodline was an ordinary level 9 bloodline, and he had condensed 16 blood-refining crystals at once. The number of blood-refining crystals condensed would double with each level of bloodline, and it had nothing to do with cultivation. There were 8 of them, so they managed to form a total of 22 blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking split the crystals equally, so they each got 11. Then, the 2 of them left the place. Along the way, the 2 of them were ambushed a few more times. However, the strongest of the enemies was only in the first stage of the martial ancestor realm. They were all killed by the 2 of them, and each of them obtained a dozen blood-refining crystals. Although Lu Ming had 4,000 blood refinement pills, the more the better. Secondly, the more blood he accumulated, the higher the possibility of awakening a higher-level blood meridian. According to the 9 Sons Supreme Master, his first bloodline was awakened because of the 9 dragons' blood essence. However, his 2nd bloodline had nothing to do with the 9 dragons' blood essence. It was his own bloodline that had awakened. Lu Ming's blood meridian was not too advanced. Lu Yao had deprived him of his blood meridian and awakened a 5th-level blood meridian. From this, it could be seen that Lu Ming's first blood meridian was not higher than the 5th level. Therefore, his second bloodline might not be too powerful, so he would need a large number of blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. The second bloodline was very special. Some people might not have even used a blood refining pill or other treasures to supplement their bloodline potential, but they could still awaken an extremely high-level bloodline. However, it was not absolute. The chances of awakening a high-level bloodline were much higher after taking blood refining pills or blood refining crystals. Half an hour later, the two of them appeared in front of a huge building that was 7 stories high. This building was shaped like a tower. In front of the tower stood more than 100 young men. They were facing each other and staring at the tower. The tower's door was tightly shut. I've tried it just now. This door is extremely heavy and can't be opened by one or several people. I suggest that we work together to open the door. As for the treasures inside, let's let strength speak for itself. A young man in a brocade robe called out. Who knows if you'll attack us when we open the door? I'm not at ease. A skinny, monkey-like young man shouted. If you're still worried, you can get lost. The youth in the brocade robe was very domineering. UFCK. The skinny, monkey-like young man's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. He wants the treasure, but doesn't have the guts. He's destined to be a good-for-nothing with no future in his life. The youth in the brocade robe mocked. He then glanced at the others and said, How is it? Do you want to work together to open the tower's gate? All right, I agree to help you. I also agree. Almost everyone agreed. If he wanted to obtain the treasures inside, he had to open the door first. Attack together. The young man in the brocade robe shouted and threw out a powerful punch. Attack. The others also made their moves. Suddenly, all kinds of sword chi, blade light, fist force, palm wind, and so on were blasted toward the tower's door. Booms, booms, boom. The building rumbled and light flickered. Finally, with a loud bang, the door was blasted open. Buzz, woo-woo. Immediately, dozens of people rushed towards the gate, afraid that the treasure would be taken away if they were a step slower. However, the next moment, a series of shrill screams rang out. There were dozens of people who had rushed into the gate, and at least 20 of them let out blood-curdling screams as their heads suddenly exploded. As for the other dozen or so people, they were all martial ancestor realm powerhouses. They were attacking their surroundings wildly, as if they were fighting something. Runes appeared in the sky, and the young men who were killed were all refined into blood-refining crystals. What's there? Someone shouted in fear outside the door. I don't know, I can't see clearly. It's too strange, I'd better not go in. Some people wanted to retreat. At that moment, the martial arts grandmaster powerhouses had already rushed in and disappeared. A type of blood-colored worm. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the door. With his eyesight, he could still see the object of attack. It was a blood-red bug that was as thin as a hair and as large as a cicada. Its speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Only a martial grandmaster would be able to discover it. This kind of blood cicada would cause one's head to explode as soon as it entered. Let's go in. The other martial arts grandmasters rushed in one after another. Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing moved and followed the crowd. Buzz! As soon as he rushed in, a blood cicada shot at him. He swept out his spear and sent the blood cicada flying. Then, he rushed in. Zai Nianqing was the same. He followed Lu Ming. Chapter 277, Yi Yuan Ancient Spiritual Pill. Translator, 549,690,339. After Lu Ming rushed in, he picked up a few blood-refining crystals. Nest, how come those two great martial masters are so powerful? Outside, the Grandmaster Realm warriors were dumbfounded. After Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing rushed in, they saw a wide staircase that led to the second floor. Without any hesitation, the two of them rushed up and found that there were empty shelves on the second floor. On the side of the shelves, there were a few dried corpses. It was obvious that they had been killed, and their blood had been extracted to form blood-refining crystals. It was obvious that everything here had been looted by the people who had rushed in first. Hurry up and go, get lost. Die. You're the one who's going to die. The scene was in chaos. Everyone wanted to rush up, so it was naturally chaotic. 7 or 8 people were fighting. Who? A young man wielding a battle axe swung his axe at Lu Ming. His cultivation of the first level of the martial ancestor realm was revealed. You really think I'm a pushover? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He struck out a palm, and a huge palm print blasted toward the young man. Bang! The young man's bones were broken, and he was thrown back. But he didn't die, because he also cultivated an earth-level martial skill, which blocked part of the power of the palm of humanity. Even so, the other young powerhouses were shocked and looked at Lu Ming with fear. Where did such a powerful great martial master come from? I've seen all the strongest great martial masters in the Blood Zhao Empire, but there's no such person. Someone said with a grave expression. The others looked at Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing in fear. Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. He rushed to the 3rd level with Zai Nianqing. The 3rd floor also had a few shelves, and the items on the shelves had also been ransacked. Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing did not stop at all. They continued to rush up. The 4th level, the 5th level, the 6th level. All the way to the 6th floor, the 2 of them were always a step slower than the others and were completely robbed. When he reached the 6th level, he heard the sound of intense fighting. The sound came from the 7th level. The 2 of them charged forward without hesitation. Boom, boom. On the 7th floor, there were 6 youths engaged in an intense battle. One of them was the youth in the brocade robe. This person's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm, and he was definitely a genius. As for the other 5, they were all at the peak of the 1 Dan martial ancestor realm. The battle was extremely intense. The 6 of them were in a chaotic mess, but it was obvious that the youth in the brocade robe had the advantage. On the 7th floor, there were only 2 shelves with some jade bottles on them. On the shelf it was written, Yiyuan Ancient Panaceas, Medium LV4 Elixir. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Then, his eyes emitted a shocking glow. The Yiyuan Ancient Spiritual Pill was a medium LV4 pill. It could increase one's cultivation very quickly. For a martial arts grandmaster, it was very useful. In the outside world, the price of the Yiyuan Ancient Panaceas was astonishingly high, and there was often a demand but no supply. I must get some. This way, my cultivation will reach the peak of the 9th grade Grandmaster realm in a short time. Then, I'll consume the blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals to refine my bloodline and break through to the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In this place, Lu Ming had no time to devour the blood essence of others. The blood essence of the warriors who died in battle had all been condensed into blood refining crystals. Without devouring the blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation level could not be improved in a short time. The Yiyuan Ancient Spiritual Pill appeared at the right time. You guys want to fight with me? You're looking for death. The young man in the brocade robe shouted. His eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a strong purple light. He struck out with his palm, and it was a purple palm print. It was extremely powerful, and the other young men all retreated. Zisong, there are so many people here. How is it possible for you to take the Yiyuan Ancient Panaceas for yourself? Another young man called out. Oh, really? Then I'll kill you first. Extreme purple golden dragon palm. Zisong let out a long roar. The purple light on his body was extremely dense. When it reached a certain level, the purple light actually turned into gold. He struck out a palm, and a golden true dragon roared out. Bang! The young man was knocked away by the golden dragon. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his aura was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with horror. Is it possible now? Zisong looked at the young man coldly, then looked at the others. The other 4 young men's expressions changed. Hurry up and get lost. If you don't, you'll end up like him. Zisong's aura was overbearing as he coldly looked at the others. Zisong, there are 4 of us. We might not be afraid of you even if we work together. A tall young man said unwillingly. As for Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing, he had completely ignored them. Boom! As soon as the tall youth finished speaking, Zai Song struck out a palm, and a golden dragon rushed out. With a scream, the young man was torn in half by the golden dragon. His blood essence and blood were condensed into 16 blood-refining crystals, which were put away by Zai Song. You still want to join forces? This is the end. Zai Song sneered. The remaining 3 people were extremely shocked. Zai Song was too powerful. They were no match for him when he used his ultimate move. They looked at each other and finally retreated from the 6th floor unwillingly. Aren't you two going to get lost? Zai Song looked at Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing. Get lost and let me see. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Instantly, Zai Song's face darkened and he said, Kid, do you know the consequences of your words? Now, even if you want to leave, you can't. 2 mere great martial masters want to get their hands on the Yeyuan ancient panaceas? You're really delusional and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zai Song looked down at Lu Ming from above and walked toward him. Brat, do you want to kill yourself or do you want me to do it? If I do it, you won't die so easily. Also, little girl, if you swear to be my concubine and serve me well for the rest of your life, I'll let you go. Zai Song looked at Zai Nianqing with a burning gaze. Zai Nianqing's looks were indeed rare in the world. Any man who saw him would be moved. Do you think trash like you is worthy? Zai Nianqing sneered. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then I'll send you both on your way together. Zai Song's body burst out with cold killing intent, and he slapped his palm at Lu Ming. A purple palm print surged over. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he also struck out with his palm. The human Dao palm was formed. Boom! The 2 palm prints collided with a loud boom. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly, while Zai Song took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. At this moment, his face revealed a look of disbelief. A mere 9th grade great martial master could actually push him back with 1 palm. How was this possible? Then an extremely cold killing intent burst out. He roared, damn it, go to hell. The purple light on Zai Song's body was extremely dense. Then, it turned golden. He struck out with his palm and a golden true dragon pounced out. The golden true dragon's body was fused with a powerful Shi. Zai Song's Shi was also very strong, and had reached the small success stage. Chapter 278, 50 Super Rookies of Blood Zhao. Translator, 549,690,339. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm again. Lu Ming had used all his strength and integrated the power of wind and fire into this palm. Boom! The palm of People Dao clashed with the golden dragon. A violent explosion was heard. Following that, the People Dao palm print shattered inch by inch. A terrifying force surged towards Lu Ming, and he could not help but retreat. Zai Song's combat strength was indeed extremely powerful. Lu Ming realized that, as his cultivation level increased, the opponents he faced would also become stronger. When he was facing these young martial arts grandmasters, his advantage in many aspects was no longer as obvious. Almost all of these young martial grandmaster powerhouses had cultivated earth-rank martial arts techniques and comprehended force. Moreover, they had all mastered it. Although Lu Ming had a slight advantage in martial arts techniques and force, it was not big. Also, how could a martial grandmaster's cultivation technique be a yellow-grade cultivation technique? It was usually a black-grade upper-level cultivation technique, and it was not surprising that some people even cultivated an earth-grade cultivation technique. The higher the level of the cultivation technique, the thicker and more condensed the true qi cultivated would be. It was impossible for Lu Ming's essential qi to be 5 times more than these people. Therefore, his advantage was further reduced. It was even more difficult to fight above one's level. That was why Lu Ming was forced to retreat by Zai Song. However, he did not know that Zai Song was even more shocked. He was a peerless genius, not an ordinary second-grade martial arts grandmaster. He found it unbelievable that his full-powered palm strike only forced Lu Ming back and did not kill him. Kill, this brat's talent is even higher than mine. He can't be allowed to live in this world. Zai Song roared in his heart and charged at Lu Ming again. Kai. At this moment, Zai Nianqing also made his move. Black lotus flowers formed around her. The black petals danced and enveloped Zai Song. At the same time, she waved her palms and a black palm print whistled out. "Bitch, you're looking for death." "Die," Zai Song shouted as he directed a portion of his power at Zai Nianking. Boom, boom. Immediately, the three of them engaged in a great battle. Zai Nianking's combat strength was also extremely shocking. He was not any weaker than Lu Ming. The two of them joined forces and were evenly matched with Zai Song. Zai Song's face was extremely gloomy. The more the battle, the more frightened he was. The three of them fought, and their energy shot out in all directions. However, inscriptions appeared on the walls of the 7th floor, which absorbed most of the force. Otherwise, those Yiyuan ancient panaceas would have been shattered. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. On the 6th floor, the 3 first-level martial arts grandmaster youths stood there. As they heard the violent boom coming from the 7th floor, the three of them looked at each other. Who was Zai Song fighting with? Could it be the 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm couple from before? But how was that possible? 2 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm cultivators were able to fight Zai Song to such an extent. Then what were they? Trash. They were in disbelief. But other than the young man and woman, there was no one else on top. The three of them decided to wait on the 6th floor. Die, die. Zai Song roared angrily. The golden light around his body was boiling and extremely dense. He roared in his heart and wanted to kill Lu Ming and Zai Nianking, but he could not do it. After a while, the golden light on Zai Song's body began to dissipate rapidly. Damn it, you two beastards, you beast-starred couple, just you wait. I, Zai Song, swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you. Zai Song bellowed in anger and waved his palm a few times, blocking Lu Ming and Zai Nianking's attacks. Then, he ran towards the 6th floor and disappeared from the stairs in an instant. He had used up a lot of his essential qi to maintain the golden light. He could not hold on any longer and could only run. Otherwise, he would be killed by Lu Ming and Zai Nianking. On the 6th floor, the three young men were waiting. Suddenly, they saw Zai Song rushing down from the 7th floor at top speed. He ran down in a hurry. The three young men were stunned. Could it be that Zai Song has been defeated? The three young men looked at each other and gasped. Then, without any hesitation, they ran. On the 7th floor, Lu Ming and Zai Nianking scanned their surroundings. There were 2 shelves in total, and each of them was filled with jade bottles, all of which were Yiyuan ancient panaceas. Let's split it half each. Lu Ming smiled and walked to one of the shelves, while Zai Nianking walked to the other. Lu Ming took a glance and calculated that there were 49 jade bottles in total. Lu Ming picked up a jade bottle. As soon as he opened it, he could smell a strong medicinal fragrance. In the jade bottle, there were 9 round, milky white pills. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and kept all the jade bottles into the supreme shrine. On the other side, Zai Nianking also put away the Yiyuan ancient panaceas with a smile on his face. With these Yiyuan ancient panaceas, I will be able to reach the martial arts grandmaster realm very soon. At that time, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Zai Nianking looked at Lu Ming and said fiercely. Lu Ming was speechless. Why did this girl keep thinking about this? Immediately, Zai Nianking led the way and walked down. Lu Ming smiled and followed closely behind. After going downstairs, there was no one on the lower floors. When the two of them left the pavilion, they found that the people outside had also left. No one knew how long they could stay in this secret realm, and no one was willing to waste time. Since this place was not suitable, they would definitely find another place. The two of them left the pavilion, randomly chose a direction, and ran at top speed. They wanted to find a secluded place to consume the Yiyuan ancient panaceas and improve their cultivation. Half an hour later, the two of them passed by a dilapidated palace. Hurry up and run. Zhao Hong, one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire, is inside. A terrified shout came from the old palace. Immediately, more than 20 young men ran out of the dilapidated palace in horror. Die! Die! A cold shout full of killing intent came from the dilapidated palace, and then a terrifying saber light burst out. Miserable shrieks were heard continuously. More than 20 young men had been killed by this blade. Runes filled the air as blood-refining crystals were formed. A young man with disheveled hair and a long blade on his back stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the blood-refining crystals and looked forward. A sharp killing intent filled the air. 1,000 meters away, Lu Ming and Zai Nianking's expressions changed. "Let's go," Lu Ming shouted and left the place with Zai Nianking. This young man was too strong. He was not someone the two of them could fight against. The Blood Zhao's 50 super rookies were geniuses on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Zhao Hong's eyes flickered as he watched Lu Ming and Zai Nianking leave. He did not pursue them. Instead, he turned around and entered the dilapidated palace. 50 miles away, screams came from a valley. "It's Duan Ling, one of the 9 heroes of the Dark Moon Empire. Don't kill me," he said. The next moment, a shocking sword chi burst out of the valley. More than a dozen young experts were killed by the sword and turned into blood-refining crystals. Regardless of whether it was the first or second martial ancestor realm, none of them could escape the fate of death. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking, who saw the scene from afar, did not stop at all. They turned and left. A few hundred miles away from Lu Ming and the rest, Yang Liuji laughed out loud in the ruins. Around him, there were at least 50 corpses of young men lying there, their blood chi condensed into blood-refining crystals. In the secret realm, there was killing at all times. Only the strong could survive and seize opportunities. Chapter 279, Beginning to Improve. Translator, 549,690,339. An hour later, the two of them appeared in a secluded valley. This place was very remote and deserted. It was a good place to cultivate. Without saying anything, the two of them sat down cross-legged, took out the Yiyuan ancient panaceas, and began to cultivate. He took out a jade bottle and opened the cap. Immediately, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. The Yiyuan ancient spiritual pill was a medium LV4 medicinal pill. It was of great help to a martial arts grandmaster and was priceless. Lu Ming poured out one pill and swallowed it. In an instant, a powerful devouring force came from the 9 dragons' bloodline. The medicinal power of the Yiyuan ancient spirit pill was continuously devoured and refined. Before long, the medicinal effects of the pill were completely refined. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation level had increased by a level. The medicinal power of a Yiyuan ancient spiritual pill was at least dozens of times that of a Class 9 LV3 demonic pill. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Zai Nianking. He gasped when he saw the huge black lotus floating above Zai Nianking's head. This was obviously Zai Nianking's bloodline. However, there were 9 blood-red chakra rings shining around the black lotus. It was a breathtaking sight. A 9th-level bloodline. Zai Nianking's bloodline had actually reached the 9th level. How terrifying. Zai Nianking had not broken through to Grandmaster and awakened his second bloodline. In other words, her first bloodline had reached level 9. This little demoness bloodline is terrifyingly high. No wonder her combat strength is so strong. She's a true genius. Lu Ming sighed secretly. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen Zai Nianking's bloodline. Her first bloodline has already reached ordinary level 9. I wonder what level her second bloodline will be. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Lu Ming continued to refine the primordial spirit pill. The surging energy was constantly transformed into essential qi. Lu Ming's cultivation level was improving rapidly. Soon, the bottle of pills was refined, and Lu Ming's cultivation was approaching the middle 9th grade Great Martial Master realm. Continue to refine the goo. Half a day later, Lu Ming had refined 12 bottles of pills in a row, and his cultivation had risen to the peak of the 9th grade Great Master realm. At the same time, Zai Nianking's cultivation had also reached the peak of 9th grade Great Martial Master. After reaching the peak of the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm, one could start to take blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals to condense a second bloodline and accumulate energy for the awakening of the second bloodline. This process was known as blood solidification, also known as half-grandmaster. During the blood solidification process, his blood chi was exuberant and even stronger than a peak 9th grade Great Martial Master. A blood-refining crystal appeared in Zai Nianking's hand, and she swallowed it. Immediately, her spine emitted a strong blood-red light. Lu Ming did not waste any time. He also took out a blood-refining crystal and swallowed it. As soon as the blood-refining crystal entered his mouth, it turned into blood chi energy, which was absorbed by his spine and began to condense under the first bloodline. A blood-red light began to appear in that place. As the blood chi poured in, it slowly became brighter. In a few breaths, the blood chi of a blood-refining crystal was completely absorbed. Lu Ming took out a few at once and swallowed them in one go. The blood-red light on his spine grew larger and brighter. Very soon, the dozens of blood-refining crystals that Lu Ming had obtained were all used up. Then he made a grabbing motion in the air, and a bunch of blood refinement pills appeared. He stuffed them into his mouth. After a while, he grabbed another handful. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was someone in front of him, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. He saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him in surprise. It was Zai Nianking. "What are you doing, Nest? I'm scared to death." Lu Ming shouted. Zai Nianking blinked his big eyes and asked, "You have blood refinement pills. How many do you have left?" "I do have blood refinement pills. How many are none of your business?" Lu Ming said. "Can you give me some?" Zai Nianking stammered, as if he found it difficult to speak. "I won't give it to you. I'll give it to you so that you can break through and step on me in the future." Lu Ming firmly rejected the idea. "HMPH, do you think that I can't step on you if you don't give me the blood refinement pill?" Zai Nianking snorted and gritted his teeth, revealing a few white teeth. Then he turned around and walked to the side. However, in less than a minute, she came back and stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes. "What do you want now?" Lu Ming asked, feeling speechless. "I'll buy it. I'll buy the blood refinement pill from you, okay? How many crystals do you want? You can also use treasures to exchange for it." Zai Nianking said. "Oh, using treasures to exchange? That's fine. How about this? I'll tell you a few treasures, and if you have them, I'll exchange them." Lu Ming said. "All right, go ahead," Zai Nianking said. Mysterious Yang Spirit, 10 square bone banner. Lu Ming listed 5 types of treasures in a row. These 5 heavenly materials and earthly treasures were all required to cultivate the 5th stage of the True War Dragon technique. Unfortunately, Su and Zai Nianking both shook their heads, indicating that they didn't. "If you don't have it, how can you exchange it? How about this? Give me some dragon essence or dragon essence, and I can exchange it with you." Lu Ming pursed his lips. "I don't have dragon essence or dragon essence, but I do have a flood dragon bone bead. What do you think?" Zai Nianking asked hopefully. "What? Flood dragon bone bead? You really have one. Why don't you take it out and have a look?" Lu Ming said anxiously. Zai Nianking's palm glowed, and the next moment, a fiery red bone bead the size of a baby's fist appeared in his palm. "It's really a water dragon's bone bead, and it's a fire water dragon's bone bead." Lu Ming was overjoyed. Cultivating the True War Dragon technique didn't necessarily require those materials. There were still some substitutes, but these substitutes were more precious. For example, the items on the true dragon's body were all priceless treasures. Having just one of them would allow the True War Dragon technique to break through. Although flood dragons weren't true dragons, they had the bloodline of true dragons and were extremely rare mutants. They also had some functions. Lu Ming had only mentioned it casually. He did not expect Zai Nianking to really have such a treasure. "Let me see." Lu Ming took the water dragon bone bead and studied it carefully. The flood dragon that produced this bone bead has a very profound cultivation base. As long as I have this bone bead and another material, I can successfully break through to the 5th stage of the True War Dragon technique. Lu Ming thought in his heart. "How is it? I'll exchange it for 2,000 blood refinement pills from you." Zai Nianking said. 2,000? You wish you're asking for too much." Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. "This is a water dragon bone pearl. I spent a lot of money to get it. 2,000 blood refinement pills is not a lot. Zai Nianking said. 500, Lu Ming said. What, aren't you cutting too much? 1,500 no less. Zai Nianking said through gritted teeth. 800 no more. Lu Ming's lips trembled. 1,200. 900. 1,000 blood refinement pills. I can't go any lower. If you go any lower, I won't trade anymore. Zai Nianking said viciously. Good deal. Lu Ming agreed with a look of heartache. Chapter 280. Chapter 280 Burial Ground. Translator. 549,690,339. He took out 1,000 blood refinement pills and exchanged them for the dragon bone bead with Zai Nianking. Zai Nianking happily ran to the side to refine it. Lu Ming observed the water dragon's bone pearl and was overjoyed. He kept it and continued to consume the blood refinement pills. 2 days later, the remaining blood refinement pills were all refined by Lu Ming. A blood-red glow shot up from Lu Ming's spine. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. He felt that it was not enough. He still needed to continue refining treasures such as blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. At this moment, Zai Nianking was sitting cross-legged. The blood-red glow on his spine was even thicker than Lu Ming's, and there was a terrifying fluctuation. He did not refine as many blood refinement pills as Lu Ming, but his energy fluctuations were stronger than Lu Ming's. This was due to his talent. After a while, the blood light disappeared and a terrifying fluctuation was hidden. Zai Nianking opened his eyes. Do you have any more blood refinement pills? Zai Nianking asked the first question after finishing his cultivation. Lu Ming spread his hands. I don't have any more. I think it's too little. Then go and kill them. The others must have a lot of blood refining crystals. Zai Nianking's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just what I wanted. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then the two of them left the place, chose a direction, and ran away. 2 hours later, the two of them stopped at a barren mountain. The two of them felt that the second bloodline that had not been awakened was throbbing, as if it was attracted by something. Over there. The two of them headed in that direction. 10 miles away, a boundless stone forest appeared. Stone pillars stood tall and upright. These stone pillars were carved into various shapes, such as tigers, lions, and wolves. There were even carvings of humans, true dragons, and so on. Buzz, buzz. Many figures appeared in the surroundings and quickly rushed toward the stone forest. Boom, boom. In the stone forest, there were constant rumbles. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking looked at each other and rushed toward the stone forest. Die. At the side, a first-level martial arts grandmaster youth charged towards Lu Ming and was pierced through the heart by Lu Ming's spear. The young man's eyes were wide open in disbelief even as he died. Lu Ming was now infinitely close to becoming a martial arts grandmaster. He could be considered half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. He was much stronger than before. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary first-level martial arts grandmaster in one move. As soon as the young man died, his blood, qi, and essence were all condensed into blood-refining crystals. There were 16 of them, and Lu Ming collected them. At the same time, essential qi gushed out and Lu Ming took the young man's storage ring. As they continued to move forward, many people wanted to attack Lu Ming and Zai Nianking along the way, but they were all killed mercilessly by the two of them. The combination of my wind and fire force is extremely powerful, but it's only a combination and can't be completely fused. If the two forces can be completely fused, the power will be even more shocking. But how can I completely fuse the two types of qi? If it works, then it'll be my trump card. As Lu Ming fought, he was thinking. Soon, the two of them had covered a distance of 10 miles, and the attraction to the bloodline was even stronger. Not long after, a pit appeared in front of them. All kinds of patterns were engraved around the pit. The two of them walked into the pit and immediately felt their blood run cold. In the pit, there were piles of white bones of all kinds of creatures, human-shaped and demonic beasts. Between the bones, there were blood-red crystals that gave off a blood-red glow. Blood-refining crystals, they were all blood-refining crystals. The thing that attracted their bloodline was the blood-refining crystal. This wasn't left behind in the present, but in ancient times. This place is a burial ground, and it's also a place for ancient sacrificial offerings. Zai Nianking seemed to be talking to himself as his voice trembled. Blood-refining crystals. They're blood-refining crystals, these are all mine. Many figures appeared in the surroundings, their eyes burning with fire as they looked down. You're looking for death. You're the one who's going to die. Whoosh! A few figures jumped into the pit and started fighting in the air. At this moment, Ku Luming and Zai Nianking had also jumped into the pit. Immediately, someone attacked him. Bang! Lu Ming cast a human path palm print and smashed the first-level martial arts grandmaster into a meat patty, which was then condensed into a blood-refining crystal in the air. Zai Nianking was also extremely powerful. A black lotus flew out and beheaded a first-level martial ancestor realm expert. As soon as the two of them landed, their true energy gushed out and swept away the blood-refining crystals. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had collected hundreds of blood-refining crystals. There were still many of them as far as the eye could see. Some of them were even buried in the bone banner. Keep. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking collected them to their hearts' content. Detestable. When the others saw this, their eyes turned red. They all stopped and rushed down to fight for the blood-refining crystals. Wang! At this time, a blade light suddenly slashed down from above. Screams rang out as 5 or 6 young men were killed in one strike. Then, a young man with disheveled hair and a saber on his back appeared above the pit. Zhao Hong, it's Zhao Hong, hurry up and run. The remaining people were shocked and quickly flew into the sky, wanting to escape. However, the next moment, a saber light flashed, and those people were all cut in half in the air. Die! Zhao Hong glanced at Lu Ming and Zai Nianking in the pit, and then slashed down. The blade light was pale, and the killing intent was as cold as the winter snow, enveloping the two of them. Human Dao palmed. Great demonic palmed. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking shouted and joined forces to fight the enemy. In the face of such a strong enemy, there was no need to hesitate. They could only join forces. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Ming and Zai Nianking retreated backward. Zhao Hong's gaze flickered and he was slightly surprised. I didn't expect 2 great martial masters to be able to block my blade. It's rare in this world, but today, you'll still die. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Zhao Hong's body, and a saber light shot up into the sky like a waterfall. Slash! Then he slashed down. Retreat! Lu Ming and Zai Nianking did not even think and immediately retreated. Bang! Zhao Hong's blade slashed at the thousands of bones in the pit. The bones instantly shattered and shot out in all directions. Blood-refining crystals flew into the sky and then fell back down. Roar! At this moment, a change occurred. From the pit, under the thousands of white bones, a shocking roar suddenly came out. A terrifying, baleful aura surged out from under the white bones. Bang! Then, the white bones in the pit exploded, and a living being rushed out. This living being had a human form and was 3 meters tall. It was covered in green hair, had long and sharp nails, and had fangs in its mouth. Blood corpse. This living being was exactly the same as the blood corpse that Lu Ming and the rest had encountered in the Blood Realm's demonic cave. The only difference was that this blood corpse's eyes were golden, and the aura it gave off was much stronger than the blood corpses he had encountered in the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. A fiendish aura filled the air. Roar! As soon as the golden-eyed blood corpse appeared, it pounced towards Zhao Hong. Its claws were as sharp as blades as it tried to grab Zhao Hong. Chapter 281, I'm a Proud Son of the Heavens. Translator, 549,690,339. You're looking for death. Die, Zhao Hong shouted coldly as he slashed out with his blade. A A sharp blade light slashed towards the golden-eyed blood corpse. Clang! The knife light and the nail collided, making a sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Bang! A figure flew far away. It was Zhao Hong. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood zombie and was sent flying by its claw. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and continued to chase after Zhao Hong. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Zhao Hong's expression was extremely unsightly. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He had been injured by that move just now. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie pounced on him. He did not dare to continue fighting. He turned and ran. The direction he ran in was the direction of Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing. Not good, let's go. Lu Ming's expression changed. He and Zai Nianqing turned around and ran. You two still dare to run? Stop quickly and help me stall this blood corpse. If you die in the hands of a blood corpse, you'll die a happy death, but if you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly in an overbearing manner. What do you mean by one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire? I think he's a complete idiot. Little Qing, what do you think? Lu Ming said in a disdainful tone. Zai Nianqing stumbled and almost fell. What did Lu Ming just call her? Little Qing. Zai Nianqing's eyes glowed viciously as he glared at Lu Ming. Little Qing, is that guy an idiot? Lu Ming pretended not to know and continued to ask. Yes. Zai Nianqing gritted his teeth and only managed to spit out one word after a long time. Lu Ming was clearly taking advantage of her. You're looking for death. Zhao Hong bellowed and was about to release his essential qi to slash at Lu Ming. However, his speed slowed down as he gathered his essential qi. The golden-eyed blood zombie caught up and slashed at him. Kaila! Even though Zhao Hong had escaped quickly, a piece of cloth was still caught. The piece of cloth that was caught happened to be on Zhao Hong's butt. Immediately, half of Zhao Hong's snow-white butt was exposed. Ah! Zhao Hong screamed and jumped forward as if he had been electrocuted. Only then did he escape the danger of being torn apart by the claw. However, the next moment, he felt a chill on his butt. He turned his head and roared. Hey, why is that guy running in such a strange way? He keeps looking at his butt. Is he sick? Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He noticed Zhao Hong's strange behavior and muttered. Zhao Hong's face was flushed red. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was so strong that it could not be dispersed. He frantically chased after Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse. Zhao Hong's speed was extremely fast, and he was about to catch up to Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing. Ha ha ha, go to hell, kid. With a beauty accompanying you, you won't be lonely on the road to hell. Zhao Hong sneered. His essential qi burst forth and he increased his speed to the maximum. He flew over the heads of Lu Ming and Su Lingyu arrogantly. Behind them, the golden-eyed blood corpse roared and glared at Lu Ming, and Zai Nianqing with murderous intent. What? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt that the demon-suppressing seal given to him by the Nine Suns Supreme was glowing faintly. Could it be that, after the demon-suppressing token subdued the blood demon, it still has the energy to subdue this golden-eyed blood corpse? Lu Ming had a thought. I don't care, I'll give it a try. Lu Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks. The demon-suppressing token had unknowingly appeared in his hands. Lu Ming, why did you stop? Zai Nianqing was shocked. However, Lu Ming only smiled at her and did not explain. Damn it, Lu Ming, you can't die before I trample you under my feet. Zai Nianqing gritted his teeth and stopped as well. He stood beside Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, these two beastards are probably scared silly. Zhao Hong ran madly and only stopped when he was 10 miles away. He stood high in the sky and looked from afar. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared angrily and was about to grab Lu Ming with its claws. Stop! The demon-suppressing token in Lu Ming's hand glowed, and an invisible wave rushed toward the golden-eyed blood corpse. At the same time, Lu Ming shouted in his heart and turned into an invisible wave that rushed into the body of the golden-eyed blood corpse. All of this happened in silence. Even Zai Nianqing, who was standing beside him, didn't notice it. At this moment, Zai Nianqing's body was already covered in black lotus flowers. His true chi was at its maximum, ready to fight to the death. But suddenly, the golden-eyed blood corpse stopped and let out a low roar. It didn't continue to attack. I've succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Let's go back. Lu Ming gave another order in his heart. The next moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled in a low voice. It turned around and ran back. Then, it jumped into the pit and disappeared. Zai Nianking was dumbfounded. His eyes widened and he said, what's going on? Ha ha ha, little Qing, can't you tell? I, Lu Ming, am blessed by the heavens. What golden-eyed blood corpse, if it doesn't run away obediently when it sees me, it won't dare to attack me. Lu Ming laughed maniacally, looking like a smug and narcissistic person. Tuzg. Zai Nianking looked at him with disdain. He did not believe Lu Ming's nonsense at all. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ming, I'm warning you, don't call me Zai-oking. All right, little Qing. Lu Ming answered. You. Zai Nianking gritted his teeth. He wanted to bite Lu Ming. In the distant sky, Zhao Hong was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Why didn't the golden-eyed blood corpse attack those two? Zhao Hong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Does it mean that the golden-eyed blood corpse won't attack if I admit defeat? Zhao Hong's imagination ran wild. However, he didn't dare to move forward for a while. The golden-eyed blood corpse was too strong. In a head-on battle, he would be killed in a few moves. In the stone forest, Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Hong, who was in the distance. He sneered and said to Zai Nianking, Let's go. There are still so many blood-refining crystals left. Let's take them all. You're still going. Aren't you afraid of the golden-eyed blood corpse? Zai Nianking hesitated. What are you afraid of? I told you I'm protected by the heavens. When the golden-eyed blood corpse sees me, it can't wait to run away. It won't dare to attack me. Don't worry, I'm here, it'll be fine. Lu Ming was full of nonsense, and he strode forward proudly. Zai Nianking gritted his teeth and followed Lu Ming. When the two of them arrived at the pit, the golden-eyed blood corpse was still motionless. There was a smile on Lu Ming's face. He was not worried at all. He jumped into the pit and started to collect the blood-refining crystals. Seeing this, Zai Nianking also felt relieved. For some reason, he suddenly believed Lu Ming's words a little. But how is that possible? This guy is full of lies. Zai Nianking shook his head and began to collect blood-refining crystals. I'm fine, I'm really fine. In the distance, Zhao Hong's mouth was so wide open that a goose egg could be stuffed in it when he saw this scene. Should I go over there and kill those two and take the blood-refining crystals? No, I'm a genius with a bright future. How can I take risks so easily? I'll wait until those two guys have collected all the blood-refining crystals and come out. Then, I'll kill them and the blood-refining crystals will be mine. Zhao Hong calculated and was no longer in a hurry. He waited in the air. Collect, collect, collect. Lu Ming and Zai Nianking were extremely excited. A moment later, the two of them had collected more than 3,000 blood-refining crystals each. At this time, the blood-refining crystals in the pit were finally finished. Chapter 282, The Sullen Zhao Hong. Translator, 549,690,339. What do we do? That guy is waiting for us outside. No matter which direction we go, he will probably chase us. Zai Nianking looked up at the sky and frowned. Why do we have to go out? We can just cultivate here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He leaped onto the pit and sat cross-legged at the side. Cultivate here. Zai Nianking was in disbelief. Trust me. Lu Ming's voice was transmitted to Zai Nianking. Zai Nianking was skeptical. However, on second thought, Lu Ming had never been at a disadvantage before. Perhaps he really had a way. Gritting his teeth, Zai Nianking decided to go all out. He sat down cross-legged, took out a handful of blood-refining crystals, swallowed them, and began refining them. Lu Ming laughed and took a look at the sky. He took out a handful of blood-refining crystals and swallowed them, starting to refine them. In the sky, Zhao Hong was dumbfounded. He's actually refining blood crystals here. Damn it, damn it. Zhao Hong roared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In his opinion, all the blood-refining crystals here belonged to him. Now that Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing were refining his blood-refining crystals, it was a heinous crime. However, he was still hesitant and did not go over. Very soon, Lu Ming had refined a handful of blood-refining crystals and took out another handful to refine. One after another, it did not take long for Lu Ming to refine hundreds of blood-refining crystals. Zai Nianqing was about the same. That golden-eyed blood corpse hasn't appeared yet, so it should be fine. Smash it and die. Zhao Hong growled and flew toward Lu Ming. In a short while, he was close to Lu Ming. Is it finally here? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not care and continued to cultivate. Zai Nianqing was shocked and stood up to block. Little bastard, die. Die, Zhao Hong roared and was about to slash down with his saber. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the pit, as the golden-eyed blood corpse charged out and attacked Zhao Hong. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhao Hong was hit by the golden-eyed blood zombie's claw. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew far away. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse quickly charged towards Zhao Hong. What's going on? How did this happen? Those two beastards have been here for so long, collecting refined blood crystals and refining them. The golden-eyed blood corpse didn't even rush out, so why did it rush out as soon as I arrived? I'm not convinced. Zhao Hong roared in his heart. But he didn't dare to stay, so he turned and ran. The golden-eyed blood zombie clawed at Zhao Hong's pants, leaving a huge hole in his pants. Zhao Hong's snow-white butt was writhing in the air. Hey, your butt is out again, haha, eh? Why did I say again? Lu Ming laughed heartily. Zai Nianqing's face turned red. He snorted and turned around. Zhao Hong let out a long cry. His hair was in a mess and his aura was shocking. However, he was met with the claw of the golden-eyed blood corpse. Buzz! The claw ray swept past and left 5 wounds on Zhao Hong's body. It was as if he had been cut by a blade, and blood was dripping from his body. Zhao Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured and his speed had decreased. He could no longer escape from the golden-eyed blood corpse. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Zhao Hong howled and dashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming got up and looked at him with a faint smile. A scene that made Zhao Hong vomit blood appeared. When the golden-eyed blood zombie rushed past Lu Ming, it did not even look at Lu Ming and continued to pursue him. Why? Zhao Hong bellowed in anger. He was unwilling and confused. However, it was useless. The golden-eyed blood corpse quickly caught up to him. No matter how talented he was still torn in half by the golden-eyed blood corpse after a few moves. Zhao Hong, one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire, a genius on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, had died just like that in a state of unwillingness, doubt, and humiliation. His blood and essence were all converted into blood-refining crystals. 81 blood-refining crystals. Zhao Hong had refined a total of 81 blood-refining crystals. His second bloodline was a first-level king bloodline. Lu Ming kept all of them, including Zhao Hong's blood-refining crystals. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse growled and appeared beside Lu Ming. It stood there obediently. Zai Nianqing was dumbfounded. She stared at him for a while and suddenly remembered that the powerful blood demon had also been obedient to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you have any way to subdue the demonic creature? Zai Nianqing asked. Didn't I already tell you? I'm a proud son of the heavens and am blessed by the heavens. These demonic creatures will naturally be submissive when they see me. Lu Ming had a smug look on his face. He sized up Zai Nianqing and said, How is it? Are you tempted? Why don't you be my bed-warming maid? If you follow me, you'll have endless benefits. Lu Ming had a smug look. Warm your head, HMPH. I guess you must have some kind of treasure that can subdue demons. No way, one day, I will step on you. Zai Nianqing snorted coldly, turned his proud neck, and went to the side to refine the blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming chuckled and instructed the golden-eyed blood corpse to stand guard at the side. He then took out Zhao Hong's storage ring. Lu Ming put the rest aside and took out all the blood-refining crystals. There were more than 500 blood-refining crystals in Zhao Hong's storage ring. This meant that at least a few hundred young experts had died at Zhao Hong's hands. This time, Lu Ming benefited from it. Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing focused on refining the blood crystals. During this time, other young men came, but they were scared away by the golden-eyed blood corpse. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Lu Ming refined more than 3,000 blood refining crystals. In total, Lu Ming had refined more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine was glowing with a thick blood-red light. The blood qi seemed to have substance and was about to turn into drops of blood. That's enough. Now, break through the martial arts grandmaster realm and awaken the second bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals appeared beside him. After that, he circulated the True War Dragon technique. The vortex in his dantians spun rapidly, and the dragon-shaped true qi in his body surged. At his spine, his blood vessels surged, and his blood qi exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming's essence, energy, and spirit were condensed to the extreme. Boom! All of a sudden, a deafening roar came from within Lu Ming's body. A surge of essence energy surged up and soared into the clouds. Within a radius of dozens of miles, countless young experts looked over. The qi is soaring to the sky. Someone has broken through to Wu Zong. What a terrifying aura. This kind of power is too shocking. What kind of genius is he? When I broke through to Wu Zong, my essence qi was less than 1/5 of his. How terrifying. Many people were discussing and some even rushed over, but with the golden-eyed blood corpse, they couldn't step in. There were even some who wanted to force their way in, but were killed by the golden-eyed blood zombies. The others didn't dare to force their way in anymore. The pillar of essence, qi, only disappeared after a long while. Devour. At that moment, Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Large pieces of spirit crystals exploded and were devoured by the 9 dragons bloodline, continuously transforming into Lu Ming's essential qi. The essential qi in Lu Ming's body continued to strengthen and improve. Chapter 283, Breaking Through to Grandmaster, Second Bloodline. Translator, 549,690,339. Not long after, Lu Ming had absorbed at least 200,000 spiritual crystals and converted them into essential qi. Lu Ming felt that the essential qi in his body was 10 times stronger than before. The martial arts grandmaster realm was really powerful. Lu Ming had already broken through to the first level of the martial ancestor realm. Bloodline awakened. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine trembled and a rich blood-red light spread out. At his spine, there was an extremely rich blood-red light, as if something was about to break out of his body. Awaken! Lu Ming growled again. Bang! A bloody light exploded at his spine, and an object condensed. It was actually a stone tablet. The stone tablet was 10 meters tall and was suspended above Lu Ming's head. There seemed to be some words on the stone tablet, but they were blurry and unclear. This is my second bloodline. It was actually a stone tablet. Could it be a special bloodline? Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz! The stone tablet trembled, and a silver chakra emerged. The silver chakra represented a king-level bloodline. A silver chakra represented a first-class king-level bloodline. However, it was not over yet. The stone tablet shook again, and the second silver chakra emerged, followed by the third. After the third silver chakra appeared, there were no more chakra. The third-level king-level blood meridian was the final level of the second blood meridian that Lu Ming had awakened. The 3 silver chakra glowed and were extremely dazzling. I've taken more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. The bloodline I've awakened didn't disappoint me. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He was quite satisfied. With his talent, if he had not taken more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals, he would probably only be able to awaken a level 9 ordinary bloodline. It would be impossible for him to even reach the king level. Who? His second blood meridian vibrated and emitted a strong suction force. The boundless heaven-earth yuan qi was absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into essential chi. This was the king-level bloodline, which was extremely magical. When it was first awakened, it would have a chance to madly devour the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and then it would slowly calm down. I can't waste this opportunity. Lu Ming waved his hand, and more than 200,000 spiritual crystals appeared in the surroundings. These spiritual crystals were obtained from killing other young masters. Bangs, bangs, bang. The spirit crystals exploded one by one and turned into rolling energy that was constantly absorbed and refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation soared like a rocket. It was not long before Lu Ming's cultivation level had broken through to the early stage of the first-level martial arts grandmaster realm. However, this was not his limit, and he was still increasing. An hour later, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the first-grade martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the second-grade martial ancestor realm. At this time, the second bloodline finally calmed down and stopped absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Who? Lu Ming took in a deep breath. His eyes flickered and shot out like two long spears. Lu Ming smiled as he felt the almost endless essential chi in his body. However, in terms of true chi, he was much stronger than before. With a thought, the second bloodline was hidden. HMPH, it's only a third-level king bloodline. What's there to be proud of? Watch me. Zai Nianqing, who had been paying attention to Lu Ming's breakthrough, snorted and sat down cross-legged to continue refining the blood crystals. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He moved his hand and took out a jade bottle. It was the Yiyuan ancient panaceas. He still had dozens of bottles in his hands. He planned to use the Yiyuan ancient panaceas to raise his cultivation to the second level of the martial ancestor realm. When he opened the jade bottle, the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the 9 Yiyuan ancient panaceas in the bottle. The energy required to break through to the martial ancestor realm was even more terrifying. Even if there were too few Yiyuan ancient spiritual pills, they would not be of much use. Lu Ming might as well swallow the entire bottle. As Lu Ming refined the pill, he diverted some of his attention to observe Zai Nianqing. An hour later, Zai Nianqing stopped refining blood crystals and started to break through. With Zai Nianqing's talent, breaking through to Wu Zong was not a problem. Soon, she successfully broke through, and a terrifying essence chi shot up into the sky. This essence chi was not any smaller than Lu Ming's earlier one. It caused another commotion. The people nearby were extremely shocked. 2 streaks of essence chi shot up into the sky in a row, and each one was extremely terrifying. Could it be that there were 2 monstrous geniuses breaking through here? Everyone was extremely curious. Boom! After Zai Nianqing's breakthrough, he began to awaken his second bloodline. The blood light soared into the sky and was extremely dense, almost covering an area of several li. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This blood aura was too shocking. The momentum was so great that it was 10 times stronger than before. No, it was more than that. Kuhu! The blood chi swept out and churned. An astonishing pressure spread out. A moment later, the blood light dissipated, and a figure appeared above Zai Nianqing's head. Yes, that's right. Zai Nianqing's second bloodline was actually a human. It was a woman who was more than 10 meters tall, with graceful curves. She wore a black veil and sat cross-legged on a black lotus. The woman's appearance was unclear, but her figure was extremely good. She exuded an alluring aura everywhere, like a demoness. The most terrifying thing that stunned Lu Ming was that the woman's body was actually emitting 7 silver chakras. A 7th-level king-level bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had a dumbfounded look on his face. He was too shocked. King-class bloodline was extremely difficult to awaken. For example, Duanmu Lin, the genius of the Duanmu family that was said to be able to surpass Feng Wuji in the future, only had a second-class, king-class bloodline. Geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun would usually only awaken to the first level of the king class. Some people might even awaken more. From this, one could see how terrifying a 7th-level king was. Genius, this was a true genius. Zai Nianking clearly did not refine as many blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals as Lu Ming, but the blood meridian he awakened was much stronger than Lu Ming's. This was a true monster. Even if Zai Nianking did not refine the blood crystal, he could probably awaken a 5th-level king bloodline. At this moment, Zai Nianking opened his eyes and shouted, "Swallow." Hoo-hoo. The heaven and earth spiritual chi in the area rushed towards Zai Nianking like a madman. The heaven and earth spiritual chi in a radius of dozens of miles was stirred up, and a strong wind seemed to be blowing in the air. What's going on? I can't absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth anymore. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth is being controlled by someone. Within a few dozen miles, exclamations rang out. At the same time, Zai Nianking waved his hand and a pile of spiritual crystals appeared. There were hundreds of thousands of them. All of them exploded and turned into a sea of spiritual chi, pouring into Zai Nianking. Zai Nianking's cultivation level rose rapidly. Early stage of martial ancestor realm 1 Dan, middle stage of martial ancestor realm 1 Dan. Very quickly, he reached the peak of the first stage of the martial ancestor realm. However, he did not stop. With a boom, he broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the second stage of the martial ancestor realm. Zai Nianking's cultivation continued to rise until he reached the peak of the second level of martial ancestor realm. This Jiao is too terrifying. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. When he broke through, it was already extremely rare for him to make use of the power of his newly awakened bloodline to rush to the peak of the martial ancestor realm 1 Dan. It was equivalent to a normal person's years of hard work. However, Zai Nianking was even more terrifying. He rushed straight to the peak of the second level of martial ancestor realm. This was a 7th-level king bloodline. Of course, this kind of improvement was a one-time thing. In the future, he would have to slowly cultivate. Chapter 284. Chapter 284 A Lesson. Translator. 549,690,339. Zai Nianking stood up and looked at Lu Ming smugly. How is it? What's a mere king-level 3rd-rank bloodline? HMPH, now take my palm. Zai Nianking shouted and struck out with his palm. A black palm print formed with terrifying power. Human Dao palm. Lu Ming threw out a palm as well. His essential chi surged and formed a huge palm print, which collided with Zai Nianking's black palm print. With a loud bang, the two of them trembled and took a step back. You've broken through to the second level of the martial ancestor realm. Zai Nianking exclaimed. Of course. Lu Ming said with a smile. Before Zai Nianking's breakthrough, he had consumed 20 bottles of Yiyuan ancient panaceas and broke through to the early stage of the 2nd-grade martial ancestor realm. HMPH, don't think that I can't step on you just because you've broken through to the 2nd stage of the martial ancestor realm. Zai Nianking shouted as his body glowed with a blood-red light. He was about to activate his bloodline. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse appeared beside Zai Nianking and glared at her, with its mouth wide open. Zai Nianking shrieked and quickly stepped back. Lu Ming, you're shameless. So what if I'm shameless? Every day you say that you will step on me. Today I will step on you. Hee, do it. Lu Ming chuckled coldly. With a light shout, he pounced on Zai Nianking. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled and pounced on Zai Nianking. Zai Nianking's body glowed with a blood-red light as he was about to activate his bloodline. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie charged forward and a blood-red light shot towards Zai Nianking, interrupting the activation of her bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming pounced forward and sent a palm strike into Zai Nianking's dantian, temporarily sealing her essential chi and restraining her. Get lost! Zai Nianking screamed and struggled with all his might. What are you shouting for? Lu Ming used some force and Zai Nianking's essential chi was temporarily sealed. How could he resist? He was restrained by Lu Ming and could not move. Lu Ming, let me go. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Zai Nianking shouted. Hee, now that you're completely in my hands, you still dare to threaten me. It seems that I was too honest in the past. I need a beating. Lu Ming said, and then gave him a lesson. Lu Ming, I hate you. I'll definitely trample you under my feet," Zai Nianking said through gritted teeth. In the end, she gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, looking as if she was ready to let him do whatever he wanted. However, as she scolded, her tears started to flow down. This time, Lu Ming was a little helpless. He quickly let go of Zai Nianking and said, "Hey, why are you crying? I haven't even done anything yet." However, Zai Nianking's cry was like a river that had its gates opened, and he couldn't stop crying. She was crying so sadly and pitifully. Her tears flowed like a string of pearls and fell to the ground. It was as if she had a great grievance that she wanted to vent out through this cry. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. He felt as if he had done something wrong. But he hadn't done anything yet. So he could only stay by her side. After a long while, Zai Nianking finally stopped crying. He stared at Lu Ming in a daze for a long time before he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "HMPH, Lu Ming, I'll let you off for today. One day, I'll trample you under my feet." This again. Lu Ming was completely speechless. "I'm leaving, are you coming?" Lu Ming asked. "HMPH, of course we're going. Don't even think about escaping." Zai Nianking snorted and followed Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The two of them left the stone forest. Of course, the golden-eyed blood zombie was also with them. However, Lu Ming took out a very large black robe and a bamboo hat for the golden-eyed blood zombie to put on, as it would be too conspicuous. The two of them randomly chose a direction and advanced. Along the way, they encountered a few blind martial artists who were easily dealt with by Lu Ming. 2 hours later. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a bell came from the distance and reverberated in the world. No one knew how far the bell came from, but it sounded like it was ringing right next to their ears. "What a wondrous sound! What does this mean?" Lu Ming was a little curious. Zai Nianking shook his head and did not say anything. "Let's go take a look." "Let's go," Lu Ming said. Essential chi gushed out of him as he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the bell. After stepping into the martial arts grandmaster realm, he could finally fly as he pleased. Zai Nianking and the golden-eyed blood corpse moved and followed Lu Ming. Clang! A moment later, the second bell chimed. It sounded similar to just now, but Lu Ming and the rest were clearly a distance away from the location of the bell. Lu Ming and the rest continued to fly towards the source of the bell. A moment later, the bell rang for the third time. The volume of the sound was the same as the previous two, as if it was right beside his ear. Buzz and NBSP, whoosh. From time to time, the sound of the air being cut could be heard in the air. Not only Lu Ming and the rest, but the others also heard the bell and headed in the direction of the bell. Not long after, the fourth bell rang. At that moment, Lu Ming and the rest saw a huge mountain. This mountain was so tall that it reached the clouds. It was extremely majestic. And the bell was ringing from the top of this mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they discovered that the mountain was blocked by a layer of light screen, and they couldn't enter at all. At this moment, hundreds of young experts had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Buzz! A flash of sword light appeared, and a young man wearing a swordsman's robe stopped in the air. The crowd was shocked. Some of them recognized Duan Ling from the Dark Moon's 9 heroes. Following that, experts appeared from time to time. Other than Duan Ling, 2 of the Blood Zhao Empire's 50 super rookies had also appeared. Clang, clang. The bell was long and would ring once every moment. When the 8th sound rang out, a demonic-looking young man with his hands behind his back walked over from the air. "Yang Liuji is here," someone exclaimed. Even the super rookies of the Blood Zhao 50 had their expressions changed and became extremely serious. The geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were too strong. At this moment, more than 1,000 people had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Clang! A moment later, the 9th bell chimed. When the 9th bell rang, the light screen shrouding the mountain trembled and actually dissipated, turning into nothing and revealing the mountain's true appearance. Chapter 285, Snatching the Mountain Path. Translator, 549,690,339. There were 8 paths in front of him that led straight to the top of the mountain. On every path, at every set distance, there would be a ball of glittering things that revealed the light of treasures. That's a treasure. That's right, those who can stay here must be extraordinary. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, there's a stone tablet over there. There are words on it. Someone shouted. At the intersection of each road, there was a platform. In front of the platform, there was a stone tablet. Everyone went up to take a look, and their eyes lit up. The meaning of the stone tablet was obvious. It said that this was the competition path given to the disciples by the Cloud Emperor Palace. Each path was set up with inscription formations, and only one person could walk on each path. Only 8 people could pass through the 8 paths, and there would be some treasures as rewards along the way. Everyone's eyes lit up. This path is mine. It's mine. Immediately, more than a dozen people rushed to the platform on the first road. Boom! But immediately after, a ball of hot fist energy, like the sun, blasted towards the platform. More than a dozen young experts were directly blasted into ashes, without even letting out a scream. A young man stepped forward and looked around. It was the 6 extremes of Yang. Most of the people's faces changed. It was clear that Yang Liuji had taken the first path, and this path was now his. The second one. Some people rushed towards the second path. Swish! An iron rod swept across, and a dozen young men screamed as they were swept off the platform. A young man with messy hair and an iron rod in his hand walked onto the second platform. One of the 50 super rookies of Bloodjiao, Bloodstaff Iron Demon. Someone exclaimed. Many people's eyes flickered. They wanted to rush forward, but Iron Demon was extremely powerful. With one iron rod, he swept away thousands of soldiers. Whoosh! A ray of sword light appeared on the platform of the third path, like a flying immortal. It was Duan Ling, one of the 9 talents of the Dark Moon. Boom! On the 6th path, there was also an expert, one of the 50 super rookies of Bloodjiao. Immediately, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th paths were all occupied. The 4 of them stood on top, and the others retreated in fear. No one went up to court death. As for the remaining 4 paths, the competition was intense. Groups of people charged forward and fought with all their might, causing people to fall one after another. This was the martial arts Grandmaster's battlefield. It was difficult for the Grandmaster realm martial artists to interfere. I want one. Zai Nianqing murmured. Then, his body moved and he rushed towards the 5th path. Great Demonic Palm. Zai Nianqing's demonic palm print was a martial technique of unknown level. As her cultivation level increased, its power became more and more terrifying. With a series of screams, 7 or 8 martial ancestor realm experts were sent flying by Zai Nianqing. Some of them even exploded in the air. So strong, who is this person? Someone was shocked. If you don't want to die, get lost. Zai Nianqing shouted coldly. Some people didn't believe it and wanted to rush forward, but they were killed by Zai Nianqing in one move. The remaining people were helpless and could only move to other routes. Then I'll have one too. Lu Ming dashed toward the 8th path, with the golden-eyed blood corpse following closely behind. Die! A ray of saber light was aimed at Lu Ming's head. It was very powerful. He was a warrior at the peak of the 1st level of the martial ancestor realm. You're the one who's going to die. The demon subduing spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. Bang! The young man's body flew out like a cannonball. He flew for an unknown distance and disappeared without a trace. Kid, it's you. All of a sudden, a cold voice rang out near Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, and he was amused. Wasn't this the young man in the brocade robe who had snatched the Yiyuan ancient spiritual pill? The young man in the brocade robe swept his gaze across Lu Ming's surroundings. Then, his eyes gleamed coldly as he sneered, Brat, now that you're here alone, I'd like to see how you die. Oh, really? I'm afraid that you're far from enough. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brat, it's useless to be stubborn. Die. The young man in the brocade robe shouted as he emitted a violent aura. Third stage martial ancestor realm. This embroidered-robed youth had actually reached the third stage martial ancestor realm. A while ago, his cultivation was still at the peak of the second level of the martial ancestor realm. It seemed that the youth in the brocade robe had a fortuitous encounter in the past few days, allowing his cultivation to break through. Die. The purple light on the young man's body turned golden in the blink of an eye. He struck out with his palm, and a golden true dragon flew out, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look and pulled out his gun. Bang! The golden true dragon was like tofu. It was smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's spear. The violent spear's gleam continued to sweep toward the young man in embroidered robes. How did this happen? The embroidered-robed youth cried out in disbelief. His cultivation had broken through to the third tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, Lu Ming was alone. He had thought that killing Lu Ming would be a piece of cake. He had never expected that the martial arts technique he was most proud of would be shattered by Lu Ming's spear. At this moment, he shouted and used all his strength to resist. Bang! The violent spear radiance struck his body, shattering all his defenses. His body made a series of cracking sounds, and many of his bones were broken. He fell off the platform like a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the storage ring of the young man in the brocade robe into his hand. Then, he went to kill the others. Bangs, bang! Lu Ming's attack was direct and domineering. He formed a huge spear ray with his long spear and swept away the army. Bangs, bang! Those young men were swept away by Lu Ming like broken gunny sacks. The bodies of those with weaker cultivation exploded immediately. In an instant, Lu Ming was the only one standing proudly on the platform at the intersection of the 8th road with a gun. Who is this person? He's too strong. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock and did not dare to step forward. Just like that, the 5th and 8th paths were occupied by Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing respectively. There was only the 4th and 7th paths left, and the competition was extremely fierce. The killing continued, and blood flowed like a river. In the sky, inscriptions appeared, and blood-refining crystals were formed. A moment later, the 4th and 7th paths also had their respective owners. The 4th option was a bald youth with the strength of a peak martial ancestor 3 Dan. He was extremely powerful. Of course, compared to the geniuses of the Burning Sun 6 heroes, he was still slightly inferior. The 7th path was occupied by a short and chubby youth. This person's cultivation was also at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. No one dared to challenge the 8 paths. Charge! Then, the people on the 8 platforms all rushed towards the road. Lu Ming also rushed toward the mountain road, the golden-eyed blood zombie following closely behind. The golden-eyed blood corpse was not human. That was why it could travel with Lu Ming. Not long after he rushed out, light and shadows flickered in front of him. 4 tiger-shaped demonic beasts suddenly appeared and blocked his way. It was obvious that these 4 demonic beasts were formed by the inscription formation and were not real. 4 demonic beasts, all in the early stage of the martial ancestor 3 Dan. Lu Ming could tell the strength of the 4 demonic beasts at a glance. Roar, roar! The 4 monsters pounced at Lu Ming. Chapter 286, Generous Reward. Translator, 549,690,339. Whoosh, zio zio. Lu Ming's long spear trembled, and 4 spurlights burst out. Ftapoo! The 4 demonic beasts were pierced by the spear's radiance, turning into energy particles and dissipating. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, an ordinary 3rd-tier martial arts grandmaster was no match for him at all. He could easily kill him in one move. After the 4 demonic beasts were killed, Lu Ming walked a dozen meters forward. There was a ball of light with a secret manual floating in it. He inhaled the essential qi, and the secret manual fell into Lu Ming's hands. The 10-swing sword technique, a low earth-grade martial skill. Lu Ming flipped it open and was slightly disappointed. Lu Ming had no use for the swordsmanship. Currently, Lu Ming had the ancient shield technique and the 3 palms. These two martial arts techniques were extremely ancient and were definitely top tier among the low earth level martial arts techniques. He had not cultivated the divine martial arts technique, Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. It could be said that Lu Ming was not lacking in other martial arts techniques for the time being. What he wanted was a spear technique. He was still using the black grade low-level martial skill, fire gun technique, which was completely insufficient. However, it was an earth grade martial skill after all. If he couldn't use it, he could sell it for a shocking price. Some of the top geniuses of the large sects, naturally, did not lack earth-level martial arts techniques, but many small sects, and even martial arts grandmasters among the individual cultivators, could not have an earth-level martial arts technique at all. For an earth-grade martial skill, they would be willing to go bankrupt. Therefore, the price of an earth-level martial skill was at least 1 million spiritual crystals. Lu Ming kept the secret manual and continued to move upwards. After walking for 100 meters, there was a flash of light, and another demonic beast appeared. This time, it was 8 demonic beasts of the early stage of the third level of martial ancestor realm. It still did not hinder Lu Ming at all. Whoosh, zio zio. 8 spear lights were shot out, and 8 demonic beasts were killed. There was another ball of light in front. This time, the ball of light contained a spiritual weapon combat sword. It was a 4th level upper spiritual weapon. Lu Ming sighed. Why were they all related to swords? However, since it was a 4th level upper spiritual weapon, its price was not any lower than the 10 swing sword technique. Naturally, Lu Ming quickly kept it. Then, he continued to move upwards. But the next moment, he was slightly stunned, because he saw a short and fat figure. It was the chunky young man from the 7th route. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that the 8th path was actually going to merge with the 7th path. They were going to merge into one. It was the same for the other paths, where the 1st and 2nd paths converged. The 3rd and 4th converged, and the 5th and 6th converged. The two people on 2 different roads were about to meet. In the end, there were only 4 paths left. Obviously, the short and fat young man had also seen Lu Ming. A look of fear flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed repeatedly, wanting to rush up quickly. However, at the point where the 2 paths merged, light flickered and demonic beasts formed one after another. There were a total of 16 demonic beasts, and each of them had a stronger aura than the previous ones. The 16 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the martial ancestor 3 Dan. As soon as the 16 demonic beasts appeared, they pounced on the chunky young man. For a moment, the chunky young man was in a tough battle. Lu Ming rushed over quickly, and spurlights burst out. The demonic beasts at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm could not put up any resistance, and were killed by Lu Ming one by one. Soon, only a few of the 16 demonic beasts were left. Do you want me to do it myself? Lu Ming looked at the short and fat young man coldly. The short and stout youth's expression was extremely unsightly. Although he was a genius, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm, his combat strength could even fight with an ordinary 4th grade martial ancestor. Realm martial artist. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming was stronger. He was not someone that an ordinary 4th level martial arts grandmaster could compare to. Although the short and stout youth was unwilling, he finally gritted his teeth and turned to leave. After all, no matter how precious the treasure was, if he lost his life, everything would be for naught. Lu Ming waved his spear and killed the remaining demonic beasts. He then walked toward the 3rd ball of light. This time, the ball of light was still a martial technique. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. Earth-grade high-level martial arts technique, 100 steps divine fist. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This time, it was actually an earth-level upper-level martial arts technique. It was really shocking. For a sect like the mystical sword sect, the highest level of martial skills was only earth-grade upper level. The price was frighteningly high. Lu Ming kept it excitedly, and then swept his gaze to the other roads. The young man on the 2nd path was the unluckiest. As one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire, he had met Yang Liuji. Without even fighting, he had voluntarily withdrawn. In the battle with Yang Liuji, he would definitely die. Duan Ling easily killed his opponent in the third and fourth path. The battle between the fifth and sixth paths was the most intense, causing the others to stop. Zai Nianqing had a fierce battle with another super rookie of the Blood Zhao 50. Zai Nianqing displayed his terrifying combat power. A 7th level king bloodline was too powerful. The battle between them was extremely intense. This was a battle on the level of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Zai Nianqing waved his hand, and a huge, beautiful woman's arm appeared out of thin air. She slapped her opponent and sent him flying, causing him to spit out blood. Zai Nianqing won this battle. This little girl is so powerful. If she goes all out, I might not be able to defeat her. It seems like I have to master the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Step as soon as possible after I get out of here. I also have to break through to the 5th stage of the True War Dragon technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, my advantage will become less and less obvious compared to the other geniuses. Lu Ming pondered secretly and continued to rush upwards. After a while, more demonic beasts appeared. This time, there were only 4 of them, but each one of them had a much stronger aura than the previous demonic beasts. The 4 demonic beasts were all in the early stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm Level 4. The 4 demonic beasts roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming fought with his spear. A 4th-tier martial arts grandmaster could not be killed in one shot. It gave Lu Ming a lot of pressure. Lu Ming did not use the human path palm. He only used his long spear and the power of wind and fire to fight. He wanted to use this battle to properly comprehend the fusion of wind and fire. Bang! One of the demonic beasts was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear, but it did not dissipate. It roared and charged at him again. Just like that, the demonic beasts charged at him one after another, only to be sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's usage of the wind and fire forces gradually became more skillful. However, he was still far from being able to integrate them completely. After 100 moves, the 4 demonic beasts suddenly exploded and disappeared. Lu Ming was stunned. It seemed that after the continuous attacks, the energy of the 4 demonic beasts had been exhausted and they had dissipated automatically. Lu Ming smiled. He walked forward and the 4th ball of light appeared. There was a jade box inside. Lu Ming kept it and was overjoyed when he opened it. In the jade box, there were actually portions of demonic beast blood essence. There were 9 points in total. It was written on the jade box that this was the blood essence of a class 6 level, 4 demonic beast. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 9 portions of 6th grade 4th level demonic beast blood essence was a terrifyingly high price. It was equivalent to a 6th grade martial arts grandmaster. It would be very difficult for the outside world to buy it. Lu Ming kept it carefully. As they continued to advance, not long after, 8 demonic beasts of the early stage of the martial arts grandmaster, 4 Dan, appeared. Lu Ming continued to practice with the spear. After a while, the 8 demonic beasts exploded and disappeared. This time, the thing that appeared in the ball of light made Lu Weiming a little disappointed. It was a low-rank earth cultivation technique. Chapter 287. Chapter 287, A Withered Vine. Translator, 549,690,339. Lu Ming kept the cultivation technique and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, Lu Ming realized that the 2 paths overlapped again. In front of him, Zai Nianqing stood quietly, as if waiting for him. Zai Nianqing glanced at Lu Ming and walked forward without saying a word. With a flash of light, 16 demonic beasts were formed. This time, there were 16 demonic beasts at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Zai Nianqing and the demonic beast were fighting. Little Qing, why didn't you wait for me to go together? Lu Ming rushed forward and smiled. Zai Nianqing snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming. He clapped his hands repeatedly, as if he had mistaken the demonic beast for Lu Ming. He vented all his anger on the demonic beast. These demonic beasts were in a miserable state. A few of them were defeated on the spot. This woman is so violent. Lu Ming muttered, and the spear's gleam burst out. With the 2 of them working together, the demonic beasts were all killed in a short time. The two of them stood facing each other, looking at each other in silence. Only one of them could continue forward. Little Qing, if we keep going, we'll probably have to fight Yang Liuji. If you can do it, I'll let you go. Lu Ming said with a smile. No need, I'm no match for Yang Liuji. I'll give you this chance. But let me tell you, if you lose to Yang Liuji and lose the treasure at the top, I'll never let you go. Zai Nianqing said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse by his side. Perhaps she could compete with Yang Liuji directly. Zai Nianqing knew that she was not Yang Liuji's match, so she might as well give her to Lu Ming. Haha, thank you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Zai Nianqing glanced at him and turned to walk down. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were looking up. They had no idea what was happening on the mountain, because after the mountain road went up for a while, it was covered by a layer of hazy light, and they could not see clearly. What do you guys think is up there? There must be some treasures. The stone tablet said it was the way for the disciples of the Cloud Emperor Palace to compete. The reward must be extraordinary. It's a pity that we're too weak. We can't go up at all. I know the other 6 of those 8 people. There's also a young man and a young woman, but I've never seen them before. I wonder who they are, to be able to suppress all the heroes and seize a path. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest disappeared, the crowd below started to discuss. After that, they began to wait, wanting to know what kind of treasure was on the mountain path. Look, someone's coming down. Not long after, someone called out. Everyone looked over and saw the short and fat youth walking down the 7th path. It's Qidong. Why did he come down? What happened? Everyone was confused. Guys, look, the 50 super rookies have also come down. At this moment, 2 people walked down from the 2nd and 6th roads. These 2 were 2 of the 50 super rookies from the Blood Zhao Empire. Even the 50 super novelties have come down. What kind of danger is there up there? Where are the others? Why didn't he come down? Did he die up there? Qidong, what's going on? Everyone was guessing, and someone asked Qidong. Qidong was silent for a moment. He did not hide anything and explained what had happened. I see. After a few rounds, the 2 roads will meet and have a battle. No wonder it's said to be a competition for the disciples of the Cloud Emperor Palace. I'm not surprised that Yang Liuji won, but according to what Qidong said, the beautiful woman on the 5th path actually defeated the 50 super rookies. It's really unbelievable. That's right. According to this speculation, Duan Ling will definitely lose when he meets Yang Liuji later. The 2 strangers will face each other, and the person who wins in the end will face Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji has reached the end without a doubt. I wonder which of the 2 strangers will win. We'll see. We'll have a result soon. The crowd discussed as they waited. Not long after, someone came down. It was Duan Ling. His body was staggering, and his clothes were stained with blood. Duan Ling is injured. Could it be that he fought with Yang Liuji? I think so. He's overestimating himself. He wants to fight with Yang Liuji. He's lucky to have survived. That's right. Even Yin Jiu, the head of the Yin Moon's 9 talents, is no match for Yang Liuji. Hey, look, that woman is coming down. Someone suddenly called out. Everyone looked at the 5th road and saw Zai Nianqing coming down. This woman is so powerful. She defeated 50 super rookies and she still lost. It seems like the other unfamiliar man is stronger. There are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons here. I wonder if that man can compete with Yang Liuji. That's impossible. That man's cultivation is too weak. He's far from the 6 extremes of Yang. That's true. Even so, everyone's eyes were still wide open as they stared at the mountain path, revealing looks of anticipation. Who would be the first one to come down? On the mountain path, after Zai Nianqing went down, Lu Ming continued to go up. There was a ball of light in front. This ball of light was actually a section of withered vine. The withered vine was only half a meter long and as thick as a finger. What is this? A withered vine? What's the use of it? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He held the withered vine and looked at it from left to right, but he could not see anything special about it. It was like an ordinary withered vine, without the slightest vitality. Forget it, I'd better keep it first. After all, he had obtained it from the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. He wouldn't really give it to a withered vine, right? Perhaps it would be useful. After keeping it, Lu Ming continued to move upwards. After a while, more demonic beasts appeared. This time, 4 demonic beasts of the early 5th martial ancestor realm appeared. The 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. It gave him immense pressure. Boom! Lu Ming did not hesitate to activate his blood meridian. It was not the 9-dragon bloodline that burst out, but his second bloodline. An ancient stone tablet appeared. The stone tablet was shrouded in a gray mist, making it look mysterious and unfathomable. Then, the stone tablet entered Lu Ming's body, and his strength increased rapidly. In the past, Lu Ming rarely activated his blood meridian. It was not that he did not want to activate it, but the duration of the activation of the 9-dragon blood meridian was too short. It only lasted for a few breaths. But now that he had awakened his second bloodline, this problem would no longer exist. At the martial arts grandmaster realm, the duration of the bloodline eruption was increased to an hour, which was enough for him to fight without restraint. Lu Ming's blood meridian exploded. He was so powerful that he charged at the 4 demonic beasts with an imposing aura. Bang! He pulled out his spear, and it collided with a demonic beast. With a loud boom, a burst of energy shot out, and he and the demonic beast retreated together. Roar! The other 3 demonic beasts charged at Lu Ming again. Good! Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged forward with the demon-subduing spear in his hand. The demon-subduing spear was shrouded in the power of wind and fire. When it was waved, it was extremely fast. At the same time, it exploded with waves of heat. Its lethality was extremely shocking. Boom, boom. The rumbling sounds continued. During this process, Lu Ming did not let the blood corpse attack. Haha, this is great. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was completely immersed in the battle. His fusion with the wind and fire forces had also deepened. Chapter 288. Chapter 288, Battling the 6 Extreme Yang. Translator, 549,690,339. With the second blood meridian activated, Lu Ming felt that there was an inexhaustible amount of power in his body. Every time he struck with the spear, it was as if there was a stone tablet integrated into the spear. This made Lu Ming's every move and every form extremely terrifying. Bang! With a sweep of the spear, a demonic beast was sent flying. The 4 demonic beasts were like 4 leather balls that were constantly sent flying by Lu Ming. After about 100 moves, the 4 demonic beasts dispersed. Although these demonic beasts are not as strong as real demonic beasts, they are not that far off. It seems that if I unleash my full power now, I should be able to fight against an ordinary martial arts grandmaster, 5-dan fighter. Lu Ming had a rough estimate of his own ability. After all, the difference in strength between each major realm was different. Following that, Lu Ming walked forward. There was another ball of light in front of him. This time, it was a secret manual. Lu Ming flipped it open and was overjoyed. The wind and cloud mantra was an earth-grade upper-level cultivation technique. This was an earth-grade upper-level cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were different from martial arts techniques. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of a martial artist. Only with good cultivation techniques could one continue to cultivate and break through. A good cultivation technique would allow one to cultivate faster, and the true chi that one could cultivate would be more condensed and robust. One could also cultivate to a higher realm. A cultivation technique could create a sect. For example, the mystical sword sect cultivation technique was called the mystical sword technique. An upper earth level cultivation skill was many times more precious than a martial technique of the same level. Earth grade top rank was much more precious than earth grade low rank. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept it. Then he continued to move upwards. Not long after, 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! One of the demonic beasts roared and pounced on Lu Ming like the wind. Human Daopalm. Lu Ming threw out a palm, and the huge palm print collided with the demonic beast. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled, and he was forced to retreat by a huge force. As for the demonic beast, it only took a few steps back. The strength of a demonic beast at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm had already surpassed Lu Ming's blood corpse. With a thought, Lu Ming asked the golden-eyed blood zombie to take action. Lu Ming would definitely not be able to defeat 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. He might as well let the blood corpse take action. Roar! The blood corpse roared and pounced forward. It waved its claws continuously, sending out claw lights. Kai. The 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th martial ancestor realm were torn apart by the blood corpse like rags and disappeared. Lu Ming did not find it strange. He had long discovered that the golden-eyed blood corpse was in the 7th tier of the martial ancestor realm. It was extremely powerful and could easily deal with a 5th tier martial ancestor realm demonic beast. After killing the demonic beast, Lu Ming advanced forward with ease. There was still a ball of light waiting for him in front. This time, it was a wooden box. Lu Ming opened the wooden box and found a strange piece of metal lying inside. Is this the heavenly fire lava gold? After a careful identification, Lu Ming's heart trembled and he was overjoyed. The Skyfter lava gold was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was also the main material for forging a 5th grade spiritual weapon. A 5th level spiritual weapon was known as a king's spiritual weapon and was a weapon used by martial kings. Even a martial king would be envious of such a precious metal. Haha, we're rich, we're really rich. Lu Ming laughed and kept it happily. There's an upper earth grade cultivation technique and a heavenly fire lava gold. I'm really looking forward to what's next. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. Carrying the blood corpse, he continued to move upwards. In front of him, a figure stood. There with his hands behind his back. Yang Six Extremes. The last 2 paths had finally converged. Lu Ming and Yang Liuji had finally met. I didn't expect that someone could really walk up here. It seems that you have some skills. Now, I'll give you a chance. Go back the way you came and I can spare your life. Yang Liuji put his hands behind his back and looked down at Lu Ming, his tone extremely overbearing. Who do you think you are? I'll return these words to you. F*CK off, or you'll be the one to die. Lu Ming sneered. Yang Liuji's face instantly darkened as he said in a low voice, I promise you that you will regret what you said. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked up the stairs unhurriedly, step by step. When Lu Ming approached the intersection of the 2 paths, demonic beasts began to form at that spot. There were 16 of them in total, and each of them was emitting a terrifying aura. The 16 demonic beasts were all in the early stage of the martial ancestor realm level 6. When they gathered together, their aura was extremely terrifying. Roar! The 16 demonic beasts roared and pounced at Yang Liuji. Die! Yang Liuji coldly shouted and threw a punch. A sun appeared in the sky, and a terrifyingly hot energy exploded. The demonic beasts exploded one after another, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were indeed powerful and terrifying. A demonic beast in the early stage of the martial ancestor 6th realm was completely crushed. Bang, bang. Like fireworks, the 16 beasts exploded in the air one after another, creating a rain of light. Now you know the difference between you and me, but it's too late to leave now. After Yang Liuji killed the 16 demonic beasts, he glared at Lu Ming and strode toward him. Who said I'm leaving? You're so full of yourself. Let's talk after you defeat my pet. Lu Ming sneered and waved his hand. Roar! The blood corpse roared and pounced forward. What is this? When Yang Liuji saw the golden-eyed blood corpse's true appearance, his eyes narrowed and he punched out. The fist energy condensed into a sun and shot towards the golden-eyed blood corpse. Boom! The burning fist force collided with the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw radiance. The energy wreaked havoc in all directions. while the golden-eyed blood corpse and Yang Liuji both trembled and were forced back 7 to 8 steps. Haha, looks like you're nothing much after all. You can't even beat one of my pets. Lu Ming laughed out loud. However, he was secretly shocked. Yang Liuji's cultivation should be at the early stage of the 5th martial ancestor realm, but his combat strength couldn't be judged by his cultivation. He could at least fight 2 levels above him. Go to hell. And NBSP, Yang Liuji was shaken, his eyes bursting with endless rage. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and a scorching aura filled the air. The force of fire. Moreover, the force of fire was extremely strong and stronger than Lu Ming's. This 6 extreme Yang's fire force is probably about to reach perfection. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Divine Sun Fist. Yang Liuji roared, his entire body emitting a bright light like a sun. Boom, boom. He punched out a few times in a row, and each punch was accompanied by a sun. The sun shot towards the golden-eyed blood corpse. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared, and its body was covered in a thick blood-red light. It reached out with its claws, which were extremely sharp and seemed to be able to tear the space apart. Bangs, bang. Continuous crashing sounds rang out, and the rumbles continued. The scene was extremely shocking. It was as if suns were being extinguished in the sky one after another, like a scene from the end of the world. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared. It was not afraid of death, and its body was impervious to swords and spears. Although it was in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm, its combat strength was not something that an ordinary 7th level martial ancestor realm could compare to. After dozens of moves, the golden-eyed blood corpse started to gain the upper hand. Chapter 289, 10,000 Spiritual Combat Body. Translator, 549,690,339. Detestable. Yang Liuji roared in his heart and attacked even more violently, but it was useless. The golden-eyed blood corpse's body was not as strong as swords or spears and was impervious to fire or water. It didn't even feel Yang Liuji's hot fist energy when it landed on its body. On the other hand, Yang Liuji had to avoid the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw radiance. If he was not careful, he could be torn apart. Buzz! After a dozen more moves, the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw landed on Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji dodged in shock, but he was still left with several wounds and blood. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced towards Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, kid, one day I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Yang Liuji let out a long, furious roar, then ran down the mountain. Take care, I won't send you off. Lu Ming waved his hands and said with a smile. This almost made Yang Liuji fall to the ground. He was so angry that his body trembled and he almost spat out blood. In the blink of an eye, Yang Liuji disappeared. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were waiting quietly. Who would come down first? Everyone was thinking about the same question. Perhaps that kid will never be able to come down. Some people sneered and felt that Lu Ming would most likely die at the hands of Yang Liuji. Detestable guy, you can't die in the hands of Yang Liuji. Zai Nianqing muttered. Although she knew that Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse with him, she was not confident. At this time, she could not help but reveal a worried look in her eyes. Even she did not notice it. Someone's coming down. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Many people were shocked and couldn't help but look at the 8th path. There was no one on the 8th route. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at the first path. Yang Liuji, covered in blood, came down from the first path with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar. More than 1,000 people were dumbfounded. The first to come down was Yang Liuji, and he was injured. Did he lose or win? Everyone was guessing that perhaps Yang Liuji had already killed Lu Ming and obtained the final reward. However, Yang Liuji's next performance made everyone know that he had most likely lost. He stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the peak with a cold expression. This expression was obviously a defeat. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yang Liuji had been defeated. Who was this person? On the mountain path, Lu Ming did not know about this. After watching Yang Liuji leave, Lu Ming turned and walked up. Up ahead, the road had already come to an end. At the end of the road, there was a bright ball of light. A secret manual was floating in the ball of light. Another secret manual. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had already obtained an upper earth grade cultivation technique, and now a secret manual had appeared. Could it be a heaven grade secret manual? Lu Ming's heart started to burn. Stretching out his hand, he drew in his zhenki and the manual fell into his palm. The surface of the secret manual was covered with wisps of blood, which was extremely strange. He opened the manual and took a look. The 10,000 spiritual combat body was a body refining technique that could allow one to cultivate a 9th grade body at most. Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. Then he was overjoyed. It was actually a body refining cultivation method, and it could cultivate a 9th grade body. This was simply a priceless treasure, even more precious than heaven-level martial skills. Haha, I was just looking for a body refining technique. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Then he started to read it impatiently. However, he had only read a few pages when heaven and earth suddenly shook. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Buzz! All of a sudden, a beam of light enveloped Lu Ming. He felt the world spinning around him and then disappeared from the mountain path. At the same time, pillars of light appeared at the foot of the mountain and enveloped everyone. Not only the foot of the mountain, but the rest of the young men in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace were also covered by the light. Pillar. After being enveloped by the light pillar, the figure disappeared the next moment. A moment later, outside the Cloud Emperor Palace, in the vast mountains near the Blood Realm and Devil's Den, light pillars suddenly appeared. The light pillars dispersed, revealing the figure inside. They were all the young men who had entered the Yun Emperor Palace. He's out, let's ask about the situation. Let's see if there are any treasures inside. In the vast mountains, the elders all called out. Lu Ming felt his head spinning. When he reappeared, he found himself between two mountains. The golden-eyed blood corpse also came out and stood beside him. In the sky, human figures were flying here and there. Little bastard, get out and face your death. Suddenly, a loud roar reverberated through the vast mountains. It was Yang Liuji. He stood high in the sky with a cold, killing intent. What's going on? Who does Yang Liuji want to kill? Many of the older generation were puzzled. After asking the other young men, he found out that Yang Liuji had suffered a great loss in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. The elders were shocked. They didn't think that with Yang Liuji's cultivation, he would actually suffer a great loss at the hands of someone from the younger generation. And NBSP, damn it, he actually dared to take a treasure from the hands of the great Sun Sex genius. Damn it. Find that bastard and let him know the consequences of offending our great Sun House. And NBSP, some of the older generation of the great Sun Prefecture shouted, their auras like mountains. A bunch of idiots. In the forest, Lu Ming's mouth twitched in disdain. Then, he and the golden-eyed blood corpse ran in the direction of the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. He had made an agreement with Zai Nianking to rush to the Blood Zone and Devil's Cave as soon as he came out. He wanted to go back to the Blazing Sun Empire through the Blood and Devil's Den, because if he wanted to go around the Blood and Devil's Den, the journey would be more than 10 times longer. And NBSP, those from the Great Sun Prefecture had never seen him before, so how could they find him? Lu Ming successfully crossed the mountain and arrived near the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. In front of him, a dark red mist filled the air, making everything hazy. A graceful figure was standing there. Zai Nianking had arrived. Let's go in. Let's go, Lu Ming shouted. He led the golden-eyed blood corpse and rushed in without hesitation. Zai Nianking followed closely behind. The next moment, Lu Ming and the rest appeared in the Blood Realm. He looked around, but he didn't see the stone door from last time. Lu Ming took out the demon-suppressing token, which glowed. Not long after, a deafening roar was heard. The tall figure of the blood demon dashed out from the blood mist. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared. All the green hair on its body stood on end, and it stood in front of Lu Ming. It looked at the blood demon that was running toward it with fear in its eyes. Bang! The blood demon stopped not far away, causing a gust of wind as he looked at the golden-eyed blood corpse with disdain. All right, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and sent a thought to the golden-eyed blood zombie to let it relax. The golden-eyed blood corpse finally relaxed. Let's go up. Lu Ming smiled and jumped onto the back of the blood demon. Then, Zai Nianking and the golden-eyed blood corpse jumped onto the back of the blood demon. The blood demon roared and ran away. This direction was the opposite of the Blood Zhao Empire, so it should be the direction to the Burning Sun Empire. Chapter 290, exploded with a few punches. Translator, 549,690,339. Little Qing, there's something I need to tell you. On the blood demon's back, Lu Ming suddenly said to Zai Nianking. What is it? Zai Nianking said coldly. Although she hated Lu Ming for calling her Zioking, she had already tacitly agreed. I've seen your sister before. Lu Ming said. What? Zai Nianking's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of hatred and determination flashed in his eyes. What did she say to you? Zai Nianking stared at Lu Ming and asked. She told me to pass you a message. She told you not to keep thinking about surpassing her because that's a waste of time and it's impossible. Lu Ming relayed Zai Nianzhen's words to Zai Nianking. As expected, you're still so self-righteous. After hearing this, Zai Nianking gritted his teeth and said with determination, Isn't it just an innate king-level bloodline? What's so great about her? One day, I'm going to step on her. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. This chick really liked to trample on others. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. From what Zai Nianking said, Zai Nianzhen actually had a natural king-level bloodline. That was terrifying. The meaning of innate king-class bloodline was that the first bloodline awakened was a king-class bloodline. Without a doubt, this kind of person was a rare monster with a terrifying talent. No wonder Zai Nianzhen was so powerful. With his 6th grade Grandmaster Realm cultivation, he was able to injure a martial Grandmaster from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion with just an inscription formation. Lu Ming even suspected that Zai Nianzhen had not used his full strength at that time. What kind of sisters are they? What's their background? His talent was actually so amazing, they don't seem to get along. Lu Ming was secretly curious. However, since Zai Nianking didn't say anything, he didn't ask. On the back of the blood demon, there was silence as they continued on their way to the Burning Sun Empire. Blazing Sun Empire, outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. 4 figures were standing guard there. These 4 people were the ones who Qiu Chenkong had asked him to guard this place. How seeking unlucky. It's all because of those 2 little bastards. They made me stay in this godforsaken place. It's been more than 10 days. I think those 2 little bastards must have died in there. A burly man cursed unhappily. Although we'll definitely die if we enter the Blood Domain and Devil's Den, young Master Chenkong is just being cautious. Let's guard here for another month. If there's still no movement after a month, we'll leave. A white-haired old man said. He had the highest cultivation among the 4 of them, reaching the 4th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. HMPH, I really hope those 2 little bastards didn't die. If that's the case, I'll make them regret being born into this world. The burly large man sinisterly said. However, the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. The other 3 were in a similar situation. In the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave, a bloody mist rolled out, and 3 figures walked out from the bloody mist. If it was not Lu Ming and Zai Nianking, who else could it be? After more than a day's journey, the blood demon finally carried them to the border of the Burning Sun, Empire's Blood Zone, and Devil's Cave. There was no stone door here. Instead, there was a door of light. After stepping through the door of light, one would naturally leave the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. However, the blood demons couldn't leave with them, but the golden-eyed blood zombies could. The golden-eyed blood zombies didn't belong to the Blood Zone. To Lu Ming's surprise, as soon as he left the Blood Realm and Devil's Den, he ran into the people from the omnipresent sword sect. Ha ha ha, these two little bastards are really not dead. Fine, 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 I'll take them down and torture them. I'll make them tell me the secret of why they didn't die after entering the blood realm and devil's den. The burly man laughed, his eyes filled with coldness. The aura of a second-grade martial arts grandmaster exploded from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming and Zai Nianqing. You want to know? All right, come here, I'll throw you in and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're on the verge of death and... You're still trying to win with your words. You're really stupid. Kneel down. The burly man strode forward and pressed his palm toward Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad, he was at the second level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming with a single palm. However, the result was completely beyond his expectations. Lu Ming stretched out his hand casually and grabbed his palm. At the same time, an extremely strong genuine qi gushed toward his palm. With a destructive force, it crushed his genuine qi and gushed into his arm. Catcha! The sound of bones breaking came from his palm. Then, the muscles of his arm exploded, and the bones broke into pieces. The burly man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He was in so much pain that tears were flowing out. Bang! Lu Ming's kick landed on the burly man's dantian, shattering the cyclone in his dantian and crippling his cultivation. The burly man let out a desperate scream. That's F-seeking unpleasant to hear. Didn't you want to know why I didn't die after entering the blood realm and devil's den? You can go in and take a look yourself. With that, Lu Ming swung his arm and threw the burly man into the blood realm. Do! The burly man shouted in despair, but in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. How dare you, you're looking for death. At this time, the remaining 3 people from the 10 Direction Sword School finally reacted. They all shouted, and their eyes revealed shock and disbelief. The burly man's strength was at the second tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm, but he was completely helpless against Lu Ming. It had only been a short 10 days. How did Lu Ming become so strong? You're the ones who will die today. The 10 Direction Sword Sect will start with you. Let's collect some interest first. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he strode toward the remaining 3 people. Presumptuous, you little bastard. Don't think that you can be impudent in front of me just because you killed a second-level martial ancestor. I'll let you know that the difference between a second-level and a fourth-level martial ancestor is like heaven and earth. The white-haired elder howled as his bloodline exploded, raising his strength to the maximum. Whoosh! He swung his sword, and a vast sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and threw a punch. Boom! A terrifying fist radiance burst out from Lu Ming's fist, tearing through the void and crashing into the vast sword chi. Bang! The sword chi instantly dispersed, but the remaining fist radiance didn't slow down and landed on the old man. The old man let out a blood-curdling screech and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying back 1,000 meters. How can he be so strong? This man is invincible. I have to run away and report this to young Master Changkung. The white-haired old man revealed a look of disbelief and turned to run. When the other 2 saw that Lu Ming had sent the white-haired old man flying with one punch, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and flew into the distance. You want to leave? How is that possible? Die. Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw 2 consecutive punches. Boom, boom. 2 fist radiances streaked across the sky and headed towards the 2 people. The 2 of them were only in the first tier of the martial ancestor realm and could not resist at all. 2 screams rang out, and the 2 of them were directly blown up in the air. Then Lu Ming stepped on the void and chased after the old man. In just a few breaths, he had caught up to the old man. The old man roared and fought back desperately, but it was useless. He was blown up by Lu Ming's punch. Chapter 291, Don't Talk Nonsense. Translator, 549,690,339. Lu Ming activated the 9-dragon bloodline and devoured the white-haired elder's blood essence. Then, in a flash, Lu Ming took away the storage rings of the others. At the same time, he also devoured all the blood essence. The 4 Grandmaster-level powerhouses of the omnidirectional sword school were killed by Lu Ming in such a short time. Qiu Chengkong probably did not even dream of this. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Together with Zai Nianqing and the golden-eyed blood zombie, they soared into the sky and turned into a rainbow light, flying rapidly towards the imperial capital. As he flew, Lu Ming refined the blood essence. Let's see if my second bloodline can increase its level by devouring essence blood. With a single thought, Lu Ming transferred all the energy refined from the 9-dragon bloodline to his second bloodline. Instantly, the second bloodline devoured the energy in a frenzy. Lu Ming could feel that the 3 silver chakras were shining and the strength of the second bloodline was increasing. It's really useful. The grade of my second bloodline can also be improved. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Heaven-defying, this was too heaven-defying. The 9-dragon bloodline could actually devour blood essence and upgrade the level of other bloodlines. This was too shocking. The level of his bloodline was not important anymore. What was important was that as long as he could devour the blood essence, his bloodline could be improved infinitely. Lu Ming immediately transferred the remaining energy essence to the second bloodline. The combined energy of 2 Martial Grandmaster 1 Dan, 1 Martial Grandmaster 2 Dan, and 1 Martial Grandmaster 4 Dan was too strong. If the 9-dragon bloodline devoured it, it would probably level up instantly, which would attract Zai Nianqing's attention. The bloodline of the 9 dragons could not be exposed. However, although the blood essence was strong, it was still a drop in the bucket for the second bloodline. It was difficult for the second bloodline to level up. The amount of energy essence required for a 3rd-level king bloodline to level up was extremely terrifying. Zai Nianqing seemed to sense that Lu Ming was a little strange, but he only took a casual glance and did not pay much attention to it. The 2 of them rushed to the imperial capital at full speed. With the 2's current cultivation, their speed was much faster than before as they flew through the air. In just slightly more than half a day, the imperial capital was already in sight. The 2 of them returned to the imperial capital and rushed to the General Star Hall as fast as lightning. Previously, Lu Ming had already learned through the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman that Lu Yunxin had returned to the imperial capital safely and was in the General Star's Hall. Lu Ming could not wait to see Lu Yunxin. Tianian, you really did appear. Just as Lu Ming and the group were about to reach the General Star's Hall, a loud shout was heard. The sound of the air being torn apart could be heard as 2 young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. So it's you guys, you're really patient. You've been guarding this place like dogs, thank you for your hard work. Lu Ming sneered as he looked at the 2 young men with a mocking smile. These 2 young men were the genius disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School who had charged into the General Star Hall to kill Lu Ming. They had declared that they would stop Lu Ming outside the General Star Hall. He did not expect that the 2 of them would still be here after so many days. What did you just say? You're looking for death. The 2 young men were furious, and 2 powerful auras rushed out of their bodies. The aura of a peak 2nd-level martial ancestor realm expert was like a mountain. The people nearby were all alarmed. What's going on? What's happening? Those are the 2 golden disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. The other side is Tianian. I know. Half a month ago, 2 disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School charged into the General Star Hall, wanting to kill Tianian. In the end, they failed and were stopped by the elders of the General Star Hall and the experts of the royal family. In the end, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School declared that they would kill Tianian outside the General Star Hall. There's actually such a thing. Now that Tianian has left the General Star Hall, he's finished. The experts of the General Star Hall will have no reason to interfere. Tianian is in danger. Countless people in the surroundings were attracted by the commotion and gathered around, discussing spiritedly. Tianian, you shouldn't have said those words. Ever since you said those words, your tragic ending has already been determined. Today, I'll let you know what pain is, what it means to be unable to die. One of the disciples from the 10 Directions Sword Sect had an extremely gloomy expression. Killing intent burst out from his body, and it was as if it had materialized. Lu Ming actually dared to call them dogs. Damn it, this was definitely 1,000 times worse. Who were they? The golden disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect, the proud sons of heaven, had always been pampered. When had anyone dared to say this about them? Don't seeking babble. If you want to fight, then do it. If you don't, then get lost. Get as far away as you can. Lu Ming berated. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. This Tianyun was too overbearing, wasn't he? He actually dared to berate the geniuses of the 10 Directions sword school like this. These were a few young grandmasters. They were incomparably powerful, and many of the older generation had to be extremely respectful in front of them. Where did Tianyun get his confidence from? I think Tianyun is going all out. He knows that he's going to die, so why don't he just curse to his heart's content? I think so too, it must be so. The surrounding people were discussing. Kill, kill, kill. Tianyun, I'm going to kill you and feed your corpse to the dogs. A young man from the 10 Directions sword sect shouted. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Buzz! The combat sword trembled and a terrifying sword ray, sparkling and dazzling, was slashed at Lu Ming. Retreat, quickly retreat. The others in the surroundings were extremely shocked and quickly retreated. This sword was too terrifying. If they were swept by the aftermath, they would either die or be injured. However, Lu Ming's body was as tall as a mountain. He stood there, not moving. Beside him, Zai Nianking and the golden-eyed blood corpse were also standing there motionless, as if they didn't see anything. Dumbfounded, Tianyun and the others have been scared silly. Many people roared in their hearts and came to this conclusion. The sword gleam was about to slash down on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out his palm. His palm glowed and a long spear condensed. Boom! The sword gleam slashed at the long spear that Lu Ming had condensed, and a deafening boom was heard. Then, everyone saw that Lu Ming's body did not move at all. His clothes did not even flutter. He used the long spear condensed from essential chi in his hand to block the sword gleam steadily. The crowd was dumbfounded. He blocked it. How could Lu Ming block the sword of the youth from the omnidirectional sword sect so easily? Could it be that the young man from the 10 Directions sword sect had not used his full strength? The eyes of the youth from the 10 Directions sword sect almost popped out, and his heart was in turmoil. Others might not know, but he knew very well that he had used all his strength in that sword attack. Previously, Lu Ming had been forced to flee in a sorry state under this sword attack. He did not even have the strength to fight back. How much time had passed? How was it possible that Lu Ming could easily block his sword? This is your strength? You haven't changed at all, you're just making progress on the spot. How disappointing. Lu Ming spoke in a slightly mocking tone. Then, Lu Ming's long spear trembled. The body of the spear shook and a terrifying force exploded. The young man from the 10 Directions sword school let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed through more than 10 walls before he could stabilize himself, but blood spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 292, Challenging Qiu Changli. Translator, 549,690,339. Sissy go. Gasps of shock could be heard. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. This was too strong, the gap was too big. The gold disciple of the 10 Directions sword school couldn't resist at all and was easily suppressed. Previously, those who thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure felt their faces burning. Lu Ming was not scared out of his wits. He was not courting death. He had the confidence and the ability. Die! The long spear condensed from essential chi in Lu Ming's hands turned into a flash of lightning and shot out like an arrow. The long spear pierced through the chest of the youth from the 10 Directions sword school, killing him. Run! The remaining young man was scared out of his wits as he frantically fled into the distance. Who told you that you can walk? Let's go and accompany your companions. A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear pierced through the void and pierced towards the other party. Break! The other party roared and used all his strength to slash out with his sword. A mighty sword chi slashed at Lu Ming's long spear. However, with a splat, the sword chi was pierced through by the long spear. The long spear did not stop. It was as fast as lightning. No! The youth from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. Stop! An earth-shattering shout suddenly came from the distance. But it was too late. The chest of the youth from the 10 Directions Sword School was pierced through by the spear, and a huge hole was blasted open. His body fell to the ground, and his blood scattered in the air. Buzz! At this time, a violent air-piercing sound was heard, and a figure appeared in the sky. This figure was also a young man in his 20s. Qiu Changli, it's Qiu Changli. Someone exclaimed when they saw the young man. Qiu Zhangli's name had shaken the entire Blazing Sun Empire during this period of time. It was because he had defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanchai, not too long ago that he had become unparalleled in the limelight. Some people had already spread the rumor of the 7 heroes of the Scorching Sun because of him. Qiu Changli's face darkened. He glared at Lu Ming and said, You're Tianyun? You actually dared to kill a genius of my 10 Directions Sword School. Do you know how big of a crime you've committed? Do you know that this is a great crime that will result in the extermination of 9 generations of your family? Laughable. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, You tried to kill me several times, so I can't kill them. I don't care if you're from the 10 Directions Sword Sect or the 9 Directions Sword Sect. Anyone who dares to offend me will be killed. Kill, kill. Kill, the 3 words resounded in the air. They were filled with killing intent and sent chills down one's spine. How dare you? You're looking down on the 10 Directions Sword School. You must be beheaded. Qiu Changli shouted as a beam of sword chi shot out of his body and into the sky. Cut your sister. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Now, I'm officially challenging you. Lu Ming howled madly, his voice rumbling and spreading in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Tianyun actually wanted to challenge Qiu Changli. Was he crazy? Although he had displayed incredible combat strength, and the 2 martial ancestor realm 2 Dan youths were unable to resist him, he was still a powerful man. However, no one believed that he was a match for Qiu Changli. Qiu Changli was a peerless genius secretly nurtured by the 10 Directions Sword School. Once he was born, he defeated Ling Yanchai, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. He was extremely powerful and could be said to be standing at the peak of the younger generation of the Burning Sun Empire. How long had it been since Tianyun rose to power? Not long ago, he was only at the Great Martial Master realm. How could he be Qiu Changli's match? Tianyun, you can't. At this moment, a long howl came from the distance, and a few figures rushed over. It was Hua Kai and a few elders from the imperial family. The elders and Hua Kai quickly arrived. Tianyun, don't be rash. This is the imperial capital. Let's see what Qiu Changli can do to you. Hua Kai called out. It was not that he did not trust Lu Ming. On the contrary, he trusted Lu Ming very much. He believed that it was very possible that Lu Ming would surpass the 6 Scorching Sun heroes in a year or 2. However, he did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Changli. It was too unbelievable. Hua Kai, what are you doing? Don't think that you can stop me just because you're some bullsh T-Prince. If you anger me, I'll kill you as well. Now, get out of my way. Qiu Changli looked at Hua Kai and chided. From his tone, he did not put Hua Kai in his eyes at all. How dare you disrespect the 8th prince? An old man shouted from the edge of the pool. Old thing, what are you shouting for? So what if I'm disrespectful? What can you do to me? Let me tell you, today Tianyun killed a gold-ranked disciple of our 10 Directions Sword Sect. His crime is unforgivable, and no one can save him. Qiu Changli was extremely arrogant as he glared at Hua Kai and the others. Hua Kai and the other elders had ugly expressions. Hey, are you done with your nonsense? I challenged you just now. If you don't *seeking dare to accept the challenge, just say it. Don't try to change the topic here and talk nonsense. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was stunned. Qiu Changli was arrogant, but this Tianyun was even more arrogant and savage than Qiu Changli. Ufck. Qiu Changli's face turned ashen and he almost vomited blood. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and said coldly, "Fine, I agree to fight you. It's a life-and-death battle. No outsiders are allowed to interfere." "Good, that's just what I want. I'm really afraid that if I accidentally kill you, the old man from the 10 Directions Sword School will come to me for revenge." Lu Ming said loudly. "Ha ha ha, Tianian, what do you think the 10 Directions Sword School is? Don't worry, if you really can kill me, it'll be because my cultivation is not enough. My 10 Directions Sword sect will not pursue this matter, but let me tell you, it's impossible for you to kill me. I'll let you know what despair is." Qiu Changli laughed with confidence. His voice spread far and wide, and everyone heard it. "All right, then let's fight." Lu Ming let out a long howl. He took a step forward and appeared in the air, standing opposite Qiu Changli. Lu Ming has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. Seeing this, Hua Kai's mind stirred. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, followed by a hint of joy. He understood Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, a huge combat sword flew out and hovered above Qiu Changli's head. A terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, covering half the sky. "Die!" Qiu Changli bellowed. His sword trembled and turned into a terrifying sword ray that slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword chi was fused with an incomparably powerful force. The momentum of the mountain that had reached the great completion, caused the attack power of the sword ray to reach its peak. The 2 golden disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School were trash compared to him. There was no way to compare them. The sword light slashed down, terrifying and shocking. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust the spear forward. The true chi in his body continuously gathered at the tip of the spear. At the same time, the power of wind and fire also gathered and compressed at the tip of the spear. This was the 6th move of the fire gun art, explosion. However, Lu Ming had modified it to merge the wind and fire forces. The power of wind and fire had been condensed to the extreme, but it was still not completely fused. However, its power was already very shocking. "Explode!" "Go!" Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying force suddenly burst out from the tip of the spear. The 2 forces met in the air. Chapter 293, Fusion of Wind and Fire. Translator, 549,690,339. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently as if a sun had exploded in the sky. Terrifying waves swept in all directions. From the ground, one could see that a visible wave of air exploded from the point where the 2 met in the air. It spread out rapidly and covered the entire imperial city in an instant. At that moment, all the powerful cultivators in the imperial capital were shocked. They looked at the place where Lu Ming and Qiu Changli were fighting. Boom! After the earth-shaking tremor, the 2 figures quickly retreated, each retreating 1,000 meters. They were evenly matched. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire place burst into an uproar. Lu Ming was actually able to fight Qiu Changli head-on, and they were even. How is that possible? How is this possible? Tell me, am I blind? What I just saw wasn't real. You're blind, but I'm not. I saw it too. My God, Tianian was only a martial grandmaster half a month ago. It's only been half a month, and he's already able to fight Qiu Changli. Isn't this a little too crazy? I've lived my life in vain. Everyone's nerves seemed to be in a mess as they screamed randomly to vent the shock in their hearts. It was simply too shocking. This guy. Hua Kai was tongue-tied and almost couldn't speak. Beside him, the few elders of the imperial family were also dumbfounded. Damn it, Tianian, you deserve to die. Qiu Changli roared. Qiu Changli, was a genius, but he had been in hiding for more than 20 years. His goal was to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and break through the clouds. In the end, he did it. With a single move, he defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanchai. His name shook the world and his glory was boundless. He enjoyed this kind of glory incomparably. He had a kind of ambition. He wanted to climb all the way up and trample all the other geniuses under his feet. He might even be able to replace Qiu Changkang. However, to think that he would actually be stopped by an ant like Tianyun, this caused his reputation to be somewhat imperfect. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Boom! Qiu Changli's body flashed with a blood-red light as a ferocious tiger charged out. This ferocious tiger had a pair of wings on its back, and its aura soared into the sky. Around the tiger, there was a dazzling silver chakra. King-level first-class bloodline. Tianyun, I have a king-tier bloodline, and I'm a natural-born king. Why don't you die? Qiu Changli bellowed. His aura was incomparably powerful as he slashed his sword toward Lu Ming again. Natural king. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His body shook and a blood-red light shot out. Then, a huge stone tablet emerged. The 3 silver chakras on the stone tablet were so bright that they almost blinded the others. Oh heavens, oh earth, what am I seeing? 3 silver chakra. A 3rd-level royal bloodline. It's actually a 3rd-level royal bloodline. How is that possible? Monster, he's a real monster. The crowd's mood that had finally calmed down was turned upside down again. Everyone let out a roar of disbelief. Hua Kai's dumbfounded expression turned into a bitter smile. He had tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming. However, he realized that he was wrong every time. He had always underestimated Lu Ming. No, this is impossible. Qiu Changli's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he shrieked in disbelief. Boom! Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked Qiu Changli's sword gleam. He then looked at Qiu Changli with a cold smile and said, "What's impossible? It's just a 3rd-level king bloodline. How big of a deal is that? What was there to be surprised about? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well." There was a 7th-tier king-level bloodline genius standing next to him. Lu Ming did not think that a 3rd-level king-level bloodline was a big deal. Kill, so what if it's a 3rd-level king-class bloodline? You'll still die today. Qiu Changli roared. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. In his heart, Tianyun was just like an ant. He had actually awakened a 3rd-level king bloodline, which was 2 levels higher than him. This was unforgivable. He must kill Lu Ming. He could not allow Lu Ming to live in this world. Just now, he was still feeling smug and self-proclaimed too. Be a natural-born king, looking down on Lu Ming. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming erupted with a 3rd-level king-level blood meridian. His blood meridian was trash compared to Lu Ming's. This was like a slap to his own face. This made his killing intent towards Lu Ming even stronger. Buzz, Qiu Changli's sword trembled as he charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled as he charged toward Qiu Changli. Boom! The 2 of them were engaged in an intense battle. One had to admit that Qiu Changli was indeed extremely powerful, far more powerful than the other young experts of his generation. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. His force had reached the phenomenal success stage, and he had also cultivated a low earth grade martial skill to the 4th stage. The cultivation technique he practiced should be a low earth level cultivation technique. With the 1st-class king bloodline, he could kill a peak 4th level martial ancestor realm martial artist with 1 move, let alone a martial artist of the same level as him. He could cross 2 levels and fight with a peak 5th level martial ancestor realm martial artist. It was not easy for Lu Ming to win since his cultivation level was more than a level lower. Moreover, Lu Ming did not use any earth level martial arts technique. He wanted to use the power of wind and fire to fight against Qiu Changli. He wanted to use Qiu Changli's hands to temper the power of wind and fire so that the power of wind and fire could be completely fused as soon as possible. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed, and Lu Ming was gradually at a disadvantage. After all, he didn't use an earth rank martial skill, so he suffered a great loss in this aspect. Tianyun is going to be defeated. Seems like Qiu Changli is still stronger. However, for Tianyun to be able to fight Qiu Changli to this extent, it's already extremely terrifying. With Tianyun's bloodline, he might be able to surpass Qiu Changli in time. The people watching the battle couldn't help but express their opinions. In the crowd, Hua Kai had a worried expression. Elders, if Tianyun is no match for you later on, you must save Tianyun no matter what price you have to pay. Huakai secretly sent a message to the imperial family elders. 8th Prince, don't worry. We will protect young Master Tianyun even if it means our lives. A few imperial family elders said. Only then did Huakai relax a little and continue to watch the battle. Haha, Tianyun, go to hell. Qiu Changli let out a long howl. His aura was like a rainbow. Dazzling sword chi continued to burst out, determined to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to everything in the outside world. He was completely immersed in his own world, in the world of wind and fire. Soon, just a little bit more and the wind and fire will be completely fused together. Just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved the long spear in his hand at an increasing speed. The space was filled with spear shadows. Moreover, each spear shadow was more powerful than the last. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the wind and fire had reached a point. When they reached this point, the wind and fire had completely fused together. I've succeeded. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook. The power of wind and fire combined and exploded into a terrifying wave, destroying Qiu Changli's sword radiance. Whoosh! Then, the long spear shook and stabbed out like a real dragon. The power of wind and fire fused together and exploded. Bang! Qiu Changli let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent, flying several thousand meters away. Chapter 294. Chapter 294, Overbearing Killing. Translator, 549,690,339. How did this happen? Qiu Changli stood thousands of meters in the sky, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as he let out a roar of disbelief. The countless spectators were also in disbelief. What was going on? Qiu Changli had clearly gained the upper hand earlier, and victory was only a matter of time. Why did Tianyun suddenly unleash his full power and send Qiu Changli flying with a single strike, severely injuring him? Could it be that Tianyun had been hiding his strength all along? Haha, Qiu Changli, thank you. Thank you for sparring with me just now, allowing me to cultivate a martial skill. Lu Ming laughed heartily. What? The countless spectators looked at each other and then came to a realization. Lu Ming had actually borrowed Qiu Changli's help to cultivate a unique skill. The crowd was speechless. Lu Ming was actually using Qiu Changli to cultivate. It was crazy. The craziest thing was that he had actually succeeded. Tianyun. Qiu Changli howled into the sky and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. These few mouthfuls of blood were completely from anger. This was an insult. This was an insult. Qiu Changli felt as if his anger was about to burst out of his chest. What are you screaming for? It's your honor to be able to let me use you to cultivate. Lu Ming stepped in the air and chided indifferently. Was Qiu Changli crazy? I'm more arrogant than you. Boom! Following that, Lu Ming pulled the spear down. The power of wind and fire naturally fused together, erupting with a terrifying power. Bang! Qiu Changli's sword chi was instantly destroyed, and the spear continued to strike Qiu Changli. Bang! Qiu Changli was sent flying like a rubber ball. His body was almost blown apart, and he was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Crushing, a complete crushing. The power of wind and fire is actually so strong when completely fused. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. The power of the fusion of wind and fire had greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming estimated that the power of the fusion of wind and fire should be equivalent to the 6th level of the low earth level martial arts technique. After force has reached perfection, it's time to comprehend intent. The natural force of heaven and earth, the natural intent of heaven and earth, contains too many profound mysteries. I've only touched the surface of it now. In the future, I'll have to work harder on force. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The fusion of wind and fire force will be called wind and fire kill. It can be considered a killing move that I comprehended on my own. In the future, as my comprehension of wind and fire force deepened, I might be able to create a set of martial skills that belongs to me. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Qiu Changli howled as he turned around to run. However, Lu Ming caught up with him in a few steps. Whoosh, whoosh. A few spear strikes landed on Qiu Changli's body, causing him to scream in pain. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken, and he was almost unable to fly. He was barely able to remain in the air. The entire arena fell silent. Qiu Changli was no match for Tianyuan at all. This was a one-sided battle. Tianyuan, stop. This battle ends here. I admit that your strength is indeed slightly stronger than mine. Qiu Changli shouted. Stop! Have you forgotten that we have agreed to a life-and-death battle, one that will not end until one of us is dead? Lu Ming sneered as he walked toward Qiu Changli. Qiu Changli used the last of his strength to retreat as he shouted, No, you can't kill me. Tianyuan, I'm warning you. I'm the peerless genius of the 10 Directions Sword School, and I'm destined to become a figure at the peak of the world. If you kill me, the 10 Directions Sword School will never let you off. What a joke. You and I have a life-and-death battle. Neither side will pursue the matter. This is the rule of martial arts. If the 10 Directions Sword School pursues the matter because of this, it will be breaking the rule of martial arts and making an enemy of all martial arts cultivators in the world. I would like to see if the 10 Directions Sword School has the ability to do so. Lu Ming sneered in response. At the same time, he closed in on Qiu Changli with a bone-chilling, murderous intent. No, Tianyuan, you can't do this. Let me tell you, if you really kill me, no one can protect you. Don't think that the royal family can protect you. Let me tell you, the royal family will be destroyed sooner or later, and the 10 Directions Sword School will unify the Blazing Sun Empire sooner or later. When that time comes, there will be no place for you in the Blazing Sun Empire. Qiu Changli bellowed and even tried to threaten Lu Ming. Oh really? That's a matter for the future. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming sneered. He was already close to Qiu Changli. He extended his palm and tried to grab Qiu Changli. Qiu Changli was already on the verge of death. He had no way of resisting and was held by his throat by Lu Ming. His body began to struggle violently, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Just now, didn't you say that you wanted me to understand what despair is? Now, you should understand, right? Lu Ming looked at Qiu Changli coldly and said with a hint of mockery. Just now, Qiu Changli had arrogantly told Lu Ming that he wanted him to understand what despair was. Now, he understood. No, please don't kill me, I beg you, I beg you. Qiu Changli shouted out with all his might. He was truly terrified and desperate. The experts of the 10 Directions Sword Sect had all rushed back to the 10 Directions Sword Sect to discuss an important matter. He was the strongest among those who remained in the imperial capital, so no one would come to save him. It was useless even if he came. However, he didn't want to die. He was a peerless genius with a great future. He really didn't want to die. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke Lu Ming? Now, he understood one thing. There were some people that he could never afford to offend. But it was too late to realize it now. It's too late to beg me now. Lu Ming's eyes glowed coldly, then his essential chi exploded. Bang! Qiu Changli's body exploded in the air. Lu Ming secretly controlled his blood meridian and devoured Qiu Changli's blood essence. Of course, he would not let go of his storage ring. Silence. At this moment, it was as if the entire imperial capital had fallen silent. Qiu Changli had been killed by Tianyuan. This genius who had just risen and was about to become one of the 7 heroes of the Scorching Sun had been killed just like that. This Tianyuan is too domineering. He's really a ruthless man. The higher-ups of the 10 Directions Sword School are probably going crazy now that Qiu Changli has been killed. So what if I go crazy? Tianyuan and Qiu Changli are fighting to the death according to the rules of martial arts. Would the 10 Directions Sword Sect dare to interfere? Even if we don't interfere openly, we can do it in the dark. That's true. In the imperial capital, countless people were discussing excitedly. Of course, there were also people who sighed. The path of martial arts was just so cruel. No matter how talented you were, you could die at the hands of a stronger genius. The fall of a genius represented the rise of another genius. From now on, there would be one more top genius in the Blazing Sun Empire. That was Tianyun. He really killed Qiu Changli. At the edge of the pool, a few imperial family elders were still in disbelief. This is his style. Huakai smiled bitterly. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and appeared at the edge of the pool. Let's go to the General Star Hall. After being delayed by the people from the omnidirectional sword sect for such a long time, Lu Ming could not wait to see Lu Yunshin. Huakai nodded. Lu Ming, Zai Nianqing, and the golden-eyed blood corpse followed him to the General Star Hall. Chapter 295, The Martial Emperor's Treasure. Translator, 549,690,339. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yunshin again, they were in an extremely well-hidden side hall of the General Star Hall. Right now, Lu Yunshin had already changed into a new set of robes. He had shaved off his beard and combed his hair neatly. His sword-like brows extended to his temples, making him look extraordinarily handsome. When Lu Yunshin was young, he was already a rarely seen handsome man. However, there was a hideous scar on the top of his nose that extended all the way to his lips, ruining his beauty. However, Lu Yunshin did not mind at all. He only stared at Lu Ming in a daze and sized him up carefully. Ming-er, you've finally grown up. You've even become a genius whose name shakes the world. As expected of my son, ha ha ha. After a long while, Lu Yunshin laughed out loud. He was very satisfied. During this period of time, Huakai had already told him everything about Lu Ming. He was extremely excited and gratified to hear that Lu Ming had achieved so much. However, Lu Ming's nose was sour. His eyes were filled with tears as he said in a trembling voice, "Father, who is it? Who did this? I will make him pay 10 times the price." He had already checked Lu Yunshin's body in detail earlier. Other than a scar on his face, Lu Yunshin's internal injuries were even more severe. All the meridians in his body were broken, and not a single part was intact. In such a situation, let alone cultivation, he was not even as strong as an ordinary person. It was hard to imagine what kind of suffering Lu Yunshin had gone through all these years. Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent about to burst out of his chest. Ming-er, I'll say the same thing again, don't be rash. Before you have absolute strength, you can't act on impulse. Lu Yunshin muttered to himself. Father, don't worry, Ming-er knows. Lu Ming said, but his fists were clenched tightly. Fine, father will tell you. All of this was done by Qiu Changkong. Lu Yunshin sighed. Qiu Changkong, it's him. Lu Ming growled and then said, Why, father, why did Qiu Changkong do this to you? Because of the Martial Emperor's treasure. Lu Yunshin said, Back then, Qiu Changkong wasn't the current leader of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, but he was already a young genius. For some reason, he found out that I had the Martial Emperor's treasure, so he secretly sent people to capture me. He has been interrogating me all these years, trying to get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure from me. Haha, he's dreaming. How could I tell him? It's just a waste of effort. Qiu Changkong, I'll make sure he pays a terrible price for this. Lu Ming said in a low voice, his voice extremely cold. The Martial Emperor's treasure? Why is he so sure that father knows about the Martial Emperor's treasure? I do know about the Martial Emperor's treasure. Lu Yunshin chuckled. What? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Haha, I got the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure by accident, but I was prepared for it, so I've already left the news to you. Lu Yunshin smiled. You're leaving it for me. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that bronze pendant? Lu Ming asked. No. Lu Yunshin smiled. I obtained that bronze pendant by chance. I found it interesting, so I've been carrying it with me. I'll leave it to you later. The news of the Martial Emperor's treasure is actually in that Heavenly Star Sword. Heavenly Star Sword. Lu Ming was stunned. Then, he moved his hand and the Star Sword appeared in his hand. Lu Yunshin was overjoyed. He took the Heavenly Star Sword and examined it carefully before passing it to Lu Ming. That's right. I've sealed the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure in this Heavenly Star Sword. In this Heavenly Star Sword, there's a key to opening the Martial Emperor's treasure, as well as a map. You can find an inscription master to retrieve them later on. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can head to the Martial Emperor's treasure and obtain a great opportunity. It's actually in the Heavenly Star Sword. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Ming-er, how has your mother been all these years? Lu Yunchen asked, however his voice was trembling. Father, mother is very good. It's just that all these years, I've been thinking about you. Lu Ming said. That's good, I've let her down all these years. Lu Yunchen sighed. Father, don't worry. The imperial family has already secretly sent people to pick up mother. Our family will be reunited soon. Lu Ming said. Lu Yunchen's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Father, don't worry. Even if I have to travel all over the world, I will find the spiritual medicine to heal your injuries and let you embark on the path of martial arts again. Lu Ming said firmly. Ming-er, it's good that you have this intention. However, it's easier said than done to cure my injuries. There's no need to force yourself. Lu Yunchen sighed. It had been many years since he had been injured, and all his meridians had been severed. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to heal him. He did not have much hope for himself. He was already satisfied to be able to see Lu Ming and Li Ping in his lifetime. However, Lu Ming's gaze was extremely determined. The divine wilderness continent was vast and boundless. There would be no lack of treasures. Legend had it that some treasures could even regrow broken limbs or bring the dead back to life. As long as he could obtain that treasure, it would not be a small matter to cure Lu Yunchen's meridians and remove the scars on his face. No matter how hard it is, I must get it. Lu Ming secretly swore. After that, he had a long chat with Lu Yunchen. After chatting for a few hours, Lu Ming left the place. Regardless of whether he wanted to avenge Lu Yunchen or treat his injuries, he could not do without a powerful cultivation base. He had to cultivate non-stop. Qiu Changkung, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After returning to his room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and walked away, thinking carefully about the direction of his cultivation. Currently, he had a few main cultivation directions. One of them was the breakthrough of the True War Dragon technique. He had obtained the Dragon Bone Pearl from Zai Nianking. As long as he obtained a supplementary material called the Cold Spirit Fluid, he would be able to break through to the 5th stage of the True War Dragon technique and possess 6 times the strength of ordinary true qi. The other was the cultivation of the 10,000 spiritual combat body. As long as he could cultivate his body to the 4th stage, he could start to practice the divine-level martial technique, 9 Dragon's Heaven-Treading Steps. All right, let's go and buy a portion of the Cold Spirit Fluid first. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the Imperial City's market. The Cold Spirit Fluid was only a supplementary material. It was not particularly rare. After circling the market once, Lu Ming successfully bought a portion. After returning to the General Stars Hall and entering the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming took out the Wormdragon Bone Pearl and the Cold Spiritual Liquid and began to cultivate. First, he refined the Water Dragon Bone Bead and then mixed it with the Cold Spirit Liquid. Half a day later, the True War Dragon technique had successfully broken through and reached the 5th stage. The surging true qi circulated in his meridians, vast and endless. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. If I cultivate the True War Dragon technique to the 9th stage, I'll have 10 times the amount of true qi. I wonder how powerful I'll be. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He hoped that he could cultivate the True War Dragon technique to the 9th level as soon as possible. With 10 times the amount of essential qi, Lu Ming would be unrivaled among those of the same level, unless the other party also cultivated a divine-level technique. Now let's count. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He then waved his hand, and a pile of storage rings appeared on the ground. They were all obtained from killing enemies during this period of time. Chapter 296, 4th Grade Physical Body, 9 Dragons Trampling the Heavens. Translator, 549,690,339. In the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace, although he didn't kill many people, his opponents had killed a lot of people. Which one of them didn't have a few lives? Therefore, when he sorted out the storage rings, there were more than 200 of them. Most of the 200-odd storage rings belonged to 8th or 9th grade Grandmaster realm young geniuses, but there were also dozens of storage rings that belonged to martial grandmasters. There were even storage rings from peerless geniuses like Qiu Changli and Zhao Hong. Lu Ming was full of anticipation for the wealth inside. He didn't know and was shocked. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. A mountain of spiritual crystals could not even be stored in a storage ring. There were 55.56 million spiritual crystals in total. 50 million, what a terrifying number this was. Lu Ming was in a daze. Holding back his ecstasy, Lu Ming used a few storage rings to keep the spiritual crystals and looked at the other items. There were over 4,000 spirit weapons. There were more than 12,000 spiritual herbs and grasses. However, most of them weren't very high level, and only a few of them had reached level 4. There were also over 200 books of various cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, as well as all kinds of forging materials. He had struck it rich. Lu Ming had struck it rich. This amount of wealth, other than the 5 great sects and the royal family, I don't think the other small forces in the Blazing Sun Empire would have this much even if they went bankrupt. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Half an hour later, Lu Ming put the various items into the storage ring and kept them. Then, he kept it, and the 10,000 Spirit Combat Body Manual appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He flipped it open and started to read it carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming closed the secret manual. The 10,000 Spiritual Combat Body is so terrifying and mysterious. Lu Ming was amazed. The 10,000-mile battle body could refine all the spirits in the world and produce the chi of 10,000 spirits, which would be integrated into the body and constantly improve the strength of the body. 10,000 spirits, as long as it was something with spirituality in the world, it could be used. For example, all kinds of spiritual herbs, metal materials, and ores that contained spiritual essence could be refined into the chi of 10,000 spirits to cultivate the body. It could even be used on living creatures. It was terrifying. As expected of a technique that can cultivate one's body to the 9th stage, it's really overbearing. Lu Ming was shocked and excited. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Ming had been trying to comprehend the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, there was a stretch of mountains that stretched on endlessly like a fairyland. This was the location of the 10-direction sword sect, the 10-direction mountain. At the highest point of the 10-square mountain, a dozen people were sitting in a hall. Each of them was just sitting there casually, but they exuded an aura as vast as the mountains and as deep as the sea, vast and unfathomable. Qiu Weiying, the sect leader of the 10-direction sword sect, sat at the highest position with a gloomy expression. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. Bang! Suddenly, an old man with a cold face slammed the table and shouted, "That brat Tianyun deserves to die for killing the peerless hero of my 10-direction sword sect. Sect leader, please allow me to personally kill Tianyun. This is inappropriate." Another voice rang out. Tianyun and Changli were having a life-and-death battle. Countless people in the imperial capital saw it. If we were to kill Tianyun like this, I'm afraid it would incur the wrath of the martial world. Then we can send assassins. The cold-faced old man said. Tianyun is a small matter. Our plan is more important. I don't think we can let Tianyun affect our plan. The person from before said. The crowd fell into silence again. After a while, Qiu Weiying said, "Let's follow our plan first. As long as everything goes well, Tianyun will be dead. He killed the hero of our Shifeng sword sect. He can't live in this world, but let's put it aside for now. Now, let's discuss the specific details of this matter." No one objected to Qiu Weiying's suggestion. Then, they began to discuss an important matter. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming had been meditating on the 10,000 spiritual combat body for 3 days. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. Then, he moved his hand, and a level 2 spiritual herb appeared in his hand. Refine. Lu Ming muttered. Following that, the essential qi in his body trembled according to the 10,000 spirit combat bodies technique. A wave of dense qi spread out from Lu Ming's palm and wrapped around the spiritual herb. After a few breaths, the spirit herb disappeared. It was refined into a wisp of strange gas and entered Lu Ming's body. This was the qi of 10,000 spirits. Once the qi of myriad spirits entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into his entire body. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was getting stronger. Although the extent was not large and it was very small, it was indeed getting stronger. It was many times faster than ordinary physical cultivation techniques. Amazing, this is amazing. Lu Ming was shocked, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Then, he took out a level 3 spiritual herb and turned it into the qi of 10,000 spirits to improve his body. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming continued to refine spiritual herbs and improve his physical body. In these 3 days, he refined no less than 200 spiritual herbs. Finally, his body broke through the limit and reached the 4th grade body in one go. The 4th grade physical body was extremely wondrous. Lu Ming could almost change his muscles, bones, and body shape at will. Even after being injured, the muscles would automatically wriggle, sealing the wound and healing it quickly. His muscles were like steel, and his bones were like steel. His veins were wide and flexible. Lu Ming could unleash his strength without any restraint. This was a huge improvement to his combat strength. Now that my physical body has reached the 4th stage, I can finally start cultivating the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming could not wait to take out the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps and begin to comprehend it. The pressure from the secret manual was no longer a problem for Lu Ming. However, after a moment, he closed the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and frowned. Because he was completely confused, he didn't know where to start. It was too difficult to cultivate a divine-level martial technique. A god-level martial technique was completely different from the heaven, earth, black, and yellow-level martial techniques. God-level martial techniques were not divided into levels such as the 1st level, the 2nd level, and so on. God-level martial techniques were very special. Each one was unique in the world, and there were all kinds of differences. For example, the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was divided into 9 steps. With every step he cultivated, the power would become stronger and stronger. Step by step, the power would stack. If he could cultivate the 9 steps, the power of the 9 steps would stack up, and he could crush mountains and break the heavens. The power was terrifying to the extreme. As long as the 1st step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was cultivated, the full power of the 1st step could be exerted. At the same time, as one's cultivation level increased, the power of the 1st step would also become stronger. It was a pity that it was too difficult to cultivate it. Lu Ming studied it for a while but could not find any clues. Looks like I'll have to comprehend it slowly. As long as I put in more effort, I don't believe I can't cultivate it successfully. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and pondered. After comprehending the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps for a while, he began to cultivate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. He had countless spiritual herbs on him, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough spiritual herbs to cultivate. After cultivating the 10,000 spirit combat body for a few hours, Lu Ming condensed a figure on the 3rd platform and fought with it to cultivate his martial arts technique. Chapter 297, The Attack of the Dark Moon Empire. Translator, 549,690,339. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for a month. His physical body had improved the fastest in the past month. After using 3,000 spiritual herbs, Lu Ming's physical body reached the 5th grade. However, after reaching Tier 5, using some Level 1 and Level 2 spiritual herbs to cultivate would have very poor effects. Only Level 3 spiritual herbs had some effect, and Level 4 spiritual herbs were even better. However, Lu Ming did not have many Level 4 spiritual herbs. Lu Ming still had more than 8,000 spiritual herbs on him. However, he felt that even if he refined all of them, he could not cultivate his body to the 6th grade. The higher the level of the body, the more energy it required. Also, after reaching the martial arts grandmaster realm, one's comprehension of martial arts techniques would be much faster. After a month of bitter cultivation and continuous battles with himself, Lu Ming's martial arts skills had improved at a rapid pace. He had cultivated the ancient shield mantra to the 6th level in one go and could condense 6 ancient shields at once. His defensive power had been greatly enhanced. As for the 3 palms, he had successfully cultivated the 2nd palm in one go, the beast palm. A palm struck out, a huge beast palm blasted out. Its power was a level stronger than the human path palm. The reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of the 3rd platform. Of course, he had to pay more than 600,000 crystals for it. Now, with Lu Ming's cultivation at the 2nd tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm, he would need 10,000 spiritual crystals to condense a figure that looked exactly like him. Each time, it could last for 6 hours. The consumption was extremely shocking. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had a net worth of more than 50 million, he could not afford to spend it. At this moment, Lu Ming's ability could be said to have reached its peak. Although his cultivation was still at the early stage of the 2-dan martial ancestor realm, he could kill Qiu Changli in one move if he were to fight him. On the other hand, Li Ping had already arrived at the imperial capital half a month ago to meet Lu Yunshin. When the two met, they were naturally full of warmth. They stayed together every day and were reluctant to part. During this time, Zai Nianqing had also been cultivating in seclusion. As for the golden-eyed blood corpse, Lu Ming had asked it to lie dormant in a place. That day, Hua Kai came to Lu Ming in a hurry and brought him a piece of shocking news. The Dark Moon Empire had sent out 1,000,000 troops to attack the Blazing Sun Empire. The Ghost Moon Saber sect in the north had already asked for help from the Burning Sun Empire. The imperial family's 2 armies at the northern border also asked for help. The entire Blazing Sun Empire was shaken. Although the Yin Yue Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire had always been in constant conflict, it was still rare for them to dispatch an army of 1,000,000 to attack. In fact, there were only a few times in history. Lu Ming, the royal family, will be sending an elite army this time, as well as some young powerhouses that the royal family has been secretly cultivating. They'll head north. On one hand, it's to boost the reputation of the royal family, and on the other hand, it's to train these young powerhouses. However, as you know, all geniuses are proud and unruly. No one is willing to submit to the other. My father wanted to choose someone to be the commander of this army and subdue these young experts, but after thinking about it, only you are suitable. Hua Kai said to Lu Ming. Me? Lu Ming was stunned. Yes, there's no one more suitable than you. To tell you the truth, some of these young experts are geniuses from Star Cluster Hall, and some of them were secretly recruited by the royal family and sent to the Bloodjiao Empire's Great Sun Mansion to cultivate since they were young. They all have their eyes on the top of their heads, and ordinary people can't subdue them. Hua Kai explained with a bitter smile. But father said that he won't force you. If you don't want to go, he will find someone else. Hua Kai said. Yes, why not? Lu Ming smiled. After being in seclusion for so long, he wanted to go out and train himself. The battlefield was undoubtedly the best place to train. Lu Ming, you agree? That's great. I'll go back and report to my father. If everything goes well, we'll set off in 2 days. Hua Kai was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. Hua Kai then took his leave. I'll also go and bid farewell to father and mother. After that, Lu Ming went to Lu Yunshin's residence. Lu Yunshin and Li Ping did not object to the news. A martial artist must experience a series of life-and-death situations in order to reach the peak. Ming, go ahead. Lu Yunshin was very supportive. Back then, as a member of the Lu clan, Lu Yunshin had often gone out to explore in his pursuit of martial arts. It was only then that he had unintentionally discovered the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. Ming, the battlefield is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Although Li Ping did not object, she could not help but be worried. She warned him seriously. Father, mother, don't worry. Ming will be fine. Lu Ming smiled, and assured the two elders. 2 days passed quickly. 2 days later, Lu Ming brought the golden-eyed blood corpse to the General Star Hall's training ground. The army was gathering there. Lu Ming, don't even think about ditching me. Zai Nianqing appeared beside Lu Ming. Little Qing, what's wrong? You can't bear to leave me. Lu Ming chuckled. Who can't bear to leave you? I'm afraid that you'll run away or die on the battlefield. If that's the case, who can I find to settle the score with? How can I step on you? Zai Nianqing snorted. Haha, then come with me. But I heard that it's cold in the north. You have to warm my bed at night. Lu Ming laughed and walked forward. Warm your head in your dreams. Zai Nianqing's fierce voice could be heard as the two of them walked further and further away. Rows of armored soldiers stood in front of the field commander of the General Star Hall. These soldiers were all tall and burly, and they emitted a powerful and murderous aura. With one look, one could tell that they were all elite soldiers, veterans who had gone through the baptism of war. There was a total of 20,000 soldiers. The sunlight shone on the armors of the 20,000-strong army, giving off a cold glow. At the top of the martial arts field stood dozens of people. Most of them were young men in their 20s, and each of them had a strong and profound aura. Even the weakest of them was a 9th-grade great martial master. There were 10 young men whose auras were as strong as mountains, and they were clearly martial ancestor realm experts. Among these 10 people, 7 of them were the strongest experts in Star Cluster Hall, equivalent to the gold disciples of the 5 great sects. The remaining 3 people had the strongest auras. As they looked around, a faint sense of pride could be seen. They were the geniuses that the royal family had sent to the Great Sun Mansion to cultivate. In the middle stood the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire, Hua Zhangxing. Next to Hua Zhangxing was Huakai. Your Majesty, who is our commander? Why isn't he here yet? What arrogance to have His Majesty wait here. And NBSP, a young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Prefecture, shouted unhappily. That's right, I don't think he has any respect for His Majesty. In my opinion, we should just remove him from his position and let senior brother Huing be the commander-in-chief. Another young man, who was cultivating in the Great Sun Mansion, said. The Hua Ying he was talking about was a young man in a golden robe. He was the last young man to cultivate in Great Sun Mansion. This man was extraordinary and had the aura of a king. He was a member of the royal Hua family, but he was not a direct descendant. He was from the branch. However, his talent was extremely terrifying. He was a rare genius in the past 100 years. He had been noticed by the emperor and sent to the Great Sun Prefecture to cultivate. His cultivation was unfathomable now. Chapter 298, I am the Commander-in-Chief. Translator, 549,690,339. Hua Ying stood with his hands behind his back. He had an extraordinary bearing, and his eyes revealed a faint arrogance. At the same time, he revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Originally, he had thought that he would be the commander-in-chief this time, but unexpectedly, it had been given to someone else, which made him very unhappy. Your Majesty, I suggest that we change Senior Brother Huing to be the commander-in-chief. Senior Brother Huing is well-versed in military tactics and has a profound cultivation. He will definitely lead the army and win every battle. The young man from before saluted Hua Zhangxing and suggested. 100 victories? I don't know where this brat came from, but he actually wants to take the position of commander-in-chief. What a joke. Among the 7 martial arts grandmasters of the Star Cluster Hall, someone was unconvinced and sneered. The royal family had always treated the Star Cluster Hall as the leader. The 7 of them were the strongest experts in the Star Cluster Hall. Where did those 3 brats come from? How was it possible for him to covet the position of commander-in-chief the moment he arrived? How could the young expert from the Star Cluster Hall possibly agree? Kid, what did you say? The young man who had been suggesting Hua Ying to be the commander-in-chief looked at the Star Cluster Hall's people with a dark expression. His name was Gao Lei, and he had a very good relationship with Hua Ying. Did you not hear what I said? I said that he doesn't have the qualifications to be the commander. If he wants to be the commander, he's a genius of my Star Cluster Hall. That person from the Star Cluster Hall continued to speak. A genius from the Star Cluster Hall? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A few trash-like things dare to call themselves geniuses. It's really laughable. Gawain laughed in disdain. Who are you calling trash? Today I'll let you know my power. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall roared, and a powerful aura burst out as he walked towards Gao Li. You want to fight? That's just what I want. Gao Li's figure moved and swept towards the other party. At the same time, he threw a punch. This punch was as powerful as a mountain, and a powerful force spread out. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall also shouted and struck out with his palm. As the fist and palm collided, the young man from Star Cluster Hall let out a blood-curdling screech, and his body flew out like a cannonball. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Second level of Wuzong. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall shouted. HMPH, a mere one-stage martial ancestor realm wants to fight me. You're really looking for death. Gawain said coldly. During this process, Hua Zhangxing did not stop him and just watched coldly. He had already expected this outcome. As long as no one died, he would not care. Now, if you are unconvinced, feel free to attack. Gao Li was incomparably arrogant as he swept his gaze across everyone in the Star Cluster Hall. Everyone from the Star Cluster Hall had an ugly expression as they could not help but look at a bald youth in the middle. This bald young man was the #1 expert in Star Cluster Hall, with a cultivation of the second level of martial ancestor realm. I'll fight you. The bald young man stepped forward and stood opposite Gao Li. Boom! There was nothing much to say, and the battle immediately erupted. It had to be said that Gao Li was indeed very strong. Although the bald youth was at the same level as him, he was no match for him at all. In just a dozen moves, he was sent flying and coughed out blood. HMPH, you're indeed a bunch of trash. Still not admitting it, I can only say that you have not seen the world and have never seen the geniuses of a big country. You think that just because you are in a corner and have a little achievement, you are self-satisfied. How short-sighted are you? How can you improve like this? Gao Li had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the people of Star Cluster Hall and berated them with the tone of an elder disciplining a junior. Detestable, where did these guys come from? How can they be so strong? The faces of everyone in the Star Cluster Hall turned red as they roared in their hearts. They were extremely aggrieved. Hee. Gao Li let out a disdainful sneer and said, Senior brother Huying is much stronger than me. Why don't you accept him as the commander-in-chief? Of course not. A guy who stayed in a big country for a while and thinks he's a genius has come back to show off his strength. What right does he have to be the commander? At this time, a faint voice was heard. Who is it? Gao Li's face instantly turned ugly. Huying's face darkened. As for Huakai, a hint of joy flashed through his eyes when he heard this voice. The owner of the voice was, of course, Lu Ming. With his hands behind his back, Lu Ming walked towards them with Zai Nianqing and the golden-eyed blood corpse by his side. Kid, who are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Gao Li stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy look. Tianyun, it's Tianyun. Before Lu Ming could say anything, the young experts from the Star Cluster Hall could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming smiled and said, Who am I? I'm the commander-in-chief this time. You still don't kneel and pay your respects when you see the commander-in-chief. Don't you understand military law? Commander, you're the commander-in-chief. Ridiculous, I can't accept this. Gao Li shouted, then turned to Hua Zhangxing and saluted. Your Majesty, the commander-in-chief this time is no small matter. How can you let such a young boy take up the position? I'm not convinced. Hua Zhangxing's face was calm and no expression could be seen. He said, Tianyun is someone that I have my eyes on. What's there to be unconvinced about? Your Majesty, the position of a commander is no small matter. Only the capable can take it. If we let an incompetent person become the commander, it will harm these tens of thousands of soldiers. Gawain said, I agree to let Tianyun be the commander-in-chief. I'm convinced that Tianyun will be the commander-in-chief. Suddenly, a young man from Star Cluster Hall shouted, I also agree to let Tianyun be the commander. I also agree, I'm convinced. The other young men from Star Cluster Hall also chimed in. Tianyun had killed Qiu Changli some time ago, and he was extremely powerful. They were all convinced of his strength. However, Gao Li and the others had just returned from the Blood Zhao Empire and had not heard of Tianyun's name. At this moment, Gao Li's face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, "A bunch of frogs in a well. They've never seen a real genius, so they can only regard trash as geniuses." Then he looked at Lu Ming. "Kid, if you want to be a commander, you have to be capable. I'd like to see what you're capable of." With that, a powerful aura emanated from his body, and he slowly approached Lu Ming. "You talk too much. Hurry up and attack, or you won't have the chance." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Arrogant." Gao Li was furious. He shouted and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The powerful fist force almost penetrated the void. He had used all his strength in this punch. He was determined to teach Lu Ming an unforgettable lesson. However, Lu Ming completely ignored his fist force. He took a step forward, and the ground cracked. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared in front of Gao Li and kicked him. This kick landed directly on Gao Li's stomach. Bang! Gao Li let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He flew thousands of meters away and crashed heavily into a huge rock. Everyone was dumbfounded. This included the Star Cluster Hall's heroes and the 20,000-strong army present. Although they knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, the visual effect was too shocking. The second-level martial arts Grandmaster Genius was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. This is what it means to cultivate in a big country, a genius who had seen the world. It's not much. Lu Ming slowly retracted his leg and said indifferently, "Pache." Hua Kai couldn't help but laugh. Some people from the Star Cluster Hall almost laughed out loud. Chapter 299. Chapter 299 Defeat. Translator, 549,690,339. On the other hand, Huding was the complete opposite. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. Bang! He took a step forward, and a wild, beast-like aura exploded from his body. It was extremely terrifying and vast. He was in the late third level of Martial Ancestor realm. "You're Tianyun. Just now, you only used your movement technique to avoid Gao Li's attack and caught him off guard. What's so great about it? In my opinion, it's just a despicable method. Otherwise, how could you seriously injure Gao Li with your second-grade Martial Ancestor realm cultivation?" Huding stared at Lu Ming coldly. "Oh, really?" Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered to explain. "However, this will not work in my hands. I will let you know what true strength is." Huding's eyes were filled with confidence. His talent was indeed very high. At the age of 25, he had already cultivated to the late stage of Martial Ancestor 3 Dan. Even in the Blood Zhao Empire, where geniuses were as common as clouds, he was still a top genius, only slightly weaker than the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao. In the younger generation of the Blazing Sun Empire, other than the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire, he did not believe that there was anyone else who could be a match for him. Therefore, he did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. 3 moves, I will defeat you within 3 moves. If I can't defeat you, why don't I give you the position of commander? Huding put her hands behind her back and looked extremely arrogant. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Then, he slowly stretched out a finger. 1 move, haha, it seems like you don't have much confidence in yourself. Do you think I can defeat you in 1 move? Huding laughed. No, you've misunderstood. Lu Ming shook his head and said, what I mean is, I will defeat you in 1 move. And NBSP. What did you just say? You defeated me in 1 move, ha ha ha. Huding was stunned for a moment, thinking that she had misheard him. Then, she burst out laughing. Defeat me in 1 move? Even if the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun are here, they wouldn't dare to say such words. You're so boastful. I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me in 1 move. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out of Huding's body, and a beam of chi soared into the sky. At the same time, his bloodline also burst out, and a silver chakra appeared, which was extremely dazzling. Hua Ying's second bloodline was also a first-tier king bloodline. This meant that he had the potential of one of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. Slash. Hua Ying held his sword with both hands and raised it high. A giant sword that was 100 meters long formed and stood between the sky and the earth. The 20,000 soldiers were all shocked. If you want to fight, then fight. What's the use of all these tricks? Lu Ming pursed his lips and then struck out a palm. A huge beast claw condensed in the sky and pressed down on Hu Ying's giant sword. This beast claw was more than 20 meters long and wide. It was like a small mountain, covered in black scales, looking extremely ferocious. The second palm of the 3 palms, beast palm. Bang! Under the beast Dao palm, the giant sword that Hu Ying had condensed was like a bubble, collapsing. The beast's claw did not stop and continued to press down on Hu Ying. How did this happen? Hu Ying let out a roar of disbelief. He kept swinging his sword upwards, sending out sword chi at the beast claw. However, it was of no use. The sword chi collapsed one after another, and the beast claw continued to press down on Hu Ying. Bang! A cloud of dust filled the air as Hu Ying was directly crushed by the beast's claw and smashed into the ground. After a while, the beast claw disappeared, leaving a 20-meter-wide beast paw print on the ground. Hua Ying was lying in the palm print, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Tragic, it was really too tragic. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, one slap would have been enough to smash him into a pulp of flesh. Good, the invincible Tianian. After a long moment of silence, a loud shout suddenly came from the army. Lu Ming swept his gaze over and saw Ming Feng in the army. The roar just now was from Ming Feng. If it was Ming Zhu and Ming Cheng beside Ming Feng, who else could it be? The invincible Tianian. Ming Feng continued to shout. After that, Ming Zhu and Ming Cheng also shouted. Soon, the others seemed to have been infected as well and started to shout as well. The 20,000-strong army let out a deafening howl that shook the heavens. In the end, even the geniuses of Star Cluster Hall started to roar. Lu Ming raised his hand, and the entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone, it is thanks to His Majesty's favor that I am allowed to become the commander of this army. I, Tianian, swear that as long as everyone believes in me, I will do my best to lead everyone to great achievements. Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire venue. Make a contribution, make a contribution. The 20,000-strong army roared. On the high platform, Hua Zhengxing stroked his beard and looked at Lu Ming with admiration in his eyes. How could this be? How did this happen? At this moment, Hua Ying and Gao Li had already struggled to get up, but their eyes were filled with disbelief. All right, Gao Li, Hua Ying, step forward and listen to my orders. Hua Zhengxing suddenly shouted. Your Majesty. Hu Ying and Gawain bowed. Now Tianian is the commander-in-chief. Are you convinced? Hua Zhengxing asked. I'm convinced. The two of them hesitated for a moment before answering. Lu Ming could tell that although the two of them were convincing verbally, they might not be convinced in their hearts. However, Lu Ming did not care. He did not take these two people to heart at all. All right, since that's the case, we'll set off immediately. Hua Zhengxing announced. Not long after, an army of 20,000 soldiers, each riding a tall green scale horse, left the capital and headed north. The 20,000-strong army formed a long dragon that stomped across the earth. Lu Ming was riding on a tall and majestic green-scaled horse at the front. Zai Nianqing, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and the 3 siblings from Ming City were following him. Behind them were Hu Ying and the other young geniuses. Ming Cheng, why are you guys here? Lu Ming asked curiously on the way. Because the general of Moonview City is our father. Ming Feng rushed to say. No wonder. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. The place they were going to provide assistance to this time was Full Moon City. Although the royal family was weak, the northern border with the Dark Moon Empire was an important military location. The royal family still had 2 powerful legions guarding it and listening to the royal family's orders. One of them was the Mountain Army, and the other was the Northern Army. The 2 legions were both elite and had been through hundreds of battles. Each of them had 100,000 troops, and could be considered one of the few elite legions of the royal family. Ming Cheng and Ming Zhu's father was the general of the mountain-suppressing army, Ming Meng. This time, the 1 million troops of the Dark Moon Empire were attacking. The first to bear the brunt was, of course, the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Mountain Army and the Northern Army were also affected and started a fierce battle with the Dark Moon Empire. The mountain-suppressing army was struggling and had asked for help from the royal family. This time, Lu Ming and the rest were rushing to the mountain-suppressing army's aid. Therefore, the 3 Ming siblings naturally followed. Along the way, the 3 Ming siblings were very worried that something bad would happen to their father. The army's speed was naturally much slower than Lu Ming's flying. It would take at least a month's time to travel from the imperial capital to Full Moon City. Chapter 300, Chapter 300 The Killer. Translator, 549,690,339. Soon, 25 days had passed. These 25 days had been calm and peaceful. They had come all the way to Mount Han. In front of them was the 1,000-li cold mountain. As long as they crossed this 1,000-li cold mountain, they would reach Moonview City, which was a 4 to 5 day journey. Let's go into the mountains and set up camp. Lu Ming gave the order. The 20,000-strong army advanced towards Mount Han. After a few dozen miles, they found a flat area to set up camp and had dinner. As night fell, the roars of beasts could be heard from the 1,000 li of Mount Han. Lu Ming asked some of them to patrol and some to rest. Late at night, more than 20 figures were leaping at high speed in the 1,000 li of the cold mountains. More than 20 people, all wearing black robes, moved at a terrifying speed, like ghosts in the forest at night. Not long after, more than 20 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's army, looking at the military camp. According to the news, the Burning Sun royal family has sent out only young experts this time. The general is also a young man. He's a peerless genius named Tianyun. As long as we kill Tianyun and the other young geniuses, this army will be crippled. A few black-robed men were discussing. I've heard that Tianyun is a genius on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Leave him to me. A black-robed man with a golden moon embroidered on it said. The others nodded. This golden moon black-robed man was the strongest among them. Come, let's get closer. Jinyu waved her hand, and more than 20 people followed her like ghosts towards the camp. They didn't emit any aura, and they didn't make any sound as they walked. It was silent. It stopped 1,000 meters away from the military camp. One of the tents is emitting the aura of a 3-stage martial ancestor realm expert. That person should be Tianyun. I'll go kill him, you guys go and kill the others. The black-robed Jinyu ordered. The others nodded. Under the moonlight, their figures actually became hazy, and they disappeared without a sound. The golden moon black-robed man was the fastest. He easily passed through the layers of checkpoints and arrived in front of a tent. A young man was sitting cross-legged in the tent. He was none other than Hua Ying. Among the many young powerhouses, his cultivation was the highest. He had reached the later stage of the 3rd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. The golden moon black-robed man naturally thought that he was Lu Ming. Genius, die. Killing intent flashed in Jinyu's eyes. A slender black sword appeared in her hand. She and the sword turned into a black lightning and stabbed toward Huying. Huying, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, suddenly felt a terrifying aura of death envelop him. All the hair on his body stood on end. Not good. Huying's spiritual sense was extremely sensitive, and he had used it to avoid killing intent many times. At this time, he did not think and rushed into the sky. Even so, he was still a step too late. Pache! The long sword pierced through his shoulder. As blood splattered, Huying roared and an eagle appeared above his head. This was his bloodline. The eagle's wings flapped rapidly, and he retreated. You're quite capable. You actually managed to avoid my sure-kill sword strike, but you still have to die. The golden moon, black-robed man sneered and charged at Huying like a ghost. At the same time, in another tent, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, the tent suddenly split open, and a dark sword light stabbed toward his forehead at an extremely fast speed. A second-level martial ancestor, realm assassin. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not move, but he waved his right hand suddenly. A long spear was condensed instantly and stabbed forward. His speed was much faster than that of a killer. How could this be? The assassin was so shocked that it was too late to dodge. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through his heart, and the assassin was sent flying. Buzz! Lu Ming burst out of the tent and appeared in the sky. In the military camp, there were several screams. A young master had been assassinated. There were also young experts who were fighting with the assassins. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and saw Zai Nianking's figure flash across the sky. Behind her there was a corpse. He swept his gaze again and saw that Golden Moon Black was chasing after Hua Ying. He was in danger and could be killed at any moment. Golden Eye kill. Lu Ming ordered the golden-eyed blood corpse. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared in anger and pounced at the assassins. Lu Ming waved his hand and a long spear appeared. Then, he threw it out. The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the Golden Moon Black-robed man. And NBSB. At this moment, Golden Moon Black's men had already closed in on Hua Ying, their cold killing intent enveloping Hua Ying. Hua Ying's body turned cold. He had a feeling that he would die under the sword of the Golden Moon Black-robed man in the next moment. This feeling almost suffocated him. He roared in his heart. No, I can't die. I can't die. I still have to revitalize the Hua family. However, he had just been stabbed by the sword, and the terrifying sword chi had continuously penetrated his entire body. He felt waves of weakness. Jinyu's black-robed figure instantly closed in. Die. The Golden Moon Black-robed man laughed coldly and thrust his sword at Hu Ying. This sword was even faster than the previous one. It was incomparably sharp and unstoppable. Hu Ying couldn't block it at all. No. Hu Ying roared, her heart filled with despair. At this moment, whoosh! A bolt of lightning broke through the air, fast to the extreme. It was a long spear that was condensed from true energy. Clang! The long spear struck the Golden Moon Black-robed man's long sword, causing a violent tremor. Jin Yue's black-robed figure trembled, and his body couldn't help but drift to the side. Lu Ming's figure moved. In the next moment, he passed by Hu Ying and headed towards Jin Yu's black-robed man. Hu Ying cast a complicated look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had saved him just now. Who are you? The Golden Moon Black-robed man let out a low roar. The power of Lu Ming's move had exceeded his expectations. He was shocked that he was forced back even with his 6th-level martial arts grandmaster cultivation. Tianyun. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Jinyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and she said in a deep voice, So you're the real Tianyun. You know me, you were sent by the Dark Moon Empire, right? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he asked. So what if you know, I'm here today to send you to your death. Jinyu sneered. The sound of his sword rang out. He became one with his sword and turned into a ray of sword light, charging toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming shook his long spear and thrust it forward. The body of the spear was wrapped in the power of wind and fire. The power of wind and fire had completely fused. Bang! The long spear and the sword light collided. Waves of powerful shock waves spread out. Then, Jinyu let out a muffled groan, and her body was sent flying like a cannonball. How can he be so strong? As he flew back, the Golden Moon Black-robed man roared in his heart. He could tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, while he was at the 6th level. But the result was that a 2nd-level martial ancestor realm sent him flying with one move. How was this possible? Such a thing actually existed in the world. The Golden Moon Black-robed man was shocked.